Afraid. Afraid. She'd spent her whole life afraid. I can't. She wasn't made like Alex or Darlington. She was a scholar. She was a rabbit, timid and defenseless, no claws or teeth. Her only choice was to run. But where would she run, with Darlington gone, the dean, Alex? Who would she be if she did nothing? She was standing over them, looking down on the boy and Alex. She saw them from a great height, and she was the angel now, maybe a harpy, descending with sword in hand. She raised the bust and brought it down on the beautiful boy's head. His skull gave way, the sound wet and soft, as if he'd been made of papier-mâché. She hadn't meant to hit him so hard. Or had she? Little bunny, what did you do? She watched as he slumped to the side. Her own legs gave way, and now she wept. She couldn't help it. She wasn't sure if she was crying for Blake or Darlington or Alex or herself. She bent and vomited. Why wouldn't the room stop moving? Pam lifted her head, felt cool air on her cheeks, salt spray. The floor tilted back and forth, a ship adrift on the waves. She clung to the ropes. Try to keep up, Tripp. The storm shouldn't have been a big deal. They'd checked the weather. They always did. Temperature, pressure, predicted wind speed. But every time he was out on the boat, Tripp felt a twitching sense of panic. He was okay when it was just him and his dad, or his other cousins, but when Spencer joined them, he got weird. It was like his brain just stopped doing what it was told. His feet and hands felt bigger. He got slower. Suddenly he had to think, really think, about his left and his right, port and starboard, which was really ridiculous. He'd been sailing since he was a kid. Spencer was just so good at everything. He rode horses and ATVs, he raced bikes and cars, he knew how to shoot, and he worked for a living, made his own money, and he always had some beautiful girl on his arm, some beautiful woman. They were all accomplished and silky, and Tripp felt like a kid around them, even though he was the one at Yale, and Spencer was only a few years older. Tripp didn't even understand why Spencer got to take the helm. They'd both sailed competitively, so had his father, but Spencer just slid into the role with a big white smile. Part of it was the way he looked, sharp, lean. He didn't have that Helmuth baby face. He had a real jaw, the look of someone you didn't want to mess with. Spencer always addressed Tripp's father as Sir. A pleasure to be aboard, sir. She handles like a dream. Then he'd sling an arm around Tripp's neck and crow, Tripp, my man, before he leaned in and whispered, How's it going, jerk? When Tripp stiffened up, Spencer would just laugh and say, Try to keep up. And that was how the day went. Grab that line. Get it on the winch. Is that kite ready? Come on, Tripp. Try to keep up. The storm that came in wasn't a big one. It wasn't scary. At least no one else seemed to think it was. Tripp had pulled on a life vest, slinging the thin snake of fabric around his neck, strapping it at his waist as he stood in the companionway. You barely knew it was on. It wouldn't inflate unless it hit the waters, so what was the big deal? But as soon as Spencer saw him, he burst out laughing. What really is wrong with you? It's rain, dumbass. Tripp's father just turned his face to the sky and laughed, the wind lifting his hair. Now this is some weather. Tripp hated it. The gray swells like the humped shoulders of some big animal, nudging the ship, playing with it. You could really feel the sea beneath you, just how big it was, just how little it cared, the way it could smash a mast, crack a hull, drown them all with a single shrug. All he could do was hold on tight. One hand for yourself, one for the ship. That was the rule, same as the life vest. Make himself keep smiling and pray he wouldn't vomit, because he'd never hear the end of it. Spencer hadn't been fooled. Mess your pants yet, coward? He said with a grin. Try to keep up. Tripp wanted to scream at him to go away and leave him alone, but that would only make things worse. Can't you take a joke, Tripp? Jesus. His only hope was to keep pretending that he was in on it, that he loved Spencer the way everyone else did, that it was all good fun. It was pathetic to be scared of a little storm or his stupid cocky cousin. Except he had every reason to be terrified of them both. The storm, at least, was just being a storm. It wasn't out to hurt him. Spencer was something different. When Tripp was 8, the whole family had gathered at his family's house for his birthday. Spencer was a jerk even back then, but Tripp hadn't cared about Spencer that day. It was his birthday, and that meant his friends, and a new PlayStation, and the ice cream he liked, even though Spencer had shoved his bowl of cookies and cream away and snapped, "I hate this stuff." Tripp had eaten cake and opened his presents and played in the pool until his friends had gone home, and it was just family. He had a sunburn. They were going to cook out that night.
He felt lazy and happy, and when he thought about the fact that he didn't have school tomorrow, that he still had the rest of the weekend to do nothing, it was like he was taking in big gulps of sunshine with every breath. He'd been swimming around in the shallow end with his new snorkel when he'd emerged to see Spencer standing at the edge of the pool in his long board shorts, his blonde hair hanging in a sun-streaked sheaf over his eyes so that Tripp couldn't quite make out his expression. Tripp had scanned the yard. He'd learned Spencer doled out fewer pinches and punches when someone else was around, but Tripp's dad and his younger brother were setting up a volleyball net on the other side of the grass. His mother and the other cousins must have already gone inside. "What's up?" he squeaked, already moving for the steps. But Spencer was faster. He was always faster. He dropped into the water with barely a splash and slapped his hand against Tripp's chest, shoving him backward. "You have a good day?" Spencer asked. "Sure," Tripp had said, unsure of why he was suddenly so frightened, struggling not to cry. There was no reason to cry. "You need your birthday dunking. 20 seconds underwater. That's nothing, even for a little coward like you. I'm ready to go in." "Are you serious?" Spencer said in disbelief. "Dude, just when I thought you were being cool. You're telling me you can't handle a few seconds underwater?" Tripp knew it was a trap, but what if it wasn't? What if he just did this thing and then he and Spencer would be okay? They'd be friends, like Spencer was friends with everyone. "I thought you were being cool." He could be cool. "Just put my head underwater for 20 seconds? Yeah, but if you're too much of a coward..." "He's not going to drown me," Tripp thought. "He's a jerk, and he'll hold me under for a while, but he's not actually going to try to kill me. He's going to try to scare me, and I'm not going to let him." Tripp liked that idea a lot. "Fine," Tripp said. 20 whole seconds. Time me." And he dunked his head under. He felt Spencer's hands on his shoulders right away. He knew Spencer wanted him to struggle, but he wasn't going to do it. He was going to be still, hold his breath, stay calm. He counted the seconds in his head, slow. He knew Spencer would hold him under longer, and he was ready for that too. Spencer shoved him lower, got his foot on Tripp's chest. "Don't panic, stay still." His other foot pushed down on Tripp's belly, trying to drive the air out, and Tripp had to give up a little, the bubbles escaping to the surface. Now Tripp was wriggling, pinned to the bottom of the pool, trying to push Spencer off. He knew Spencer was enjoying it, and he hated himself for reacting, hated the way his flesh crawled at the feeling of that foot with its seeking toes. His mind wasn't cooperating anymore. His chest hurt. He was scared. Why had he thought he could handle this? "He'll let me go. He has to let me go." Spencer was mean, not a psychopath. He wasn't a killer. He was just a jerk. But what did Tripp really know about how far Spencer would go? Spencer liked to mess around. He'd put chili powder in their dog's food and laughed until his eyes watered when she whimpered and cried. Once, when Tripp was really small, Spencer had kept him from getting to the bathroom, knocking him into the wall again and again, shouting "Pinball, pinball," until Tripp had wet himself. So maybe Spencer really was bad, the kind of bad in books and movies. He'd be laughing now, enjoying the way Tripp tried to buck him off. What a dumb way to die, Tripp thought as he gave in, as he opened his mouth and water flooded down his throat, the chlorine sharp in his nose, the terror complete as he tore at Spencer's calves, and the world went black. The next thing he knew, he was looking up at his father's suntanned face. Tripp was coughing and he couldn't stop, the pain in his lungs hot and tight, as if his whole chest had caught fire and the burn had hollowed him out. "He's breathing," his father cried. Tripp was on his back in the grass, blue sky above, the clouds small and perfectly contained like a cartoon. His mother's hands were balled into fists she'd pressed against her mouth, tears on her cheeks.
He saw his cousins above him, his uncle, Spencer's father, and Spencer too, his eyes narrowed. Tripp tried to point to him, to speak the words as his father sat him up. Spencer did it on purpose, but he was coughing too hard. "That's it, buddy," his father said. "You're all right. Just breathe. Take it slow." "He tried to kill me." But Spencer's cold eyes were on him, and Tripp felt like he was still pinned to the bottom of the pool. Spencer wasn't like him, wasn't like any of them. What wouldn't he do? As if in answer, Spencer burst into tears. "I thought he was just joking around," he said, swallowing back sobs. "I didn't realize he was in trouble." "Hey," Tripp's father said, clapping a hand on Spencer's shoulder, "this was an accident. I'm just grateful you got to him when you did." Someone must have looked over to the pool, must have shown too much interest. Spencer would have acted quickly, pretending he was trying to save Tripp. And who would think otherwise? Who could imagine? "Should we take him to the hospital?" Tripp's mother asked. Spencer gave the faintest shake of his head. Everyone was staring at Tripp, worried about him. Only Spencer's mother was standing away from the circle. Only she was watching her son. There was worry in her eyes. Or maybe it was fear. She knows what he is. "I'm fine," Tripp said hoarsely, and Spencer's lips twitched in a smile that he covered with another sob. Nothing changed after that. But Tripp was careful never to be alone with Spencer again. Even at 8 years old, Tripp knew he wasn't smart or charming or handsome like Spencer. He knew that if he'd pointed his finger that day, told the truth, no one would have believed him. They'd say he'd misunderstood, maybe even that there was something wrong with him to think such a thing. He would be the monster. So maybe something had changed after all, something inside Tripp, because now he saw that Spencer would always win. And worse, he knew why. Spencer would win because everyone liked him better. Even Tripp's own parents. It was that simple. That understanding sat in his chest, lodged against his heart, a heaviness that stayed with him, long after his lungs had stopped hurting and the cough had gone. It made him fearful, awkward, and it was why, 10 years later on a sailboat, caught in a minor storm, Tripp was the only one who saw it when Spencer went into the sea. It happened quickly. Spencer liked to sneak up on Tripp, startle him, try to get him to drop something, or just give him a sharp jab in the side. So Tripp tried to always stay aware of where Spencer was, and he was watching when Spencer strode across the deck and ducked under the boom. His body was hidden behind the mainsail, only his legs visible, and for a second Tripp couldn't figure out what he was doing. Everyone else was focused on their own jobs, on getting through the storm. Tripp glanced back at his father, who was taking his turn at the helm now, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Tripp saw Spencer reach down, bending over the railing to grab for a line that had slipped off the deck and was trailing in the water. That wasn't good. A trailing line could get sucked under the ship, mess with the tiller or the keep. But Spencer should have called for help. Instead, he was hanging over the rail, both hands outstretched. Tripp had time to think, one hand for yourself, one hand for the ship. Before the wave struck, a gray wash of water, a cat's paw batting at a toy, and Spencer was gone. Tripp stood frozen for the briefest second. He even opened his mouth to cry out, and then he just didn't. He looked around, realized everyone was still absorbed in their own tasks, shouting at each other, tense but enjoying the wind and the wild rain. Without running, without haste, Tripp followed the path Spencer had taken, ducked under the boom, then straightened up, hidden from the others as Spencer had been. He saw Spencer in the gray waves, his red windbreaker like a warning flag, his head appearing and disappearing. And Spencer saw him too. Tripp felt sure of that. He raised his arm, desperately waving, shouted, the sound snatched away by the wind. Tripp was close enough to see his mouth open, but he couldn't tell if the sound he heard was Spencer's cry or his own imagination. He knew that each second mattered, that the distance between the ship and Spencer was growing with every moment. The railing beneath his palms squirmed like a warm body, soft with fur. Tripp recoiled, drew his hand to his chest, but there was nothing to see, only cold metal. There was still time to do the right thing. He knew that. He knew the man overboard drill. His job was to keep his eyes on Spencer and shout for help, hold on to the railing with one hand and use the other to point out his location.
It was just too easy to lose sight of someone among the peaks and valleys of the waves. The crew would bring the boat about. They'd throw out a line and drag Spencer from the water, and Spencer would shove him and demand to know why he hadn't moved faster, what was really wrong with him. Tripp's father would wonder too. Spencer wouldn't be afraid, just angry. Because Spencer always won. He was barely visible now. A life vest would have kept him afloat, if he'd put one on. Tripp had to squint to see the red windbreaker in the water. He took hold of the railing with one hand and lowered himself down to sit, so he was secure, the way he'd been taught. Then he reached down to take hold of the line that was trailing over the edge, the one Spencer had tried to bring in. Tripp spared a last glance over his shoulder at the slate-colored sea, crowded with eager waves, looking for their chance. "Try to keep up," he whispered, and set to work hauling in the line. He coiled it neatly, felt the rope move easily in his hands, his body confident with new grace, the knots like a song he'd always known. He felt the weight against his heart ease at last. Rain spattered his cheeks, but he wasn't afraid. It was only weather. The sea settled. He was on solid ground. "It's just rain," Carmichael said. "You afraid you're going to melt, sugar?" Turner made himself laugh because Carmichael thought he was funny, and hell, sometimes he was. The day was cold, the streets slick and black, wet eelskin bordered by heaps of dirty snow sagging in the rain. It wasn't even proper rain, just a pattering damp that made Turner desperate for a hot shower. If there had been a market for messy East Coast mornings, New Haven could have made a killing. Carmichael slumped beside him in one of his rumpled Men's Warehouse suits, tapping his fingers in the "We Will Rock You" rhythmic jabs he always used when he was craving a cigarette. His wife, Andrea, had demanded he quit, and Carr was doing his best. "She won't even kiss me until I've gone a month smoke-free," Carr complained, shoving a stick of gum into his mouth. "Says it's a filthy habit." Turner agreed, and he wanted to send Andrea a bouquet for pushing Carmichael to quit. He wasn't sure he'd ever get the smoke stink out of his seat cushions. Turner could have said no that first day when he'd picked up Carmichael in front of his tidy yellow house with the turf lawn. He just hadn't had the courage. Chris Carmichael was practically a living legend. He'd been on the force for 25 years, made detective at age 30, and his close rate was so high, uniforms called him the Sandman because he'd put so many cases to bed. Carmichael did not really mess around. Having him as your rabbi meant prime cases, promotions, maybe even commendations. Carr and his buddies had taken Turner out drinking after he'd earned his spot on the squad, and somewhere during the bleary night of whiskey and the bleeding of a bad Journey cover band, Carmichael had clamped his hand on Turner's shoulder and leaned in to demand, "You one of the good ones?" Turner hadn't asked him to explain, hadn't told him to take his nonsense elsewhere. He just smiled and said, "Very right, sir." Carmichael, Big Carr, had laughed and cupped the back of Turner's head with his meaty hand and said, "That's what I thought. Stick with me, kid." It was a friendly gesture, Carmichael letting everyone know Turner had his approval and his protection. It was a good thing, and Turner told himself to be glad. But he'd had the uneasy sense of the world doubling, of some other timeline where Big Carr put his hand atop Turner's head and shoved him into the back of a police car. On this morning, he'd picked up Carmichael and they'd gone to get coffee at a Dunkin'. Or Turner had gone. He was the junior detective, and that meant doing gauche work in gauche weather. He always kept an umbrella with him, and it always made Carr chuckle. "It's just rain, Turner." "It's a silk suit, Carr. Remind me to introduce you to my tailor so we can get to lowering your standards." Turner smiled and hurried into the donut shop, nabbed 2 black coffees and a couple of breakfast sandwiches. "Where are we headed?" he asked when he slid back into the car and handed over the coffee. Carmichael shifted in his seat, trying to get comfortable. He'd been a boxer in his youth, and you still wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of his right hook, but his big shoulders sloped a little now, and his gut hung over his belt. "Got a tip King Tut might be holding up in a duplex on Orchard." "You're kidding me?" Turner asked, his heart starting to race. That explained why Carr had been so twitching this morning. They'd been looking into a series of BEs in the Worcester Square area, and they'd come up empty and again and again. It had been like beating their heads against a wall, until one of Carmichael's CIs had pointed them toward Dalen Tuttle, a small-time crook who'd gotten out of Osborne just weeks before the break-ins had started. He looked good for the robberies, but he wasn't at the address he'd registered with his parole officer, and every lead they'd had on him had gone cold.
Turner could at least relax a bit now. Carmichael had set off all his alarm bells that morning too bright-eyed, too excited. Turner's first thought was that Carr was high. It did happen, never with Carmichael and rarely with detectives, but when you were working back-to-back shifts as a beat cop, it wasn't unheard of to snort a little Adderall or Coke if you could get it, to keep you from sleepwalking through hour 12. Turner kept clean, of course. He had enough hoops to jump through without worrying about a urine test, and he'd never had trouble staying awake on the job. His father had said it best. You get the habit of looking out, you don't ever lose it. Eamon Turner ran an appliance repair shop, and eventually he would die in front of a row of used stereos and DVD players, not at the hands of one of the kids who occasionally rolled up on the shop hoping to find a flat screen or some hidden treasure, but from a heart attack that felled him silently. Business had been bad for a long time, and his father's body wasn't found until late afternoon when Naomi Lashin had come to pick up her ancient panini press. Turner had told himself it wasn't a bad way to go, but had been tormented by the thought of his father dying alone in a room full of obsolete machines, running down the way they all did in the end. Now Turner squealed out of the parking lot and headed toward Kensington. How do you want to handle this? Carr took a big bite of his sandwich. Let's come down on Elm, past that auto repair place. Get our bearings. He cut Turner a glance and grinned, grease on his chin. Your little storm cloud go home for the day? Yeah, Turner said with a laugh. Turner was moody, always had been. He had to watch for it.
If people picked up on that mood too often, suddenly they started steering clear. Invitations to grab a beer dried up. No one pulled you in when they needed an extra man. It could be enough to kill a career. So Turner tried to smile, keep his shoulders loose, make things easy for everyone around him. But today he'd woken up feeling that weight bearing down on him, that prickle in the back of his skull, the sense that something bad was brewing. The gauche weather and weak coffee hadn't helped. From the time he was a kid, Turner had an ear for trouble coming. He could spot an undercover without even trying, always knew when a black and white was about to round a corner. His friends thought it was spooky, but his father told him it just meant he was a natural detective. Turner liked that thought. He wasn't particularly good at sports or art or school, but he did have a sense for people and what they might do. He knew when someone was sick, like he could smell it on them. He knew when someone was lying, even if he wasn't sure how he knew. He'd just get that prickle at the back of his skull that told him to pay attention. He learned to listen to that feeling, and that if he kept smiling, kept the dark part of his heart hidden, people really liked talking to him. He could get his mom, or his brother, or his friends, or even his teachers to tell him a little more than he'd set out to tell. Turner also learned to expect the look of shame that came over their faces when they realized how much they'd said. So he practiced not showing too much sympathy or too much interest at all. That way they could convince themselves they hadn't said anything worth being embarrassed about. They didn't feel weak or small, and they had no reason to avoid him. And they never suspected that Turner remembered every single word. On the force, they called him Prince Charming, chalked up his way with witnesses and informants to his looks. But they never understood that the charm that got some perp talking about his mom, his dog, the pull he'd done as a favor to a friend just out of the joint, was the same charm that got Turner's fellow officers yapping about their lives and their troubles over shots at Geronimo. The prickle usually came before the phone rang with bad news, or before the wrong knock at the door. But ever since he'd joined the force, he'd been on high alert, like he was always sure something bad was about to happen. He didn't know how to sort that kind of paranoia from actual alarm. Of all the things, his mother had said when he told her he was enrolling at the academy, why ask worry to stay a while? She'd wanted him to be a lawyer, a doctor, hell, a mortician, anything but police. His friends had laughed at him. But he'd always been the outlier, the good boy, the hall monitor. The overseer, his brother had said to him once. Say what you want, but you like that badge and gun. Turner didn't think that was true, most of the time. He'd done a lot of talking about changing the system from the inside, about being a force for good, and he'd meant it all. He loved his family, loved his people. He could be their sword and their protector. He needed to believe he could. At the academy, the brass had wanted him there, boosting their stats. There'd been enough black and brown faces and everyone on their best behavior.
Not so much when he'd been in uniform. Then it was all us versus them, a sense of dread every time he passed the invisible line between work and his own neighborhood. After he made detective, it was even worse, a constant sense of premonition, never proven, never disproven. And plenty of bad things did happen, but Turner was determined not to let them get to him. It's the long game, he told himself when the hazing got rough. Survive the bad job to get to the great career, to get to the top of the mountain, where he could actually see what needed to be done, where he would have the power to do it. He knew he could be a legend like Big Car, better than Big Car. He just had to endure. They put a mess in his shoes. He stepped right in it, stomped around the locker room pretending he didn't notice, making them laugh. He would play until they got tired of playing. That was the deal he made with himself. It all paid off when Carmichael's partner retired and Turner got his slot. That was Big Car's doing. Turner wanted to believe that it was because he'd been a good sport about paying his dues, or because he was a genuinely great detective, or because Carr respected his ambition. And that all might be true, but he also knew Carr wanted to be seen buddying up to a black man. Carmichael was getting older, closer to retirement, and he didn't have a spotless record. He had a questionable shoot in his file. The kid had been armed, but he was still a kid, and a couple of complaints lodged by suspects who said he'd gone rough on them. All in the past, but all the kind of thing that could come back to bite you on the rear if you weren't careful. Turner was cover, and that was fine. If partnering with Carmichael would move him up the ladder, he was happy to play Brown Shield for him. As they pulled up a few blocks from the duplex, Turner scowled. "We sure this is an actual lead?" he asked. "You think my CI is really messing with me?" Turner bobbed his head toward the rundown building, the garbage cans lying on their side in the muddy front yard, the snow covering the driveway, the heaps of junk mail on the front porch. "Looks like a roust." "Gosh," said Carmichael. "Sometimes CIs called the cops in when they needed to get squatters out of a building. And it definitely looked like no one was living in that duplex, at least no one paying rent." The rain had faded to mist, and they sat with the engine idling, enjoying the heat of the car. "Come on," said Carmichael, "let's see what we see. Take the car around back." Once they were parked on the street behind Orchard, Carr heaved his big body out of the passenger side. "I'll knock. You stay on the back in case he runs." Turner almost laughed. Maybe King Tut was up there sitting on a stash of laptops and jewelry from the Wooster Square jobs, or maybe a few teenagers were camping on a mattress smoking weed and reading comic books. But once Big Car pounded on that door, they were bound to bolt, and it would be up to Turner to corral whoever came down those back stairs. Carr wasn't going to embarrass himself trying to sprint through the streets of New Haven. Turner watched Carmichael slip into the alley beside the house and took up his position by the back stairs. He peered through the dirty window to the first floor, an empty hallway, no furniture except a rug that had seen better days, more mail piled by the slot. A minute later, he saw Carr's shadow appear in the front window and heard the loud thud, thud, thud of his fist pounding on the door. A pause. No sounds from the house. Then again, thud, thud, thud. "New Haven PD!" Carr bellowed. Nothing. No scramble of feet, no window sliding open above. Then Carr kicked the door in. "New Haven PD!" he shouted again. Turner stared at Carr through the window. The hell was he doing? They hadn't actually been summoned here by a landlord. There was no reason for them to smash their way in. Carr gestured for Turner to follow. "Really," said Turner, "what else were they going to do this morning? King Tut was their only lead, and no way Big Car was getting jammed up on an illegal search." Turner drew his weapon, took a few steps back, then slammed his shoulder into the door, feeling it give way. Before he could even ask Carr what they were doing, Carr had a finger to his lips and was pointing up the stairs. "There's someone up there. I heard it." "Heard what?" Turner whispered. Could have been a cat, could have been a girl, could have been nothing. The prickle spread from the back of Turner's neck. Not nothing. "Clear the ground floor," said Carr. "I'm going up." Turner did as he was told, but there wasn't much territory to cover. A living room with a stained mattress and dirty clothes heaped on top. A bare kitchen where nearly every cupboard was open, as if someone had searched it.
2 empty bedrooms, a bathroom with a rotting floor where it looked like a pipe had burst. "Clear," he shouted. "I'm coming up." He had 1 foot on the bottom step when he heard Carr shout. A shot rang out, then another. Turner sprinted up the steps, weapon drawn. He felt it squirm in his hand, looked down, and saw nothing but the hard black shadow of his sidearm. Fear was messing with his head. Not fear for himself, fear for what he might do, who he might hurt. His brother's voice in his head. "You like that badge and gun." Turner always said the same prayer. "Please, God, don't let it be a kid, don't let it be one of us." "Carmichael?" he called out. No answer came, no sound. The layout of the second floor was almost identical to the floor below. Turner spoke into his radio. "Detective Abel Turner, I am at 372 Orchard. Shots fired, request backup and medical." He didn't wait for the response, sweeping through the first bedroom, the bathroom. As he entered the second, he saw a body on the floor. Not Carmichael. His mind took a minute to understand. The man on the ground, a boy really, couldn't be older than 20. A hole in his chest, a hole in the floorboards beside him. Carmichael standing over him. Turner recognized Dellen Tuttle from his file, King Tut, bleeding out on the ground. "Gosh," said Turner, kneeling beside the body. "You hit?" he asked Carr, because that's what he was supposed to say. But he knew Carr wasn't hit, the same way he knew this kid wasn't strapped. His eyes scanned the room, hoping a weapon might materialize. "I called a bus," Carmichael said. That was something at least. But an ambulance wasn't going to do Tuttle any good. The boy didn't have a pulse, no heartbeat, no weapon. "What happened?" Turner asked. "He took me by surprise. He had something in his hand." "Okay," Turner said. But he wasn't okay. His heart was hammering away in his chest. The body was still warm. Tuttle had been hit almost directly in the center of his chest, as if he'd stood still for it. He was wearing a t-shirt, jeans. He had to be cold, Turner thought. The heat wasn't on in here. There was no furniture. It had snowed just 2 days before. And the room was barren. No old cigarettes or food wrappers, not even a blanket. There were no signs he or anyone else had been squatting here. He'd come here to meet someone. Maybe Carmichael. "We don't have much time," Carr said. He was calm, but Carr was always calm. "Let's get our story straight." What story was there to get straight? And where was the mysterious object Tuttle was supposed to have had in his hand? "Here," said Carr. He had a white rabbit by the neck. It was wriggling in his fist, its soft feet treading the air, its eyes wide, the whites showing. Turner could see its heart thumping against its furry chest. Then he blinked, and Carr was holding a gun out to him. "Wipe it," he said. Turner had meant to be stern, but he found a nervous smile spreading across his face. "You can't be serious. Ambulance is going to be here soon, Rat Squad and the rest. Don't screw around, Turner." Turner looked at the gun in Carmichael's hand. "Where did you get it?" "Found it at a scene a while back. Call it an insurance policy." "Insurance? A gun they could plant on Tuttle." "We don't have to," Carmichael said. "You know I'm good police, and you know how close I am to punching out. I need you to back me here. The kid drew on me. I discharged my sidearm. That's all there is to it. A good, clean shoot." Good. Clean. But everything about this felt wrong. Not just the shoot. Not just the body cooling on the floor behind him. What was he doing here, Carr? What do I know? I got a tip. I followed it. But none of that added up. Why had they been chasing their tails for weeks on what should have been a routine investigation into a series of robberies? Where were the goods Tuttle had supposedly taken? Why hadn't Tuttle run when he heard Carmichael pounding at the door? Because he'd been expecting him. Because Carmichael had set him up. You were meeting him here. He knew you. Don't start getting smart, Turner. Turner thought of the new deck Carmichael had put on his house last summer. They'd sat out there, barbecuing, drinking long necks, talking about Turner's career. Carr had said his brother-in-law was a contractor, got him a deal. Turner had known he was lying, but it hadn't bothered him. Most police who had been around long enough were a little bent, but that didn't make them crooked. And he'd already seen Carr's wife wore better clothes than any detective's wife should. Turner knew his labels, he liked a nice suit, and the women he dated appreciated that he could speak that language. He could tell a genuine Chanel bag from a knockoff, and Carr's wife always had the real thing slung over her arm. Bent, not crooked. But maybe Turner had been wrong about that. In the distance, a siren began to wail. They couldn't be more than a minute or two away. "Turner," Carmichael said. His eyes were steady. "You know what the choice is here. I go down, you go down with me. There are questions about me. There are going to be questions about you, too." He held the gun out. "This fixes all of it for us. You're too good to be brought down by my mistake." He was right about that. Turner felt himself reaching for the gun, saw the weapon in his hands. "And what if I say no?" Turner asked, now that the gun was out of Carr's reach. "What if I say there was nothing in Tuttle's record to indicate he was slick enough to get away with multiple BAs without help?" "You're reaching, Turner." He was. He didn't know how involved Carr had been in the robberies. Maybe he'd just taken a little cash or a spare laptop to look the other way. But the prickle was telling him that this was no mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was a setup. And King Tut was only part of it. Carmichael shrugged. "You're Prince on that piece, kid. Your word against mine. You've got a bright future. I knew that first time I met you. But you can't do the job alone. You need friends, people you can trust." "Can I trust you, Turner?" The prickle racing over Turner's skull turned to the crackle of wildfire. If he was involved with Tuttle and the robberies, why not get rid of him quietly? Why bring Turner here to witness the shoot? Turner saw it all then. Carr hadn't just chosen him as cover because he was black. He'd chosen him because Turner was ambitious, so hungry to get ahead, he could be nudged. He could be used. Tuttle's dead body was Carmichael's chance to bring Turner into the fold. 2 birds with 1 stone. Once Turner wiped the gun and wrapped Tuttle's finger around that trigger, once he repeated Carmichael's lies, he would belong to Big Carr. "You set this up. You set me up." Carmichael looked almost impressed. "I'm watching over you, kid. I always have. There's no big decision to make here. Do the smart thing, and you're on the fast track, my heir apparent. There will be nothing in your way. Or try to play hero and see how far it gets you. I have a lot of friends, Turner, and it won't just be you who feels the heat from this particular burn. Think about your mama, your granddad, how proud they are of you." Turner tried to understand how he'd walked into a pile of trouble this big. Why hadn't he seen trouble coming this time? Or had he just gotten complacent? He'd been waiting for disaster so long, he'd gotten too used to fear. His alarms had tripped so often, he'd started ignoring them. And now he was crouching by a dead body, being threatened by a man who could destroy his career with a whispered word, who wouldn't think twice about hurting the people he loved if he wronged him. He was about to cross a line into a country he didn't want to know. He would never find his way home. "I don't want to do this," Turner said. I'm not a criminal. Neither am I. I'm a man doing his best in a tough situation, just like you. Doing wrong doesn't make you wrong, but it might."
Turner wasn't stupid enough to believe this would be the last favor, the last lie. This was only the beginning. Carr would always have more friends and better connections. He'd always be a threat to Turner's family, his career. Do the wrong thing and he'd keep rising, so long as he kept Carr's secrets, followed his commands. Do the right thing and he'd tank his career and put his family in Carmichael's crosshairs. Those were his choices. "That kid you killed," said Turner, "that was a bad shoot, wasn't it? He wasn't a kid. He was a criminal. So you know your way around. You're not going to let us get jammed up with some amateur hour nonsense. I've got you." There was Turner's answer, loud and clear. He'd been on one side of the law, and now he was firmly planted on the other. How long had it taken? 30 seconds? A minute? "You're one of the good ones," Carr said, his eyes kind. "You'll come back from this." "You're right," said Turner, taking his first steps away from the rules he'd always understood and abided by. He didn't know if he'd come back from this. But Carr wouldn't. Turner rose and shot Chris Carmichael twice in the chest. Big Carr didn't even look surprised. It was like he'd always known, like he'd been waiting just the same way Turner had for something bad to happen. He didn't so much fall as sit down and then slump to the side. Turner wiped the piece clean, just as Carr had told him to. He tucked it into Tuttle's hand, fired another shot so the gunshot residue would at least seem plausible. Though there was so much flying around this crime scene, the forensics would be gosh anyway. He heard sirens shrieking, tires squealing, officers shouting to each other as they surrounded the building. "I'm sorry," he whispered to Dellen Tuttle. "He'll be a hero." He couldn't fight the tears that came. That was okay. The officers arriving would think he was crying for Big Carr, his partner, his mentor, Chris Carmichael, the legend. I'll play until they get tired of playing. That was the promise he'd made himself. He was a good detective, and no one was going to tell him differently. No matter how much gosh they made him walk through, no matter how much blood he got on his hands. Only then did he realize that sense of foreboding was gone. No prickle, no fear. They'd done all they could to him. He closed his eyes, counted to 10, listened for the sound of boots on the stairs. The sirens faded until all he could hear was the sound of his own breathing, in and out. The rain had stopped. She stopped breathing. That was how she knew it had all gone wrong. Helly wanted to stay there, lying on her side, watching Alex sleep. When men slept, it was as if all the violence drained out of them, the ambition, the trying. Their faces went soft and gentle. But not Alex. Even in sleep there was a furrow between her brows. Her jaw was set. No rest for the wicked, Helly wanted to say. But the words died even before they could form on her tongue. She knew she'd been about to laugh, but it was as if the laugh had no place to take root in her. No belly to brew in, no lungs to gather breath with. Helly could feel herself breaking apart now that she had no body to hold on to. She wasn't sure when it had happened. Not soon enough. Not fast enough to spare her all the pain that went before. Last night was a bad night in a string of bad nights. She somehow knew the memories would start to fade as soon as she let go of the world. She wouldn't have to think of Ariel or Len or any of it. The shame would go, the sorrow. All she had to do was leave. She would empty like an overturned cup. The pull of that glorious nothing was almost irresistible, the promise of forgetting. She would shed her skin, she would become light. But she couldn't go, not yet. She needed to see her girl one more time. Alex's eyes opened. Fast, no stutter of the eyelids, no easy road out of sleep. She looked at Helly and smiled. It was like watching a flower bloom, the wariness gone, leaving nothing but gladness behind. And Helly knew she'd made a terrible mistake in staying, in holding on to say a last goodbye. Because, God, this was bad. So much worse than knowing she was dead. She wanted to believe she wouldn't miss any part of her sad, wasted life. But she would miss this. She'd miss Alex. The longing for her, for one more moment of warmth, for one more breath, hurt worse than anything in life had. Alex's nose wrinkled. Helly loved a sweetness in her, that it hadn't shriveled in the relentless hailstorm of gosh that was life with Len. "Good morning, smelly Helly." Dimly, Helly realized that she had vomited in the night. Maybe she had choked on it. She couldn't be sure. There had been so much fentanyl in her system. She'd needed it. She had wanted to obliterate herself. She'd thought she'd feel clean, but now that it was done, she was still stuck with this weight of sadness. "Let's get really out of here," Alex said. "For good. We're done with this place." Helly nodded, and the ache was a wave that just kept growing, threatening to crest. Because Alex meant it. Alex still believed something good was bound to happen, had to happen to them. And maybe Helly had believed too, not in the loopy dreams of college classes and part-time jobs that Alex liked to get lost in. But had Helly believed that none of this gosh would stick to her? At least not permanently. None of this tragedy belonged to her. It was trouble she had picked up, But she would set it down again, get back to the real business of being human, of the life she was meant to have. This apartment, these people, Len and Betcha and Eton and Ariel and even Alex, they were a pause, a way station. But it hadn't worked out like that, had it? Alex reached for her, reached through her. She was weeping now, crying out for her. And Helly was crying too, but it didn't feel the way it had when she was alive. No heat in her face, no hitching breaths. It was like dissolving into rain. Every time Alex tried to hold her, she glimpsed flashes of her life. The desk in Alex's little girl bedroom, carefully arranged with dried flowers and dragonfly barrettes. Sitting in a parking lot with the older kids, passing a bong around. The crumpled wing of a butterfly lying on damp tile. Each time it was like stepping out of the sun into a cool, dark room, like sliding underwater. Len slammed into their bedroom, Betcha close behind. She felt a pang of fondness for them, now that she could see them at a distance. Betcha's belly stretching his t-shirt, the smattering of acne on Len's forehead. But then Len had his hands on Alex, his palms shoved over her mouth. Everything was going the way it always did, from bad to worse. They were talking about what to do with her body, and then Len backhanded Alex, and Helly thought, okay, that's enough. Enough of this life. There was nothing more to see here, no happy memory to leave on. She felt herself drifting, and it didn't feel good, but it did feel better than what had come before. She slipped through the wall and down the hall to the living room. She saw Ariel on the couch in his undershorts. But she didn't want to think about him or the difficult experiences she'd had with him. The shame felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. That was okay. She liked that. What was she waiting for? No one was going to speak for her. Nothing was going to change. There would be no real goodbye, no sign she had ever been in the world. Her parents. God. Her parents would wake up to a call from the police or the morgue telling them that she'd been found in an alley. She was so sorry, so terribly sorry. But soon the guilt would be gone too, as if all that was left of her was a shrug. Len and Betcha were fumbling with the apartment door while Alex cried, and Ariel said something. He laughed, a high-pitched giggle, and it was like being thrown back into her body, hearing him laugh, and the memory of a past violation resurfaced. This wasn't supposed to be the end of it all. Alex was staring at her. She could still see Helly when no one else could. Hadn't that always been the way with them? But had Helly ever really seen Alex? Because now that she was looking, really looking at her, she could see Alex wasn't just a girl with warm skin and a clever tongue and hair shiny as a mirror. A ring of blue fire glowed around her. Alex was a doorway, and through her, Helly could see the stars. Let me in. The thought comes from nowhere, a natural thing. She sees a door, and so she wishes to walk through it. Alex hears her. Helly knows this because Alex says, "Stay." Let me in. Is it a demand? Alex extends her hand. Helly is ready. She is pouring into Alex. She is baptized in blue flame. The sorrow is gone, and all she knows is how good the bat feels in her hand. She is stepping out onto the field, and her teammates are chanting, "Give 'em hell, Helly!" Her parents are in the stands, and they are beautiful, copper bright, and kind. This is the last moment she remembers before everything started going wrong, and kept going wrong, when she still knew who she was. She is standing at the plate in the sunshine. She knows how strong she is. There is no confusion in her, no pain. She flexes her gloved fingers over the handle of the bat, testing its weight. The pitcher is trying to give her eyes, psych her out, and she laughs because she's that good, because no one and nothing can stop her. "Do you get nervous?" her little sister asked once. "Never," Helly said. "What is there to be nervous about?" She doesn't want to die, not really. She just doesn't want to feel anything anymore because everything feels bad. She wants to find her way back to this moment, to the sun and the crowd and the dream of her own potential. There is no worry about college or grades or the future. It will all come easy, as it always has. She shuffles her feet against the plate, tests her swing, the weight of the bat, watches the pitcher, sees the sweat on her brow, knows the girl is afraid. Helly sees the wind-up, the throw. She swings. The crack the bat makes when it connects with Len's skull is perfect. She pictures his head sailing over the fence. Going, gone. She could swing that bat all day. There is no regret, no sadness. They swing the bat, they swing again. This is the way they say their goodbyes, and only when every last word has been spoken does she notice there's a rabbit in the middle of the room, sitting on the blood-soaked carpet. "Babbitt, Babbitt," Helly whispers. She picks him up, seeing the red smears her hands leave on his soft white sides. "I thought you were dead." "We're all dead." For a second, Helly is sure the rabbit is speaking to her, but when she looks up, she sees Alex. The old living room at Ground Zero is gone, the blood, the bits of brain, the broken bat. Alex is standing in an orchard full of black trees. Helly wants to warn her not to eat the fruit that grows on them, but she is already floating, fading away. Not even a shrug now. Going. Alex wasn't sure what had happened. There was something warm and soft in her arms, and she knew it was Babbitt Rabbit. She had picked him up. Where was she? It was too dark to see, and she couldn't quite make sense of her thoughts. She went to her knees and heaved once, twice. Nothing came up but a mouthful of bile. A dim memory surfaced of Dawes telling her to fast. "It's okay," she whispered to Babbitt Rabbit. But her arms were empty. He was gone. He was never there, she told herself. Get your mess together. But she'd felt him in her arms, warm and alive, his little body whole and safe, as he was meant to be, as if she'd done her job and protected him from the start. The ground felt soft beneath her hands, covered in damp fallen leaves. She looked up and realized she was staring through the branches of a tree, many trees. She was in some kind of forest. No, an orchard. The branches black and glittering and heavily laden with fruit, its skin darkest purple. Where the peel had split, she saw red seeds that gleamed like jewels. Above, the sky was the plum of a bad bruise. She heard a soft humming and realized the trees were thick with golden bees tending to black hives high in the branches. I was Helly in death, Helly at the plate. The misery of that night at Ground Zero clung to her like the smell of smoke. She'd never get free of it. Alex glimpsed something moving through the rows of trees. She stumbled to her feet. "Turner!" She regretted calling his name immediately. What if whatever was in the orchard only looked like Turner? But a moment later, he, and then Dawes, and then Tripp emerged from the trees. No one looked quite like they should. Dawes wore parchment-colored robes, the cuffs stained with ink, and her red hair had been elaborately arranged in thick braids. Turner wore a cloak of gleaming black feathers that shimmered like the back of a beetle. The scholar, the priest, and the prince. Alex held out her arms. She was wearing armor too, but it was forged steel, made for warfare. The armor of a soldier. It should have felt heavy, but she might as well have been wearing a t-shirt for all she felt the weight of it. "Are we dead?" Tripp asked, his eyes so wide she could see a perfect white ring around his irises. "We have to be, right?" He wasn't quite looking at her. In fact, no one was. None of them were making eye contact. They'd fallen through each other's lives, seen the crimes they'd committed, big and small. No one should know another person that way, Alex thought. It's too much. "Where are we?" Turner asked. "What is this place?" Dawes' eyes were red, her mouth swollen from crying. She reached up to touch one of the branches, then thought better of it. "I don't know. Some people think the fruit from the tree of knowledge was a pomegranate." Turner raised a brow. "That doesn't look like any pomegranate I ever saw." "It looks pretty good," said Tripp. "Do not eat anything," Dawes snapped. Tripp scowled. "I'm not stupid." Then his expression changed. He looked caught between wonder and fear. "Holy gosh, Alex. You're—" Dawes bit deep into her lip, and Turner's grim mouth flattened even more. "Alex," whispered Dawes, You're on fire." Alex looked down. Blue flame had ignited over her body, a low, shifting blaze, like the forest floor in a controlled burn. She touched her fingers to it, saw it move as if caught up by her touch. She remembered this flame. She'd seen it when she faced Bellbomb. "All worlds are open to us, if we are bold enough to enter." She reached beneath her breastplate, felt the cold shell of the Arlington rubber boots box tucked against her ribs. All she wanted was to lie down and grieve for Helly, for Babbitt Rabbit. She was crouched over a stranger's body as the rain fell outside. She was perched at the rail of a ship, the sea rising and falling beneath her. She was standing at the top of the stairs at Albastone, feeling the weight of stone in her hands, the terrible power of decision. Alex gripped the box tighter. She hadn't come this far to cry for past mistakes or tend to old wounds. She forced herself to meet their gazes. Turner, Tripp, Dawes. "Okay," she said. "Let's go find Darlington." Again the world shifted, and Alex braced to be thrown into someone else's head, into some other awful memory, like the world's worst playlist. She hadn't been a passenger or an observer. She had been Dawes, Tripp, Turner, and Helly. Her Helly, who should have been the one to survive. But this time, it was just the world around Alex moving, and she could suddenly see a path through the trees. They emerged from the orchard into what looked like a sprawling outdoor mall that had been abandoned, or maybe never finished. The buildings were massive, some with arched windows, others square. Everything was spotlessly clean and a color somewhere between gray and beige.
Alex looked behind them, and the orchard was there, the black trees rustling in a wind she couldn't feel. Her ears were still full of the bees humming. She heard someone singing and realized it was coming from a mirror set into a large elliptical basin of smooth gray rock. No, a mirror, a pool of water, so still and flat it looked like a mirror, and in it she could see Mercy standing guard over their bodies, all of them lying on their backs in ankle-deep water in the library courtyard, floating like corpses. "Is that really her?" Tripp asked. All his bravado was gone, wrung out of him by the descent. And they were only at the beginning. "I think so," said Alex. "Water is the element of translation. It's the mediary between worlds." She was quoting the bridegroom, words he'd spoken to her as they stood up to their waists in a river in the borderlands. Mercy was singing to herself, "And if I die today, I'll be a happy phantom." Good choice. The whole song was death words. Alex could hear the metronome ticking steadily away behind Mercy's tune. "Where do we start?" asked Turner. His expression was stony, as if in the wake of all that misery there was nothing to do but lock down. He had his answer now about what Alex had done in Los Angeles. And she had her answers to questions she'd never thought to ask Turner, the Eagle Scout, the killer. Alex squinted out at the flat gray day. Could it even be day if there was no sun visible? The bruised sky stretched on, and wherever they were, no pits of fire, no obsidian walls. It felt like a suburb, a new one, for a city that didn't exist. The streets were spotless, the buildings nearly identical. They had the shape of the strip malls that lived on every corner of the valley, full of nail salons and dry cleaners and head shops. But there were no signs over the doors here, and no customers. The storefronts were empty. Alex turned in a slow circle, trying to stifle the wave of dizziness that overtook her. Everything was the same, sandy, washed-out beige. Not just the buildings, but the grass and the sidewalks as well. She felt an unpleasant shiver move over her. "I know where we are." Dawes was nodding slowly. She'd put it together too.
They were standing in front of Sterling. Except Sterling was the orchard now. The basin full of water was the women's table in their world. And that meant that all the rest? "We're in New Haven," said Tripp. "We're at Yale, or something like it. Yale stripped of all its grandeur and beauty." "Good," she said, with a confidence she didn't feel. "Then we at least know the layout. Let's go." "Where exactly?" asked Turner. Alex met Dawes' gaze. "Where else?" she said. "Black Elm." It should have taken them an hour on foot to reach Black Elm from campus, but time felt slippery here. There was no weather, no movement of the sun overhead. They crossed through a concrete courtyard and then down to what she thought was Elm Street, but it was lined with big apartment buildings. When Alex looked behind, it was as if the street had shifted. There was an intersection where there hadn't been one before, a right turn where there'd been a left. "I don't like this," said Tripp. He was shaking. Alex remembered the slide of the wet rope, the sea heaving beneath her. "We're okay," she said. "Let's keep moving. We should leave breadcrumbs or something." He sounded almost angry, and Alex supposed he had good reason. This wasn't an adventure, it was a nightmare. "In case we get lost." "Ariadne's thread," Dawes said, her voice unsteady. The silence was too complete, the world too still. It felt like they were traveling through a corpse. Alex kept her hand wrapped around the porcelain box. "I'm coming to get you, Darlington." But she couldn't stop thinking of Helly. She could still feel Babbitt Rabbit in her arms. He'd been alive. For a moment, they'd all been together again. Alex didn't know how long they'd been walking, but the next thing she knew, they were standing outside of a chain-link fence. A huge sign read, "Future Home of the Westville, Luxury Living." The render was of a sleek glass building towering over a landscaped slice of lawn, a Starbucks at the base, happy people waving to each other, someone walking her dog. But Alex knew this path, the lumps of stone that had once been columns, the birch trees now cut down to stumps. "Black Elm," Dawes whispered. It seemed wise to keep their voices low. The houses along the street looked empty, their windows shuttered, their lawns gray and bare. But Alex caught movement from the corner of her eye. A curtain pushed aside from an upstairs window, or nothing at all. "We're being watched," said Turner. Alex tried to ignore the fear that moved through her. "We need bolt cutters if we're going to get past that fence." "You sure?" Turner asked. Alex looked down. The flame surrounding the Arlington rubber boots box was brighter, nearly white. She walked towards the fence, and then she was walking through it, the metal melting away to nothing. "Cool," said Tripp, but he sounded like he wanted to cry. The driveway to Black Elm seemed longer, the road stretching like a gallows walk between the stumps of trees. But the house itself wasn't visible. "Oh no," moaned Dawes. "Of course." The house wasn't visible because it wasn't a house anymore, just a forlorn pile of rubble. Alex caught a glimpse of something moving between the heaps of rock. "I don't like this," Tripp said again. He had his arms crossed over his body, as if to protect himself. Alex felt a softness toward him she hadn't before. She could still taste the sharp tang of chlorine at the back of her throat, feel Spencer's foot digging into her crotch, and the weight of Tripp's shame, forever pinning him beneath the water. "Alex," Turner said quietly, "look back." Slowly. Alex glanced over her shoulder and had to fight to keep her walk steady. They were being followed. A big black wolf was stalking them from about 100 yards away. When she glanced back again, there were two, and she saw a third slinking through the trees to join them. They didn't look right. Their legs were too long, their spines humped, the long curve of their snouts too crowded with teeth. Their muzzles were wet with drool and crusted with something brown that might have been dirt or blood. Alex and the others passed a big puddle that had formed in front of what had once been the front door, and in the murky water, Alex saw Mercy pacing around the library courtyard. "She's okay. That has to count for something." "There!" Dawes cried. She was pointing at the ruins of Black Elm, and there was Darlington. Darlington as she remembered him, as he'd been in her dream, handsome and human in his long dark coat. No horns, no glowing tattoos. He had a rock in his hands, and as they watched, he lugged it over to what might have been the beginning or end of a wall, and laid it carefully atop the other stones. "Darlington!" Dawes shouted. He didn't stop moving, didn't alter his gaze. "Can he hear us?" Tripp asked. "Daniel Arlington," Turner boomed, as if he was about to read Darlington his rights. Darlington didn't break his stride, but Alex could see his chest rising and falling as if he were fighting for air. "Please," he gritted out, "can't stop." Alex drew in a sharp breath. When Darlington spoke, she'd seen the whole scene waver. The ruin of Black Elm, the bruised sky, Darlington himself. She saw dark night and a well of yellow flame, heard people crying out, and saw a great golden demon with curling horns towering over all of it. She heard it speak. Alagnath Groraneth. Nothing but a growl, but she could sense the words in it. None go free. "How do we help him?" Dawes asked. Alex stared at her. Dawes hadn't seen it. None of them had. Tripp looked scared. Turner had one eye on the wolves. Neither of them had reacted to what Alex had seen when Darlington spoke. Had she imagined it? "Keep an eye on the wolves," she murmured to Turner, and stepped into the rubble. Darlington didn't look up, but he spoke that word again. "Please."
The world wavered, and she saw the demon, felt the heat from that well of flame. Darlington wanted to break free, just as he'd wanted to point them to the gauntlet, but he didn't have control. She drew the Arlington rubber boots box from her pocket and opened the lid. Some part of her had hoped that would be enough, but still Darlington trudged back and forth, hefting rock after rock, placing them with infinite care. Was this object not precious enough? Had she gotten it wrong? Alex gripped the lid and remembered all she'd seen in the old man's memories. Darlington, when he'd still just been Danny, alone in the cold shelter of Black Elm, trying to stay warm beneath coats he'd found in the attic, eating canned beans from the pantry. Danny, who had dreamed of other worlds, of magic made real and monsters to be bested. She remembered him with his cobbled-together recipe for the elixir, standing at the kitchen counter, ready to tempt death for a chance to see the world beyond. "Danny," she said, and it was not just her voice that emerged, but the old man's as well, a gruff harmony. "Danny, come home." Darlington's shoulders slumped, his head bowed. The rock slid from his hands. When he looked up, his eyes met hers, and in them she saw the anguish of 10,000 hours, of a year lost to suffering. She saw guilt in them too, and shame, and she understood. That golden demon was Darlington too. He was both prisoner and guard here in hell, tortured and torturer. "I knew you'd come," he said. Darlington burst into blue flame. Alex gasped, heard Tripp shout and Dawes cry out. The flame licked over the rubble like a river flowing through the shattered ruin of Black Elm, and leapt into the box. Alex slammed the lid down. The box rattled in her hands. She could feel him in there, feel the vibration in her palms. His soul. She was holding his soul in her hands, and the power of it coursed through her, too bright to contain. It had a sound, the ring of steel on steel. "I've got you," she whispered. "Your armor," Dawes cried. Alex looked down. She was back in her street clothes. So were the others. "Why did it disappear?" Tripp asked. "What's happening?" Dawes shook her head as if she was trying to drive the fear out of it. "I don't know." Alex tucked the box against her chest. "We have to get back to Sterling, to the orchard." But when she turned to the road, nothing was where it should be. The driveway was gone, the stumps of trees, the fence, the houses beyond. She was looking at a long stretch of blacktop highway, a motel in the distance, a horizon of low foothills studded with Joshua trees. None of it made sense. The wolves were still there, and they were drawing closer. "There's someone with Mercy," said Tripp. Alex whirled. Tripp was gazing into the puddle. She could see a man's silhouette in the doorway of the library courtyard. He was arguing with Mercy. "There's something wrong with the ritual," Dawes said, "with the gauntlet. I don't hear the metronome anymore." "Alex," Turner said, his voice low, "we have to—" She had meant to say something about Sterling, about completing the ritual, but she was staring into the yellow eyes of 4 wolves.
They were blocking the path between Black Elm and the highway. "What do they want?" Dawes quavered. Turner squared his shoulders. "What do wolves ever want?" He drew his gun, then yelped. He held a bloody rabbit in his hand. The wolves lunged. Alex screamed as jaws closed around her forearm, the wolf's teeth sinking deep. She heard the bone snap, felt bile rise in her throat. She fell backward, the creature on top of her. She could see its filthy muzzle, the blood and drool matted around its teeth, the crust of yellow pus around its wild golden eyes. But she still had hold of the box. The wolf shook her as the flames on her body caught on its oily coat. She could smell its fur burning. It growled low in its throat. It wasn't letting go. She could see black spots in her vision. She couldn't pass out. She had to get free. She had to get to Sterling. She had to get to Mercy. "I'm not letting go either," she snarled. She turned her head to the side and saw the others wrestling with the rest of the pack, and the rabbit, white fur spotted with blood, nibbling at a beige blade of grass, bloody handprints on its sides, ignored by the wolves. She gripped the box harder, but she could feel herself starting to fade out of consciousness. Could she outlast this monster? The wolf was on fire now, its flesh roasting. It was whimpering, but its jaws remained clamped on her broken arm. The pain was overwhelming. What did it mean if they died in hell? Would their bodies rest easy above, unbattered and whole? What would happen to Mercy? She didn't know what to do. She didn't know who to save or how. She couldn't even save herself. She'd promised Darlington she would get him out. She'd believed she could keep them all alive, that this was one more thing she could bluff and bare-knuckle her way through. "I'm not letting go." But her voice sounded distant, and she thought she heard someone, maybe something, laughing. It wanted her here. It wanted her broken. What would hell look like for her? She knew very well. She'd wake up back in their old apartment, back with Len, as if none of this had ever happened, as if it had all been some wild dream. There would be no Yale, no Leith, no Darlington, no Dawes. There would be no secret stories, no libraries full of books, no poetry. Alex would be alone all over again, staring into the deep black crater of her future. Suddenly the wolf's jaws released, and Alex screamed louder as the blood rushed back to her arm. It took her a moment to understand what she was seeing. Darlington was fighting the wolves, and he was neither demon nor man, but both. His horns blazed golden as he wrenched one of the beasts off Turner and hurled it into the rubble. It yelped and fell in a heap, its back broken. The box. It was still in her hands, but it was empty now, that bright, victorious vibration gone. He'd slipped free, to save them. He tore another monster off Dawes's, and his eyes met Alex's as he snapped the wolf's neck. "Go," he said, voice deep and commanding. "I'll keep them at bay. I won't leave you." He tossed the wolf that had been tormenting Tripp into the desert sand, and it ran, whimpering, tail between its legs. But there were more coming, shadows slinking between the crooked silhouettes of the Joshua trees. "Go," Darlington insisted, but Alex couldn't. Not when they were this close, not when she'd held his soul in her hands. "Please," she begged, "come with us. We can—" Darlington's smile was small. "You found me once, Stern. You'll find me again. Now go." He turned to face the wolves. Alex made herself follow the others, but all the fight had gone out of her. This wasn't how it was meant to be. She wasn't supposed to fail again. "Come on," Turner demanded, dragging Tripp and Dawes down the desert highway. There were more wolves waiting, blocking the road. "How do we get past them?" Tripp cried. "This isn't how this works," Dawes said, her voice raw with fear. She had blood on her forearm, and she was limping. "They shouldn't be trying to stop us from leaving." Turner stepped forward, hands held up as if hoping the wolves would part like the Red Sea. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." One of the wolves cocked its head, like a dog that didn't understand a command. Another whimpered, but it wasn't a sound of distress. It sounded almost like a laugh. The largest of the wolves padded toward them, head lowered. "For thou art with me," Turner proclaimed. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. The big wolf opened its mouth, its tongue lolled out. The word that emerged from its jaws was low and growling, but unmistakable. Thief. Without thinking, Alex took a step backward, terror rising like a scream in her head at the wrongness of it. Tripp's mouth hung open, and Dawes groaned, panic overtaking them both.
Only Turner stood fast, but she could see he was trembling as he shouted, "Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me." The wolf's lips split, showing its jagged teeth, its black gums. It was smiling. "If a thief is found breaking in," it said, the words rolling like growls, "and is struck so that he dies, there shall be no blood guilt for him." Turner dropped his hands. He shook his head. "Exodus. That really wolf is quoting scripture at me." Now another wolf was creeping forward, head low. "All who came before me are thieves and robbers." Alex caught movement from the left and right. They were being surrounded. But the sheep did not listen to them. The last word was little more than a snarl. "It's because we tried to take Darlington," said Dawes. "We tried to take him home." "Back to back!" Alex cried. "Everyone with me!" She had no idea what she was doing, but she had to try something. Tripp was crying now, and Dawes had squeezed her eyes shut. Turner was still shaking his head. She'd warned him, this wasn't some grand battle between good and evil. Alex slapped her hands together, rubbing her palms against each other as if she were trying to keep warm. And sure enough, the flames leapt. "Come on," she muttered to them, to herself, still unsure of what she was asking for or who she was pleading with. The unwanted magic that had plagued her from her birth, her grandmother's spirit, her mother's crystals, her absent father's blood. Come on. The big wolf lunged forward. Alex swept her hand out, and the blue flame went with it, unfurling with a crack like a whip. The wolves leapt back. Again she lashed out, letting the flame course through her, an extension of her arm, her fear and anger flooding through her and finding form in blue fire. Crack, crack, crack. "What is this?" Turner demanded. "What are you doing?" Alex wasn't sure. The blazing arcs of flame weren't dissipating. As Alex released them, they hung in the air, writhing, seeking direction, finally finding one another. And when they did, they began to churn, forming a circle around her and the others, brilliant white and gleaming. "What is it?" Tripp shouted. Dawes met Alex's eyes, and now her fear was gone. Alex saw the determined face of the scholar shining back at her. "It's the wheel." The ground beneath their feet shook. The wolves were lunging at them, snapping at the blue and white sparks rising from Alex's fire. A crack opened beneath Alex's feet, and she stumbled. "Stop!" shouted Tripp. "You have to stop!" "Don't!" cried Dawes. "Something's happening!" And Alex didn't think she could stop. The fire was sparking through her now, and she knew if she didn't release it, it would burn her up from the inside. There would be nothing left but ash. Alex looked back at Black Elm. The wolves had abandoned their attack on Darlington to launch themselves at the burning wheel. His horns had vanished, and he had a stone in his hand. She watched him carefully set it atop the wall. "I'll come back for you," she vowed. "I'll find a way." The earth beneath them split with a deafening boom. They fell, surrounded by a cascade of blue flame. Alex saw the wolves falling too. They blazed white as the fire caught hold of them, brilliant as comets. And then Alex saw nothing at all. Alex was on her back. At some point it had started to rain. She wiped the water from her eyes and spat the taste of sulfur from her mouth. "Mercy!" she shouted, shoving to her feet and coughing. Her arm was whole and unbroken, but the world was spinning. Everything looked too rich, too saturated with color, the lights too yellow, the night lush as fresh ink. "Are you okay?" Mercy was beside her, drenched from the rain, her salt armor somehow keeping its form. "I'm fine," Alex lied. "Is everyone here?" "Here," said Dawes, her face a white blur in the downpour. "Yeah," said Turner. Tripp was sitting in the mud, arms cradled over his head, sobbing.
Alex looked around, trying to get her bearings. "I saw someone up here. Did you stop the metronome?" Dawes asked. "I'm sorry," Mercy said. "He told me to stop it. I didn't know what to do." "It's certainly not your fault, Miss Zhao." "Gosh," Alex muttered. She didn't know what she'd expected. A vampire, a gray, some other new and exciting ghoul. All of those seemed easier to manage than Michael Anselm. They'd taught Mercy how to deal with undead intruders, not a living bureaucrat. He stood in the doorway beneath the stone carving of Durer's magic square, arms crossed, protected from the rain. Amber light from the hallway cast him in shadow. "Everybody up," he said, his voice thrumming with anger. "And out." They got to their feet, shivering, and shuffled out of the muddy courtyard. Alex was struggling to make her mind work. The wolves, the blue fire. Had she saved them? Or had Anselm inadvertently come to their rescue by interrupting the ritual and pulling them out? And where had the wolves come from? Dawes had said there shouldn't be obstacles like that. Could Alex blame Anselm for those too? "I feel like someone dropped a house on me," said Turner. "Hell hangover," said Tripp. He'd wiped his tears away and color was returning to his cheeks. "Take off your shoes," Anselm snapped. "You will not track mud over these floors." They wriggled out of their shoes and socks, then walked barefoot into the library behind Anselm, the stone floor like a slab of ice. In the dim light from the generators, Anselm shepherded them to a back entrance that led to York Street, where he allowed them to sit on the low benches and pull their wet shoes back on. "Detective Turner," said Anselm, "I'll ask you to remain." He pointed at Mercy and Tripp. "You and you. I've called cabs." "I don't have any cabs," Tripp said. Anselm looked like he was going to throw a punch. He drew out his wallet and slapped a 20 into Tripp's wet palm. "Go home." "I'm fine," said Mercy. "J.E. is right next door." "The armor," said Anselm, "does not belong to you." Mercy removed the breastplate, gauntlets, and greaves, and stood there awkwardly. "Miss Stern," said Anselm, and Alex took the pile of armor. "Go get warm," she whispered. "I'll be home as soon as I can." She hoped. Maybe she was about to be driven past the New Haven city limits and dumped in a ditch. Alex shoved the armor into the soaked canvas tote they'd brought with them. She saw the luminaries were in there too. Anselm must have retrieved them. Tripp waved as he headed out the door. Mercy backed slowly away, as if waiting for some sign from Alex to stay. But all Alex could do was shrug. This was it. This was what she and Dawes have feared so much. But the knowledge of what they might lose hadn't been enough to stop them. And now they'd literally gone through hell and returned with nothing to show for it. At least she hadn't lost the Arlington rubber boots box. She touched her fingers to it in her damp pocket. She had held Darlington's soul in her hands. She had felt the force of his life, new leaf green, morning bright. And she had failed. She expected Anselm to escort them to the hutch, or maybe the praetor's office, for some kind of formal reprimand. But apparently, he wasn't interested in letting them get dry. "I truly don't know where to begin," Anselm said, shaking his head like a disappointed dad on a sitcom. "You brought a stranger into Lethy's dealings. Multiple strangers." "Tripp Hellmuth is a bonesman," said Turner, leaning against the wall. "He knows about Lethy." Anselm turned cold eyes on him. "I'm well aware of who Tripp Hellmuth is, and who his father is, and his grandfather, for that matter. I'm also aware of just what would have happened if he'd been hurt tonight. Are you?" Turner said nothing. Alex tried to focus on what Anselm was saying, but she couldn't think straight. One moment she was ravenous, as if she hadn't eaten in days, and in the next breath the world tilted and she wanted to vomit. She was still fighting the wolves. She was still in Helly's head, swinging that bat. She was feeling the terrible loss of leaving a world she hadn't been sure she wanted to stay in.
The sorrow was unbearable. It wasn't supposed to go that way. It should have been Alex who never woke up, who died on that old mattress, lost to the tide, washed up on that apartment floor. It should be Alex, buried beneath the rubble of Black Elm in hell. Dawes had her fists balled at her sides. She looked like a melted candle, her dark red hair plastered against her pale skin like a failed flame. Turner's face was impassive. He could have been waiting in line for coffee.
You somehow found a gauntlet, Anselm continued in that measured, barely leashed voice, on the Yale campus and thought it was appropriate to keep it to yourself. You performed an unsanctioned ritual that put countless people and the very existence of Leith at risk. But we found him, Dawes said the word softly, her eyes on the floor. I beg your pardon? She looked up, chin jutting forward. We found Darlington. We would have gotten him back here, Turner said, if you hadn't interrupted us. Detective Turner, you are hereby relieved of your duties as centurion. Oh no, said Turner flatly. Anything but that. Anselm's face flushed. If you, Turner held up a hand, save your breath. I'm going to miss the extra cash, and that's about it. He paused at the door and turned back to them. This is the first real thing I've seen Leith or any of you wand-waving, cloak-wearing hacks try to do. Say what you want, but these two don't back down from a fight. Alex watched him go. His parting words made her stand up straighter, but pride wasn't going to do her any good now. For that matter, she'd never seen anyone in the societies wave a wand, though she suspected there were a few in the Leith Armory, which she might never see again. Somehow that was the worst of it, not just to be exiled from Yale and all the possibilities that went with it, but to be barred from Ilbastone, a place she dared to think of as home. She remembered Darlington, stone in his hand, forever trying to save something that couldn't be saved. Was that why she couldn't turn her back on the golden boy of Leith? Because he couldn't let go of a lost cause? Because he'd thought she was worth saving? But what good had she done either of them? What was going to happen to him if no one remained in Leith to fight for his rescue? And what was going to happen to her mother now that she'd blown her chance at securing a sliver of Leith's money from Anselm? A jolt of fury shook her helplessness loose. Let's get on with it. Are you so eager to be cast out of Eden? Anselm asked. I'm not sorry for what I did. I'm just sorry we failed. How did you find us anyway? I went to Ilbastone. Your notes were everywhere. Anselm brushed the rain from his brow, clearly fighting for calm. How close were you? She could still feel the vibration of Darlington's soul in her palms, the power of it moving through her. She could still hear that ringing, the sound of steel on steel. Close. I told you both there would be consequences. I didn't want to be put in this position. No? Alex asked. Men like Anselm somehow always found themselves in this position, the keeper of the keys, the man with the gavel. Then you should have listened to us. You are both hereby barred from the use of Leith's properties and assets, said Anselm. After tonight, if you set foot inside any of our safe houses, it will be considered an act of criminal trespass. If you attempt to use any of the accounts, artifacts, or resources associated with Leith, you will be charged with theft. Do you understand? That was why he hadn't brought them to the hutch, the place where Alex had once taken refuge, where she had bandaged herself up on more than one occasion, where Dawes had once defended her against Sandow. She could hear cars passing in the rain outside, the whoop of revelers headed home from some Halloween party. I need a verbal confirmation, said Anselm. I understand, whispered Dawes, tears spilling onto her cheeks. You should put her on probation, said Alex. Go ahead and banish me. We all know I'm the bad apple here. Dawes is an asset Leith can't afford to lose. Unfortunately, Miss Stern, I don't think Leith can afford to keep either of you. The decision is made. Do you understand? There was an edge to his voice now, his red tape follow the rules calm fraying against his anger. Alex met his gaze. Yes, sir, I understand. I don't deserve your contempt, Alex. I offered to help you, and you looked me in the eye and lied to me. A bitter laugh escaped her. You didn't offer to help me until you knew I had something you wanted. You were using me, and I was happy to play along for you for the right price, so let's not pretend there was something noble in that transaction. Anselm's lip curled. You don't belong here. You never have. Crass, uncouth, uneducated. You are a blight on Leith. She fought for him, Dawes rasped. Excuse me? Dawes wiped her sleeve across her runny nose. Her shoulders were still slumped, but her tears were gone. Her eyes were clear. When you and the board wanted to pretend Darlington couldn't be saved, we found a way. Alex fought for him, we fought for him, when no one else would. You put this organization and the lives of everyone on this campus at risk. You tampered with forces far beyond your understanding or control. Do not think to paint yourselves the heroes when you broke every rule. Dawes gave a long sniffle. Your rules are... Let's go, Alex. Alex thought of the hutch in all of its shabby glory, the old window seat, the painted scenes of shepherds and fox hunts on the walls. She thought of Ilbastone, its warm lamplight, the front parlor where she'd whiled away the summer, snoozing on the couch, reading paperbacks, feeling safe and easy for the first time in her life. She saluted Anselm with both middle fingers and followed Dawes out of Eden. When Alex woke the next morning, her body ached and she couldn't stop her teeth from shattering, despite the covers piled on top of her. Her defiance and anger were gone, drained away by nightmares of Darlington crushed beneath black elm, Helly fading before her eyes, Babbitt Rabbit's a bloodied little body. After Anselm had banished them, Alex had invited Dawes to stay with her and Mercy at the dorm. It was closer to the hutch than her apartment, but Dawes had wanted to be alone. I just need some time to myself. Her voice broke. Alex had hesitated, then said, Someone needs to go to Black Elm. The cameras are all clear, said Dawes, but I'll check in on him tomorrow. Whatever I am will be unleashed upon the world. Alex had seen the circle of protection flecker herself. You shouldn't go alone. I'll ask Turner. Alex knew she should volunteer, but she wasn't sure she could face Darlington in any form. Did he know how close they'd come? He'd been there. He'd saved her yet again and sacrificed his chance at freedom. She wasn't ready to look him in the eye. You went to see him, said Dawes, the night before the ritual. Alex must have been spotted on the camera. I had to get the vessel. He won't talk to me, just sits there meditating or whatever. He's trying to keep us safe, Dawes, the way he always did, except this time he was the threat. Dawes nodded, but she didn't look convinced. Be careful, Alex said. Anselm, Black Elm isn't Leith property, and someone has to take care of Cosmo, of both of them. Alex watched Dawes disappear into the rain. She wasn't made to take care of anyone or anything. Helly was proof of that. Babbitt Rabbit, Darlington. She had trudged home in the wet, changed into dry pajamas, eaten 4 Pop-Tarts, and fallen into bed. Now she rolled over, shaking with chills, and famished. Mercy was sitting up in bed, a copy of Orlando open in her lap, a cup of tea steaming atop the upended vintage suitcase she used as a bedside table. Why can't we just try again? Mercy asked. What's stopping us? Good morning to you too. How long have you been up? A couple of hours. Gosh. Alex sat up too fast, the head rush immediate. What time is it? Almost noon, on Monday.
Monday? Alex squeaked. She'd lost all of Sunday. She'd slept nearly 36 hours. Yep, you missed Spanish. What did it matter? Without her Leigh scholarship, there would be no way for her to stay at Yale. She'd lost her chance to get away from Eton. She'd lost her chance at a new life for her mother. Would they let her finish out the year, the semester? But all of that was too miserable to contemplate. I'm starving, she said. And why is it so cold in here? Mercy dug in her bag. I brought you 2 bacon sandwiches from breakfast. And it's not that cold. It's because you brushed up against hellfire. You're a beautiful angel, Alex said, snatching the sandwiches from Mercy and unwrapping one. Now, what are you really talking about? You never study. Not never, Alex mumbled, mouth full. I read Dawes' notes, not the actual source material. But contact with hellfire can leave you feeling cold and even result in hypothermia. Was that the blue flame? The what? Alex had to remember that Mercy had no idea what had happened in the underworld. What does hellfire look like? Not sure, said Mercy, but it's considered the fabric of the demon world. What's the treatment? Mercy closed her book. That's less clear. Soup made from scratch and Bible verses were both suggested. Yes, please, and no, thank you. Alex dragged herself out of bed and fumbled around in her dresser. She pulled a hoodie over her sweats. Was she even allowed to wear Leigh sweats anymore? Was she supposed to return them? She had no idea. She had a lot of questions she should have asked Anselm instead of flipping him off, but it had still been very satisfying. She found the tiny bottle of Basso Belladonna wedged against the back of the drawer and squeezed drops into both of her eyes. There was no way she was getting through this day without a little help. "What's stopping us?" Mercy had asked. The answer was nothing. Alex didn't want to go through hell again. But if they'd done it once, then they'd know what to expect the second time around. Dawes would have to choose a night of portent, assuming she and the others were willing to make a second run at the Gauntlet, and they wouldn't have armor for Mercy, but they could load her up with other protections, figure out a way around the alarms if they couldn't brew another tempest. Why not try again? What was there to lose? They'd come close enough that they had to take another shot. She checked her phone. There was a text from Dawes from the day before. "All clear at Black Elm?" "No changes?" she texted back. A long pause followed, and then finally, "He's right where we left him. The circle doesn't look right." Because it was getting weaker. They might not be able to wait for a night of portent. That was the other problem. Anselm had scolded them for putting Letha and the campus in danger, but he didn't really understand the game they were playing. He didn't know Darlington was caught between worlds, that the creature sitting in the ballroom at Black Elm was both demon and man, and Alex wasn't going to tell him. As soon as Anselm understood what they'd done, he'd find some spell to banish Darlington to hell forever, rather than risk another use of the Gauntlet. "I'm sorry last night was such a gosh show," Alex said. "Are you kidding?" said Mercy. "It was great. I'm pretty sure I saw William Chester Minor. Honestly, I thought it would be a lot tougher. You should have been fighting wolves with us." "I think I'm going to get kicked out of school," Alex blurted. "Is that a prediction or a plan?" Alex almost laughed. "A prediction. Then we have to get Darlington back. He can plead your case to Letha. And maybe scare them with a lawsuit or something? Maybe he could. Maybe he'd have more on his mind after a prolonged stay in hell. They wouldn't know until they walked the Gauntlet again. But God, Alex was tired. The descent had been a beating, and it wasn't just her body that hurt. She texted their group chat. "Everyone okay?" Tripp's reply rolled in first. "I feel like, gosh, I think I have a cold." All Turner said was check. "If someone has a kitchen, I can make soup." "That should help," Dawes replied, and Alex felt a fresh wave of guilt. Dawes had a microwave and a hot plate at her cramped apartment, but no real kitchen. They should be gathering at Ilba Stone, healing up for the next fight, making a plan. She thought of the house waiting for them. Did it know what they had attempted? Was it wondering why they hadn't returned? Alex rubbed her hands over her face. She felt tired and lost. She missed her mom. She loved Mercy, but for the first time in a while, she really wanted to be by herself. She wanted to eat that second bacon sandwich, then curl up and have a good long cry. She wanted to go to Black Elm and run straight up those stairs, tell Darlington or the demon or whatever he was all about fighting Linus Rider, her troubles with Eton. She wanted to tell him every last terrible thing and see if he flinched. "You okay?" Mercy asked. Alex sighed. "No. Should we skip class?" Alex shook her head. She needed to hold on to this world as long as she could, and she didn't want to think about Darlington or Letha or hell for a few hours. If Letha didn't let her finish out the semester, then what would she do? Locate the exits, make a plan. She wasn't the girl she'd been. She wasn't helpless. She knew how to handle grays. She had power. She could get a job, go to community college, hell, do some ghost listening and hire herself out to some rich Malibu jerks. Galaxy Stern, psychic to the stars. She took a long, hot shower, then changed into jeans and boots and the heaviest sweater she had. Their Shakespeare in the metaphysical class was in LC, and Alex wondered what would happen if she ran into the Praetor. Would Professor Walsh-Whiteley look at her with pity, give her the cut direct? But if the professor was somewhere in the rush of students, she didn't see him. They were filing into class when Alex heard her name being called. She glimpsed a familiar head of dark hair in the crowd.
"Be right back," she told Mercy, slipping into the flow of people. Michelle? Had the praetor already sent for Michelle Alamedonine to replace her? "Hey," Michelle said. "How are you holding up?" "Better than I told you so." "I don't really know yet. Are you meeting with Walsh Whiteley?" There was the faintest pause before Michelle said, "I had an errand to run for the butler." "Here?" Michelle did look put together for a work meeting. Dark skirt, gray turtleneck, suede boots, and a matching bag. But she worked in gifts and acquisitions at the Butler Library. An errand should bring her to Benek or Sterling, not the English department. It was the easiest place to meet. Alex didn't have Turner's sense for truth, that prickle she'd felt when she'd been in his head, but she still knew Michelle was lying. Was she trying to spare Alex's feelings? Or was she supposed to keep any Lethe business confidential now that Alex had been excommunicated? "Michelle, I'm fine. You don't have to tiptoe around me." Michelle smiled. "Okay, you got me. No meeting in LC. I had to be in New Haven, and I wanted to see how you were. No one is looking out for us but us." That was what Michelle had said when she'd tried to warn Alex not to use the gauntlet. Even so, all this back and forth must be wiping you out. How was dinner with your boyfriend's parents? "Oh, fine," she said with a small laugh. "I've met them before. As long as we avoid talking politics, they're great." Alex considered her options. She didn't want to spook Michelle, but she didn't want to keep dancing either. "I know you didn't go back to the city that night. What are you talking about? You told me you were going back to New York. You said you had a train to catch, but you didn't leave until the next morning." Color flooded Michelle's cheeks. How is that any of your business? 2 murders on campus means I get to be skeptical. But Michelle had regained her composure.
Not that it's your concern, but I'm seeing someone here, and I try to come to town a few times a month. My boyfriend is fine with it, and even if you weren't, I don't deserve to be interrogated. I was worried about you. Alex knew she was supposed to apologize, to make nice, but she was too tired to play diplomat. She had held Darlington's soul in her hands, and in it she'd felt the heavy, slumberous tuning of a cello, the sudden, exultant flutter of birds taking flight. If Michelle had stuck her neck out, even a little bit, they might have been better prepared. They might have succeeded. Worried enough to show up with a smile, Alex said, but not enough to help Darlington. "I explained to you, you didn't have to make the descent with us. We needed your knowledge, your experience." Michelle licked her lips. "You made the descent?" So she hadn't talked to Anselm or the board, hadn't met with the praetor. Was she really just worried about Alex? Was Alex so unused to the idea of kindness that she instantly distrusted it? Or was Michelle Alamedidine a champion liar? "What are you doing here, Michelle? What were you really doing in New Haven the night Dean Beekman died?" "You're not a detective," Michelle clipped out. "You're barely a student. Go to class and stay out of my personal life. I won't waste my time on you again." She turned on her heel and disappeared into the crowd. Alex was tempted to follow her. Instead, she slipped into her Shakespeare lecture. Mercy had saved her a seat, and as soon as Alex was settled, she checked her phone. Dawes was headed to Tripp's loft to cook. Alex pinged Turner privately. "Michelle Alamedidine is on campus, and I think she just lied about why." Turner's reply came quickly. "What did she tell you?" "Said she was running an errand for the Butler Library." She waited, watching the screen. "Doubt it. She doesn't work at the Butler." "Since when?" "She never did." What was this? Why had Michelle lied to her and to Leith about her job at Columbia? Why was she really on campus, and why had she tracked Alex down? And what about the fact that when Alex had referred to 2 murders, Michelle hadn't blinked? As far as anyone on campus knew, there had been only 1 murder. Marjorie Stephen, a woman Michelle actually knew, had supposedly died of natural causes. But Michelle had no reason to hurt either professor, at least not one Alex knew about. She couldn't concentrate on the lecture, though she'd actually done the reading. Part of the reason she'd let Mercy talk her into this class was because she'd covered 2 semesters of Shakespeare's plays already. There was plenty more to read, because there always was, but at least she hadn't had to bluff her way through every lecture. Maybe there was an upside to all this disaster. No more struggling through classes, no more watching divas swallow bird gosh for the sake of a hit album.
Alex tried to imagine what life might look like on the other side of all this, and it was too easy to picture. She didn't want to go back to the hot, seasonless glare of Los Angeles. She didn't want to work a gosh job and make gosh pay and get by on scraps of hope, days off, a beer, and intimacy to make the month more bearable. She didn't want to forget Il Bastone, with its tinny stereo and its velvet couches, the library that had to be cajoled into giving up its books, the pantry that was always full. She wanted late mornings and overheated classrooms, lectures on poetry, 2 narrow wooden desks. She wanted to stay here, where their professor was comparing The Tempest to Dr. Faustus, tracing lines of influence, the words singing through the room. Why, this is hell, nor am I out of it. Here, beneath the soaring ceiling, the brass chandeliers floating weightless above, surrounded by panels of tawny wood and that Tiffany window that had no business in a classroom, alight with deep blue and green, rich purple and gold, groupings of angels who weren't quite angels despite their wings, pretty girls in glass gowns with halos that read science, intuition, harmony, while form, color, and imagination clustered around art. The faces always looked strange to Alex, too solid and specific, like photographs that had been pasted into the scene. Rhythm the only figure who looked out of the frame, her gaze direct, and Alex always wondered why. The Tiffany window had been commissioned in honor of a dead woman. Her name, Mary, was inscribed on the book that one of the kneeling angels not angels was holding. The panels had been packed away during the Black Panther trials in case of riots. They'd been mislabeled and left to molder in boxes until someone stumbled over them decades later, as if the campus was so sated with beauty and wealth it was easy to forget something extraordinary or simply mourn it as lost. What's the point of it? Alex wondered. And did it need a point? The windows were beauty for its own sake, for the pleasure of it. Smooth limbs, flowing hair, boughs heavy with flowers, all of it hiding in a lesson on virtue, meant as a memorial. But she liked this life full of pointless beauty. It could all disappear as easily as a dream, only the memory of it wouldn't fade the way dreams did. It would haunt her the rest of her long, mediocre life. A girl was leaning against the wall beneath the Tiffany window, and Alex had to ignore the twinge she felt at the gleam of her golden hair and honey skin. She looked like Helly, and no one had a tan like that before winter break. In fact, she looked exactly like Helly. The girl was staring at her, blue eyes sad. She was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. Alex's heart was suddenly racing. She had to be hallucinating, another symptom of her literal hangover from hell. She knew better, but a wild hope entered her head before she could stop it. What if Helly had somehow found her through the veil? What if she had felt Alex's presence in the underworld and crossed over to find her at last? But grays always looked the way they had in death, and Alex would never forget Helly's pallid skin, the drawing vomit on her shirt. "Mercy," Alex whispered, "do you see that girl under the Tiffany window?" Mercy craned her neck. "Why is she staring at you? Do we know her?" No, because Alex had erased every bit of her old life, the good right along with the bad. She hadn't propped a photo of Helly on top of her dresser. She'd never even spoken her name to Mercy. And the girl standing there, beneath all those angels not angels, couldn't be Helly, because Helly was dead. The blonde girl drifted toward the back door of the lecture hall. This felt like a test, and Alex knew very well she should stay right where she was, pick up her pen, pay attention, take notes. But she couldn't not follow. "I'll be right back," she whispered to Mercy, and grabbed her coat, leaving her bag and books behind. It's not her. She knew that. Of course she knew that. She pushed the door open onto High Street. Dusk was falling, the November night coming on early. Alex hesitated, standing on the curb, watching the girl cross the street. The blacktop looked like a river, and she didn't want to wade in. The High Street bridge seemed to float over it, its winged stone women reclining gently against the arch. The architect had been a bonesman. He'd designed and built their tomb as well. She couldn't remember his name. "Helly?" she called, halting, uncertain, afraid. But of what? That the girl would turn, or that she wouldn't? The girl didn't stop, just crossed into the alley beside Skull and Bones. Let her go. Alex stepped into the street and jogged after her, following the polished gold of her hair up the steps, into the sculpture garden where she'd talked to Michelle only a week ago. Helly stood beneath the elms, a yellow flame in the blue light of dusk. "I missed you," she said. Alex felt something tear loose inside of her. This wasn't possible. Mercy had seen this girl. She wasn't a Gray. "I missed you too," Alex said. Her voice sounded wrong, hoarse. "What is this? What are you?" "I don't know."
Helly gave the smallest shrug. It had to be an illusion, a trap. What had they done in hell that could make this possible? There was danger here. There had to be. Wishes didn't just get granted. Death was final, even if your soul continued on to the veil or heaven or hell or purgatory or some demon realm. Mors vincit omnia. Alex took a step, then another. She moved slowly, half expecting the girl Helly to bolt. Her eyes caught a movement in the branches above. The curly-haired Gray, the little dead boy, was crouched there, whispering something to himself, the sound soft, like the rustle of leaves. Another step. Helly was California sunshine, clear blue eyes, a girl out of a magazine. It couldn't be. They'd said their goodbyes in blood and vengeance, in the shallow, murky waters of the Los Angeles River. She'd been carried by Helly's strength back to the apartment where her cold body remained. She had begged Helly to stay, and then she had lain down, halfway hoping she wouldn't wake up. When she had, the cops had been shining a light in her eyes, and Helly, the only sunshine in her life, was gone. "Gosh, Alex," Helly said, "what are you waiting for?" Alex didn't know. A laugh bubbled up, or maybe a sob. She broke into a run, and then her arms were around Helly, her face buried in her hair. She smelled like coconut shampoo, and her skin was warm, as if she'd been lying in the sun. Not a Gray, not some undead thing, warm and human and alive. What if this wasn't a punishment or a trial? What if, for once, luck was running in her direction instead of away? What if this was her prize for so much hurt? What if, this time, magic had worked the way it was supposed to, the way it did in stories? "I don't understand," she said as they sank onto a bench beneath the tree. She smoothed the silky blonde hair back from Helly's suntanned face, marveling at her freckles, her nearly white lashes, the chip in her front tooth from when she'd careened off her skateboard in Balboa Park. "How?" "I don't know," whispered Helly. I don't know where I was, and now I'm—" She looked around in confusion. "Here. Yale." "What?" Alex laughed. "Yale University. I go here. I'm a student." "Nonsense. I know. You?" Alex shook her head. I'm not really into that anymore." "Right," Helly said with a laugh. "College girl. But I need something, just to take the edge off." Alex wasn't going to say no, not when Helly was here in front of her, alive, golden and perfect. "I'll figure something out." "Okay. You don't have to whisper," Alex said, rubbing Helly's arms. "We're safe here." Helly glanced over her shoulder, then past Alex, as if she was expecting something to come lurching out of the dusk. "Alex," she said, still whispering, "I don't think we are." "I've got you. I promise. I'm stronger now, Helly. I can do things." "Len? Don't worry about him. He misses you." Alex felt something cold slide through her. "I don't want to talk about him. You should give him another chance. He's dead. I killed him. We killed him together. I was dead too, wasn't I?" "Yeah," Alex said, and now she was whispering too. "You were, and I missed you every day." "You should have come for me," Helly said, her eyes dark in the gloom, gleaming with tears. "You should have helped me." "I didn't know I could." Alex didn't want to cry, but it was pointless to fight the tears. "It's okay, I promise. I can protect you." Helly's look of disbelief stung. "You couldn't protect me before." It was true. Only Alex had survived Ground Zero. Len, Ariel, things are different now. Len can help us.
Alex brushed Helly's tears away. "Stop talking about him. He's dead. He can't hurt us. He can watch out for us. We can't do this alone." Alex wanted to scream, but she forced calm into her voice. She didn't know what Helly had been through since she died. She didn't know what it had taken to get back to the mortal world. "I'm telling you, it's not like that anymore. You can stay with me. I can help you get a job, go to school, whatever you want. It'll be just like we always said. We don't need him." "That's just pretend, Alex." Helly's scorn was so firm, so familiar, that Alex felt a flickering doubt. What if none of this was real? The courtyard, the towers of Jonathan Edwards and Bones, Yale? What if it was all some stupid fantasy she'd spun for them? Alex shook her head. "It's real, Helly. Come on." She stood, tugging at her hand. "I'll show you." "No, we have to stay here. We have to wait for Len. Really, Len. Really, all of them." Something rustled in the bushes. Alex whirled, but there was nothing there. She looked up to the branches of the tree. The little boy ghost was whimpering softly, crouched on the branch. Not playing, not hide-and-go-seek. He was terrified. Of what? Alex pulled on Helly's hands, drawing her to her feet. "We have to go, okay? We can talk about Len or whatever else, but let's just get out of here. I'll get you something to eat, or anything you need. Please." "You said you could protect us." "I can," Alex said, but she felt a little less certain. Against Greys? Sure. Against bad boyfriends? She could very well do her best. But she also knew that night was falling, and there were creatures like Linus Rider somewhere out there. "I need you to trust me." Helly's eyes were sad. "I did." If Helly had come back angry or vengeful or hungry for blood, Alex could have handled it, maybe even welcomed it. They would have set fire to the world together. But this ache of guilt and shame was too much. She was going to drown in it. "Tell me what to do to make it right," Alex said. "Tell me what to say." Helly cupped her cheek. Her thumb brushed Alex's lower lip. "You know what you're good for, Alex, and talking isn't it." Alex recoiled. Helly didn't talk that way. Len did. But Helly's fingers dug into her skull, pulling her closer. "Helly." "He was good to us," Helly hissed. "He took care of us. Let go of me. He was all we had and you killed him. He wanted to throw you out like a bag of trash. You let me die." Helly threw her to the ground, and Alex went to her knees in the dirt. She felt the kick to her side, and then her face was shoved into the ground, the stink of rotting leaves and rainwater filling her nose. "You let me die, Alex, not Len." Helly was right. If she'd just woken up when Helly came in that night, if she'd made it home sooner, if she hadn't fallen asleep in the theater in the first place, if she'd told Len no, they were done, if she'd kept them in Vegas, they could be there right now, staring at all the pretty glass at that big hotel, smelling the perfume and the old cigarette smell beneath it. Helly pushed at the back of Alex's head, but Alex wasn't fighting. She was crying, because she'd failed Helly again and again and again. That's right. Helly flipped her over and shoved a handful of rotting leaves into Alex's mouth. "I choked on my own vomit lying next to you. But you blamed Len for that? I let Ariel use me. He used some kind of electric prod on me. He thought it was funny the way I jumped when he used me. I did it for us. I made the sacrifices. But here you are with your new friends and your new clothes, pretending you loved me." "I did love you," Alex tried to say. "I love you still." "You should have died, not me. I was the one who finished school. I was the one with a real family. You let me die, and you stole the life that should have been mine." "I'm sorry, Helly, please, I can fix it." Helly hit her, a glancing blow, not enough to really hurt, just enough to shut her up. Her body sitting atop Alex was warm. Too warm. Her hands had been warm when Alex held them. Her cheeks had been hot when Alex touched her face. Even though she was just wearing a t-shirt. Even though it was night in November in New Haven. Alex reached beneath her collar for the string of salt pearls. Gone. They'd fallen off somewhere. No, the broken wire was still there, 2 pearls hanging on. She seized one and crushed it in her hand, hurling the dust into the moist air.
The thing on top of her shrank back, a sharp, high mule escaping its lips. Its eyes were black, not that ocean Pacific blue Alex loved so much. Because this monster wasn't Helly at all. Because magic never did the kind thing. There would be no prize at the end of all your suffering. There was no reward but survival, and dead was dead. That's what I thought, Alex said, spitting leaves and dirt from her mouth, staggering as she tried to push to her feet. How many times before she didn't get back up? You left me, Helly said, and her voice was broken. It didn't matter that Alex knew it wasn't really Helly. Nothing could stop the hurt inside her, the regret. Those were real. But this time Alex could see something else in Helly's eyes. Not just pain, but something eager. Appetite. Demons are nourished by our base emotions, fed by lust or love or joy, or misery or shame. You're hungry, aren't you? Alex said, and I'm just standing here filling you up. Helly grinned, sweet and familiar. You always feel good to me, Alex. You're not Helly, Alex snarled. Her arms shot out, and the little gray entered her with a high, wailing scream on his lips. She tasted camphor, heard the clip-clop of horse hooves, smelled rosewater. His mother wore it. She shoved the demon with both hands, but it didn't stumble backward. It leapt onto the low wall that bordered the garden, body poised. Alex's mind was screaming. Angel, not angel. Helly, not Helly. But it looked like her, moved with her grace. You can't just leave us, the demon said with Helly's voice. We're your family. And they had been. Not just Helly, but Len, too. Betcha, they were all she had for such a long time. She'd wanted to scrape it all clean, leave nothing but a hollow, just like that bomb blast hole at the old apartment. She'd built something new and shiny right over that empty place. Why do you get the second chance? Helly demanded, stalking toward her. The new life? Alex knew she should run, but she found herself trying to form an answer. Some reason it had been her and not Helly. It's a puzzle. It's a trap. But it was also true. Helly should have been the one to survive. Helly's hand slid around her throat, squeezing. It was almost a caress. It should have been me, she said. I was the one who was meant to bounce back. I was supposed to leave you behind. You're right, Alex gasped out, feeling fresh tears on her cheeks, the will to fight slipping away from her. It should have been you. Alex had never belonged in this life. Every day a struggle, a new opportunity for failure, a war she couldn't win. Helly would have breezed through it all, beautiful and brave. It should have been you, she repeated, the words breaking on her sobs as her fingers closed over the last of her salt pearls. But it wasn't. Life is cruel, magic is real, and I'm not ready to die. She slammed the pearl into the demon's forehead, feeling it explode beneath her palm. It was as if the thing's skull gave way, crumpling in like wet sand, dissolving into a bloody crater. The demon shrieked, its skin hissing and bubbling. Alex ran down the stairs, into the street. The hutch was closer, but she bolted for Il Bastone, letting the little gray strength carry her. She needed the library. She needed to feel safe again. She fumbled with her phone and called Mercy without breaking her stride. Where are you? Home. I have your bag. You stay there. Don't open the door to anyone who, I don't know, anyone who shouldn't be alive. She hung up and sprinted across Elm. Even with the gray's strength, her legs were already shaking, her muscles exhausted from the ordeals of the last week. Alex risked a glance back, trying to scan the crowds of students in their hats and coats. She paused to punch another number into her phone. She was running again before Dawes picked up. Are you still with Tripp? Alex asked. Her voice was thready and breathless. Get to Il Bastone. We're not allowed at Il Bastone. Dawes, just get there, and get Turner and Tripp there too. Alex, just really do it. I brought something back with me, something bad.
Alex looked over her shoulder again, but she wasn't sure what she expected to see. Helly? Len? Some other monster? There was nothing to do but keep running. As she raced down Orange Street, Alex could feel the little gray clamoring to be released, rattling around her head like someone had given him too much sugar. But she wasn't letting him go until she knew she could get inside Ilbastone. Alex took the steps in a single awkward leap. What would it mean if this door remained closed to her now? If the Lethe board had already banished her from this place of protection, from quiet and safety and plenty? But the door flew open. Alex lurched inside, falling forward. She felt the little gray's ghost yanked free, the wards preventing him from entering, even hidden inside her body. He left in a sulky rush, taking his strength with him. The door slammed behind her, hard enough that the windows shook. Alex felt her thighs wobbling with fatigue. She used the banister to pull herself up, felt the cool wood beneath her palm, pressed her forehead against the finial, the ridges of the sunflower pattern hard against her skin. This was home. Not her dorm room, not the wreckage she'd left behind in Los Angeles. She drew a few long breaths and made herself peer through the window in the front parlor. Helly, or the demon pretending to be Helly, stood on the sidewalk across the street. How had Alex mistaken a monster for the real thing? Helly had the confident grace of an athlete, easy in her beauty, even when their lives were fraying at the edges. But the thing across the street held itself taut, wary, its hunger barely leashed. I was the one who was meant to bounce back. I was supposed to leave you behind. Shut up, Alex muttered, but she couldn't pretend those words were a demon lie. The wrong girl had died at ground zero. Alex picked up her phone and texted the group. There's a blonde outside of Ilbastone. Looks like a girl. Is not a girl. Use salt. But her eye caught movement on the sidewalk. Dawes and Tripp. Had they seen her message? Alex hesitated. She didn't have time to raid the armory for salt and weapons. She had no salt pearls left. Fine. She couldn't stand there and do nothing. You stole my life. You stole my chance. Alex shuddered and threw open the door. Dawes! The demon leapt across the street, straight for Alex on the porch of Ilbastone, its gait wild and loping and inhuman. Alex braced for impact. The demon lunged over the low black fence and then shrieked, falling to the ground in a heap, its flesh bubbling as Dawes and Tripp hurled fistfuls of salt at it. She should have known Pamela Dawes would come prepared. Get inside, Dawes shouted. Alex didn't need to be told twice. She stumbled up the stairs and back into the entry hall. Once Dawes and Tripp were inside, they locked the door, then nearly jumped when the bell at the back of the house rang. Mercy and Turner were outside. We're safe in here? Turner asked, eyes scanning the hallway as they entered. An unnerving thought entered Alex's mind. What did you see? Turner was moving from room to room, closing curtains as if expecting sniper fire. A dead man. Oh God, Mercy gasped. She was standing at the front window in the parlor staring out at the street. Helly was there, but she wasn't alone now. Blake Keeley was with her, his head whole and perfect and wedding cake handsome. A middle-aged man in a cheap-looking suit was there too, arms crossed, rocked back on his heels, as if he'd seen it all and wasn't impressed, along with a tall, rangy guy who couldn't have been more than 25. Spencer, Tripp said, You guys see him? I thought I was imagining things. Alex recognized them all. She'd seen them in hell, all of their victims. We didn't close the door, Dawes said, her voice rough, frightened. We didn't complete the ritual. Don't say it, said Tripp. Do not say it. Dawes shrugged, her face pale.
We have to go back. It was half a question, a plea for someone to correct her. Come on, Alex said. Let's go to the library. Dawes tucked her hands inside her sweatshirt. If Anselm... But Alex cut her hand through the air. If Anselm could have locked us out, he would have. This is our house. Dawes hesitated, then she gave a firm nod. First, we cook. Dawes got a pot of chicken soup and dumplings going, and sent them upstairs with a list of search terms to write in the Albemarle book.
When the shelf swung open on the library, Alex was surprised to find the room seemed bigger, as if the house knew a larger group required more space. They sat down to read, each with a tidy pile of index cards provided by Dawes from what Alex suspected was a limitless supply. It was too soon for them to be together again, after what they'd seen and all they'd been through. They needed time to shake off each other's memories, to push all that grief and sadness back into the past before they contemplated another descent. But they didn't have that luxury. Everyone other than Mercy was still suffering from the after-effects of the first journey. Alex saw the signs. They were all shivering with the cold. Tripp had dark smudges beneath his eyes, his usually ruddy cheeks gone sallow. She had never seen Turner anything less than immaculate, but now his suit was rumpled and there was stubble on his chin. They looked haunted. If they were really going to attempt a second trip to the underworld, it couldn't just be a rescue mission. They needed to know how to fight off the wolves or whatever hell sent after them. Plus, they had to lure their demons back to hell and make sure nothing followed them home when they made their return. But right now, they had to figure out how to keep those demons at bay before they all lost their minds. Alex had been over some of this ground when she was trying to find a defense against Linus Rider, and she knew they were in trouble. Unlike Greys, demons weren't deterred by memento mori or death words. They had no pasts they wished to cling to, no memories of being human, no unfinished business. Darlington or Michelle Alameddine should have been with them in this library, someone who actually knew how to name these enemies and best them. "What have you found?" Dawes asked when she emerged through the library door an hour later. "No soup?" Tripp looked like he'd just learned there was no Santa Claus. "It needs to reduce," Dawes said, "and we don't eat in the library." "Are they still outside?" Mercy asked. Dawes nodded. They look very solid." Turner tapped the book he was reading. "You thought Darlington got eaten, right? By Mammon?" "Maybe," Dawes said cautiously. "There are a lot of demons associated with greed. Devils, gods. Greed is a sin in every language." That was what Darlington had said. Sando's hunger for money, Darlington's desire for knowledge. "But these demons aren't trying to make us feel greed, are they?" asked Turner. "Ambition, drive, desire? What was the opposite of that?" "Hopelessness," said Alex. That was what she'd felt as Hellion, not Hellius screamed at her. A sense of inevitability, that this was her due, that she was only getting what she deserved. She was a criminal who had stolen the chance at this gilded life, and of course there would be a price to pay. It was why the demon tormenting her wore Hellius' face instead of Len's or Ariel's, because Alex had never shed a tear for them. It was Hellia's loss she had wept over. They want us to feel hopeless. "I thought Helly was a blonde," Dawes said. "She is," said Alex. "Was." Mercy nodded. "I saw her too, in our Shakespeare lecture." Dawes' face was troubled. Without a word, they followed her out of the library and down the hall to the Dante bedroom, to the windows overlooking Orange Street. The demons were still there, a pack of them in the shadows between the street lamps. Helly's golden hair looked black, her eyes dark, her clothes all black. "She looks like you, Alex," Dawes said. And she was right. Alex took in the warm hue of Blake Keeley's hair, something like the bright red of Dawes' bun. Detective Carmichael had been wearing a cheap suit when she'd first glimpsed him, but now that suit looked sharp, the lines more elegant, the tie a deep lilac, something Turner might wear. And did Spencer look a bit more hapless, a bit less tough and rugged? What had Alex thought when she'd gazed at Not Helly across the street from Il Bastone? That she didn't have Helly's easy athletic grace, that she looked wary, taut, because she was looking at herself. That live wire anger was Alex's own. Alex pulled the heavy blue curtains closed. She'd learned to love this room, the patterns the stained glass made in the late afternoon, the clawfoot tub she still hadn't worked up the courage to use. "I think I know what happened to Linus Rider." "Who?" asked Tripp. "He's a vampire I tangled with out in Old Greenwich. It's how I lost the Mercedes." Dawes drew in a sharp breath. "A vampire?" Mercy sounded terrified and thrilled all at once. "For really's sake," said Turner. "Linus Rider was a student here at Yale," Alex continued, "but he had a different name then. He was a bonesman. And I think he's one of the people who used that gauntlet back in the 30s. I think Linus, or really Lionel Ryder, went to hell. We can't be sure of. Come on, Dawes. Why build it if they didn't intend to use it? Why kill off an architect? They killed an architect? Mercy squeaked. No one killed Bertram Goodhue, Dawes snapped. Then she bit her lip. At least, I don't think anyone killed Bertram Goodhue. Alex found herself pacing. She couldn't stop seeing the creature on the sidewalk. Helly, not Helly. Alex, not Alex. They offed the original architect, Alex said. They built this insane puzzle into a giant cathedral. Why? Just to see if they could? As some kind of grand gesture? They've done crazier. Gosh, said Turner. He wasn't wrong. And she could imagine these careless, daring, terrible boys making just this kind of trouble. On a lark, Bunchy might say. But she didn't think that was what had happened this time. They built the gauntlet, she said, and then they went to hell. Lionel Ryder, member of Skull and Bones, was one of the pilgrims. Tripp took off his cap, ran a hand through his sandy hair. And he brought a demon back? I think he did, and I think it got the best of him, literally. I think it drained away his hope and stole his life. But you said Ryder was, a vampire, Tripp whispered the word, as if he knew how unlikely it sounded. Vampires are demons, Dawes said quietly. At least that's one theory. It made very good sense to Alex. Ryder fed on misery. Blood was just the vehicle. And of course, he wasn't Ryder at all. He was a demon who had fed on the real Ryder until he walked like him, spoke like him, looked like him, just like the demons down on the sidewalk. Lionel Ryder had been the son of a wealthy Connecticut family. They made boilers. They built a gracious home. They sent their son and heir off to New Haven to practice his Latin and Greek and make business connections. And Lionel had done well for himself, even made it into the school's most prestigious society. He'd made friends with young men whom he brought home for horseshoes and tennis on the lawn in the summer, sledding and carols in the winter. Young men with names like Bunchy and Harold. He'd been ushered into a world of the arcane, and he'd felt safe, even as he'd watched men cut open and their insides jostled by the hands of a haraspax. He'd stood in his robe and made his recitations, and he'd felt the thrill of all that power, and known he was protected by his wealth, by his name, by the mere fact of not being the man on the table. He'd joined the members of Bones and Scroll and Key, and maybe Leafy one fateful night. He'd walked the gauntlet, and seen... what? Unless Alex was very wrong about these merry wanderers of the night, they weren't murderers.
So where had they gone in hell? What corner of the underworld had they visited, and what had they seen there? And what had they brought back with them when they returned? There's no record, is there? Turner asked. Of their little sojourn in hell? They scrubbed the books. They tried, said Alex. But the library had known what Ryder was, probably because there had once been documentation of their attempt to use the gauntlet. We should look up the Lethe Days diary of whoever was serving as Virgil when Ryder was a senior. Turner leaned against the wall, keeping one eye on the demons below. I want to make sure I understand you. If we don't put these things back where they came from, they're going to become vampires. I think so, Alex said. Vampires wearing their faces, fed on their souls. They're going to eat the heart out of us, Tripp rasped. Spencer was... He said, Hey, Alex said, he's not Spencer. Tripp's head snapped up. He is. Spencer was just like that. He knew. He always knew the meanest thing to say. Alex didn't need convincing. She remembered feeling frightened and helpless, knowing no one would believe that Spencer was a monster. It had been like being a little girl all over again, surrounded by grays, alone, without magic words or handsome knights or anyone at all to protect her. Alex sat down next to Tripp on the bed. She had pushed him into something he wasn't equipped for, and he was feeling it worse than all of them. Okay, so Spencer was really bad. But you have to try to remember what those things down there feed off of. They're trying to make you feel defeated before you even try. They want to make you feel hopeless and small. Yeah, well, Tripp said, eyes on the carpet. It worked. I know.
She looked around the room at the others, all of them tired and frightened. Who else tangled with one of them? Carmichael showed up, said Turner, but he didn't say much, just scared the gosh out of me in the squad room. Dawes tucked her hands inside her sweatshirt. I saw Blake. Did he talk? Her chin dropped. Dawes doing her disappearing act. Her voice was low and thready. He said plenty. Alex wasn't going to push on the details, not if Dawes didn't want to give them up. But all they did was talk? What else would they do? Turner asked. Alex wasn't sure how to reply to that. Why had Helly attacked her when the other demons had stuck to words? Was it because Alex had chased her down? Or did Alex just have a gift for the worst possible outcome? Helly got physical with me. They can hurt us? Tripp was digging his fingers into his thighs. Maybe it's just me, said Alex. I don't know. We need to plan for the worst, said Turner. I'm not going into what might be a knife fight thinking I'm in for a lively debate. Mercy had been silent through all of it, but now she stepped forward, looking like she was about to perform a solo in an a cappella group. I think I found something. In the library. Something to help. Let's eat first, Alex said. Tripp needed that soup. And maybe a shot of whiskey. Alex was surprised at just how much the soup helped. She felt warm for the first time since she'd burst out of the underworld and into the cold New Haven rain. Nothing felt quite as dire, not with dumplings in her belly and the taste of dill on her tongue. Gosh, Dawes, said Tripp, grinning as if Spencer and every other bad thing had been forgotten. Can you please just come stay in my loft and make me fat? Dawes rolled her eyes, but Alex could tell she was pleased. None of them looked toward the windows, where the curtains remained drawn. They'd gone seeking the Lethe Days diary from Lionel Ryder's time at Yale. Rudolph Kitcher had served as Virgil then, but while his daemonology had been allowed to remain, his diaries were gone, all part of the cleanup job. Even so, Dawes was thrilled with the protection spell Mercy had found. It needed only ingredients from Lethe stores, and she thought they could manage it in Hiram's crucible. She gave them each a list of supplies to gather, and they spent the next hour in the dim light of the armory, searching the small drawers and glass cabinets, disturbed by nothing except Tripp humming frat rock and occasionally yelping when he touched something he wasn't supposed to. Why do you even have this stuff? Tripp complained, sucking on his finger after a locket that had belonged to Jenny Churchill bit him. Because someone has to keep it safe, Dawes said primly. Please focus on your list and try not to blow anything up. Tripp's lower lip jutted out, but he went back to work, and a minute later he was singing Under the Bridge in a passable falsetto. Alex didn't have the heart to tell him she'd gladly spend the next 2 semesters in hell if it meant never hearing the Red Hot Chili Peppers again. The recipe was seemingly banal, a slew of herbs of protection, including sage, vervain, and mint, along with heaps of ground amethyst and black tourmaline, crow feathers bound with rosemary, and dried jackdaw eyes that struck the base of the crucible with a clatter like pebbles. With Turner's help, Dawes removed several of the baseboards beneath the crucible, revealing a heap of coals. Dawes whispered a few words in Greek, and they glowed red, gently heating the bottom of the big golden bowl. This is the greatest moment of my life, Mercy said in a giddy whisper. All of it comes with a price tag, Alex warned. Those coals never cooled completely, never extinguished, never needed replenishing. They'd been used by Union Pacific to take dominance over the rails, and the creation of each briquette had required a human sacrifice. No one knew whose blood had been shed to create them, but the suspicion was working men, immigrants from Ireland, China, Finland, men whom no one would come looking for. The coals had arrived at Yale through William Averell Harriman, bonesman. Most of the coals had been lost, but these remained. Another cursed gift to Lethe, another bloody map hidden in a basement. We have enough supplies to do this once, Dawes said, as Alex and Mercy hefted sacks of salt from Prahova and the secret chamber at Zipakira and tipped them into the crucible. Can someone get me an ash paddle? Tripp snorted, then blurted a hasty sorry when Dawes glared at him. Alex found the glass cabinet hung with everything from a model 1873 Winchester that carried the doom Sarah Winchester was so certain had followed her out to California, a broomstick that dated back to a Scottish witch burning in the 1600s, charred black but unharmed by the pyre, what might have been a solid gold scepter, and a slender stick of ash, carved and sanded to smooth perfection. It looked a bit like a wizard's staff, if the wizard had planned on making brick oven pizza. "We have to stir continuously," Dawes said, as she began to combine the ingredients, moving the paddle in steady time. "Now, spit." "Pardon?" said Turner. "We need enough saliva to dissolve the salt." "My moment to shine," said Tripp, and let fly. "This is disgusting," Mercy said, as she daintily spat into the cauldron. She wasn't wrong, but Alex would take this over another trip to the manuscript aviary any day. "Okay, who wants to try the paddle?" Dawes asked, without breaking the rhythm. "Keep to the beat. How long do we do this?" Turner asked, taking the paddle from her smoothly. "Until the mixture quickens," Dawes said, as if that explained everything. One by one, they took their turns stirring with the ash paddle until their arms reached fatigue. It didn't seem magical, and Alex felt a twitchy self-consciousness. Magic was supposed to be mystical, perilous, not a mess in the bottom of a giant mixing bowl. Maybe some part of her wanted the others to be impressed with what Leigh could do, with the power in their arsenal. But Dawes didn't seem concerned at all. She was entirely focused on the task, and when the crucible began to hum, she grasped the paddle in Alex's hands and said, "Give it to me."
Alex stepped back and felt the heat building in the floor, radiating from the crucible. The mixture sparked and hissed, the glow lighting Dawes' determined face. Her hair had come down from her bun and spread over her shoulders in dank red coils. Sweat gleamed on her pale brow. Goodness, Alex thought, Dawes is the witch. She worked magic with her potions and brews and healing ointments, with her soups made from scratch, her plastic containers of broth in the fridge, just waiting to be needed. How many times had she healed Alex and Darlington with cups of tea and tiny sandwiches, with bowls of soup and jars of preserves? "Keep the rhythm," Dawes commanded, and they beat their hands against the side of the crucible, the sound louder than it should have been, filling the room and making the walls shake as heat rose from Dawes' cauldron in shimmering waves. Alex heard a loud pop, like a cork bursting from a champagne bottle, and a cloud of amber smoke burst from the crucible, flooding Alex's nose and mouth, making her eyes sting. They all bent double, coughing, the rhythm lost. When the dust cleared, the only thing left in the crucible was a heap of powdery white ash. Mercy cocked her head to the side. "I don't think it worked." I thought I got the proportions right," Dawes said, her confidence dissipating with the smoke. "Hold on," Alex said. "There was something down there." She bent over the edge of the crucible, reaching. It was deep enough that the lip dug into her belly, and she had to tip forward off her toes. But her fingertips brushed something solid in the ash. She dragged it out and dusted it off. A salt sculpture of a snake nestled in the palm of her hand, sleeping in a circle, its flat head resting against its body. "A talisman," said Dawes, her cheeks glowing with pride. "It worked!" "But what does—" Alex choked back a gasp as the snake uncoiled in her hand. It spiraled around her forearm, all the way up to her elbow, then vanished into her skin. "Look!" Mercy cried. There were gleaming scales all over Alex's bare arms. They glowed brightly and then dimmed, leaving nothing behind. "Was that supposed to happen?" she asked. "I'm not sure," said Dawes. "The spell Mercy found, it was just a guardian spell," Mercy finished. "Do you feel any different?" Alex shook her head. Battered, bruised, and full of quality soup. No change. Tripp reached into the crucible, nearly toppling into it. Turner grabbed him by the waistband of his shorts and hauled him back. There was some kind of bird in Tripp's hand. "Is it a gull?" he asked. "It's an albatross," Dawes corrected, her voice troubled. As they watched, its white salt wings unfurled. It took flight, circled once around Tripp, then landed on his shoulder, folding into his body as if it had found the perfect place to roost.
A pattern of silvery feathers cascaded over Tripp and disappeared into his skin. "They're amazing birds," said Mercy, her hands flapping as if she too were about to take flight. "They can lock their wings in place and sleep while they fly." Tripp grinned, arms outstretched. "No gosh?" "No gosh," said Mercy. It was the most civil exchange they'd had. Hesitantly, Dawes reached into the ash. What is that?" The tiny salt creature in Dawes' hand had enormous eyes and strange hands and feet that looked almost human. It sat as if it were hiding its face. "It's a slow loris," said Mercy. "It's adorable is what it is," said Alex. The salt loris peeked out from behind its hands, then climbed up Dawes' arm, its movements graceful and deliberate. It nuzzled her ear and then curled into the crook of her neck, dissolving. For a moment, Dawes' eyes seemed to glow like moons. Turner didn't look impressed. "Is it going to kill those demons with cuteness?" "They can be deadly," Mercy said defensively. "They're the only primates with a poisonous bite, and they move nearly silently." "How do you know all of this?" Alex asked. "I was a really lonely kid. The advantage to being unpopular is you get a lot more reading done." Alex shook her head. "Boy, did you come to the right place." "I've read about the loris," said Dawes. "I'd just never seen one. They're nocturnal, and they make terrible pets." Alex laughed. "Sounds about right." Turner sighed and peered into the heap of ash. "There better be a real lion in there." He drew a sculpture out of the crucible. "A tree?" he asked, incredulously. Tripp burst out laughing. "I think it's an oak," said Dawes. "A mighty oak?" offered Mercy. "Why did everyone else get something good and I got a very plant?" "The spell indicated the guardians would come from the living world," Dawes said. "Beyond that—" "An oak is alive," Tripp giggled, doubling over. "You can acorn your enemies into submission." Turner scowled. "This is some—" The oak sprang alive in his palm, shooting toward the ceiling, spreading in a vast canopy of white salt branches, its roots exploding over the floor and knocking Tripp to the ground. They wrapped around Turner and sank into his skin. For a moment, it was impossible to tell the tree from the man. Then the glimmering branches evaporated. Mercy was the last. Alex helped her balance as she tipped into the cauldron. She drew out a prancing horse, its mane flowing like water behind it. As soon as Mercy set her feet back on the floor, the horse sprouted wings and reared back on its hind legs. It circled the room, seeming to grow larger and larger, its hooves shaking the ground. It leapt directly at Mercy, who screamed and threw up her hands in defense. The horse vanished into her chest, and for a moment, two massive wings seemed to extend from Mercy's back. She murmured a word Alex didn't understand. She was beaming. "We need to cleanse the ash," said Dawes. "Wait," said Tripp. "There's something else in there." He tipped over the edge of the crucible again and plucked a sixth salt figure from the leavings. "A cat?" Turner asked, peering at the sculpture in his palm. Dawes released a sob and pressed her hand over her mouth. "Not just any cat," Alex said, feeling an unwelcome ache in the back of her throat. There was a scar across one of the cat's eyes, and there was no mistaking that indignant face. The ritual had chosen Cosmo as Darlington's guardian, although she doubted that was the cat's true name. She remembered the white cat she'd seen in the old man's memories. Just how long had this creature been around? "Will they really protect us?" Tripp asked. "They should," said Dawes. "If you're under threat, lick your wrist, or your hand, or, I guess, anywhere you can reach." "Gross," said Mercy. Dawes pursed her lips. "The alternate spell requires that I remove someone's tibia to stir the pot." "No thank you," said Turner. "I can make it fairly painless." "No thank you." Alex remembered the address moths Darlington had used to remove her tattoos, a gift he'd given her, an attempt to show her that the uncanny might be good for something other than causing her misery. This was the cozy magic of childhood imagining. Friendly spirits offering protection, cats and snakes and winged beasts to stand guard over their hearts. She tucked the salt Cosmo into her pocket, beside the Arlington rubber boots box she carried with her everywhere now. She needed magic to work for them for once. If they could bring Darlington home, if they could drag those demons back where they belonged, well, who knew what might be possible? Maybe she wouldn't have to be haunted by Helly or Darlington or anything else anymore. Maybe the Lethe board would take pity on her. She could make them the same offer she'd made Anselm. She'd happily barter her gifts if it meant she got to keep the keys to this kingdom. "How soon can we try to go back?" Alex asked. Dawes clicked her tongue against her teeth. "The full moon is in 3 days. We should wait until then. The door will open for us. It just won't be easy this time." "Easy?" Turner asked in disbelief. "I don't want to go through every very minute of the worst moment of your lives again. Thank you very much." "I mean, the portal will be harder to open," said Dawes.
"Because we won't have the advantage of Halloween?" "I don't think so," said Alex. "That thing is going to swing open wide for us." "Why?" "Because something on the other side is going to be pushing on it, trying to get through. The tough part is going to be closing it up again." "We should—" Dawes chewed the inside of her cheek as if she'd stored words there for winter. "We should be prepared for something worse." Tripp dragged his Yale sailing cap off his head, leaving his hair rumpled. Alex noticed his hairline was starting to recede. Worse? Demons love puzzles. They love tricks. They won't just let us walk back into their realm and play the same script twice. Tripp looked like he wanted to crawl into the crucible and never come out. "I don't know if I can do it all over again." "You don't have a choice," Mercy said. Her voice was harsh, and Tripp looked like he'd been slapped. But Alex finally understood why Mercy disliked Tripp so intensely. He was too much like Blake. He wasn't a predator. His only cruelty was the casual kind, the blade of having more than everyone else and not quite knowing that was a weapon in his hands. But on the surface, he was cut from the same smug cloth. "We all have a choice," said Turner. Alex opened her mouth to argue that they didn't if they wanted to live without torment, that they still had debts to pay, when she smelt smoke. "Something's burning," she said. They charged down the stairs. "The kitchen!" Turner shouted. But Alex knew Dawes hadn't left the stove on. The ground floor was filling with smoke, and as they reached the base of the staircase, Alex saw the stained glass windows glowing with the light of flames. The demons had set fire to the entrance of Ilba Stone. "They're trying to smoke us out," said Turner. He already had his phone in his hand, dialing for the fire department. "Where's your extinguisher?" "The kitchen," Dawes said on a cough, and ran to retrieve it. Alex turned to Mercy and Tripp. "Go out the back, and stay together. Wait for me outside, okay?" "Okay," said Mercy with a firm nod. "Move," she told Tripp. Ilba Stone's smoke alarm began to beep, a plaintive, wounded bleat. Alex waited only long enough to see Mercy and Tripp start down the hall. Then she was racing toward the kitchen. She intercepted Dawes and grabbed the extinguisher. She'd had to use one when Len had started a grease fire in their apartment kitchen when he was cooking bacon, but she still fumbled with it. Turner seized it from her hands. "Come on," she said. She threw open the front door. Flames had consumed the grass and hedges. They were roaring up the front columns. Alex felt as if she were burning too, as if she could hear the house screaming. The demons stood in the firelight, and behind them, their shadows seemed to caper and dance. She heard the whoosh of the fire extinguisher as Turner fought to damp the flames. But Alex didn't stop. She strode toward the demons. "Alex!" Turner shouted. "What are you really doing?" The thing pretending to be Helly grinned. She looked leaner now, hungrier, more like Alex, but not quite. Her hands curled into claws. Her eyes were dark and wild, her mouth crowded with teeth. "You want me, you bargain knockoff?" Alex demanded. She dragged her tongue across her wrist. "Come and get me." The thing ran at her and then shrieked, darting backward, its grotesque smile fading. Alex saw her own shadow had shifted, as if she'd grown 100 arms. Not arms, snakes. They hissed and snapped around her, lunging at the demons, which cowered away from her. "Alex," said the thing called Helly, and she was Helly again, her eyes that stormy watercolor blue and filled with tears. "You promised you would protect me." Alex's heart twisted in her chest, the grief too powerful, too familiar. I'm sorry.
The serpents wavered, as if they sensed her hesitancy. Then Alex breathed in and coughed, tasting the smoke on the air, the cinders of her home burning. She heard the crackle of rattlers, their tails shaking with her rage. "Last call," she snarled at Not Helly. "You're going back where you came from." Helly's eyes narrowed. "This is my life. You're the imposter." Fine. Maybe Alex was nothing more than a thief who had stolen someone else's second chance. But she was alive, and Helly was dead, and she was going to protect what was hers, even if she didn't deserve it, even if it might not be hers for much longer. "This isn't your life," she said to the thing that wasn't Helly, "and you are trespassing." One of the snakes lunged forward, its bite so fast Alex didn't see more than a blur, and then the demon recoiled, clutching its smoking cheek. "You can't banish us that easily," Helly whined. She looked almost like Len now, hair straggly, forehead pocked by acne. "We know you. We know your smell. You are nothing but a stepping stone." "Maybe," Alex said, "but right now I'm the bouncer, and you better run." Alex knew they hadn't gone far. Their demons needed freshly harvested misery to survive in this world. They'd be back, and better prepared. She heard sirens wailing down the street, and as she turned, she saw the flames were no longer lapping at Ilbastone. The front of the house was charred and spattered with foam, the stone around the doorway blackened and smoking, as if the building had exhaled a deep sooty breath. The fire on the hedges and grass had been extinguished, flattened by Turner's roots. The mighty oak. As she watched, they seemed to retract. Her snakes had vanished too. She couldn't untangle the mess of fear and triumph she felt. The magic had worked, but what were its limits? They wouldn't be safe until those demons were back in their jar with the lid screwed on tight. And just how were they going to manage that? And how are they going to explain this to the praetor and the board? She'd been bold enough claiming Ilbastone was her house, but she wasn't even a member of Lethe anymore. "Find the others," said Turner. "I'll talk to the hose haulers. I called it in, and I'm still police." "Even if you're both banished?" offered Alex. It was possible the praetor wouldn't even realize they'd been at Ilbastone, since the fire had started outside. But if he took more than a cursory glance inside, he was going to see the leftovers of their dinner and anything else they'd left behind. She wasn't sure how serious Ansem had been about criminal trespassing, and she didn't want to find out. Mercy, Tripp, and Dawes were waiting in the alley, stamping their feet in the cold. "You're all right?" she asked as she approached. "Alex," said Tripp, bracing his hands on her shoulders. "That was sick. They actually ran from you." Spencer looked like he was going to mess himself. Alex pried his hands free. Okay, but they aren't done with us. We all need to stay alert. And you need to remember that's not Spencer." "Absolutely," said Tripp with a somber nod. "Still really cool." Mercy rolled her eyes. "How bad does the house look?" "It isn't terrible," Dawes said hoarsely. "Hopefully the firefighters will tell Turner the extent of the damage." "You sound like gosh," said Tripp. Mercy blew out an exasperated breath. "I think what he means is that it sounds like you inhaled a lot of smoke." "There's an ambulance," said Alex. "You should get checked out." "I don't want anyone knowing we were here," objected Dawes. Alex didn't like the relief she felt at that, but she was glad Turner was willing to cover for them and that Dawes was willing to go along. The firefighters and paramedics had been joined by 2 black and whites, and Alex saw Professor Walsh Whiteley, bundled up in a long overcoat and a dapper little cap, approaching Turner, who was talking to 2 uniformed cops. "The praetor's here," Alex said. Dawes sighed. Should we talk to him? Try to explain? Alex made eye contact with Turner, but he gave the faintest shake of his head. The old Alex wondered if he was covering his own interests, laying a trail of trouble that would lead away from him and directly to her and Dawes. They'd make easy scapegoats.
And it was Alex who had brought them back to Ilbastone, who had claimed it as hers. "We should get out of here," Alex said, herding them toward the parking lot. They could slip out on Lincoln Street, wait for Turner there. "I didn't see Ansem," said Dawes. Tripp didn't seem to care. Maybe he went back to New York? Probably. He had a family. He had a life. But Alex felt uneasy.
It had been 2 days since he'd shut down their trip to hell, and they hadn't heard a word from him. No formal dismissal or follow-up, and Ilba Stone hadn't been barred to them. Ansem had interrupted the ritual at Stirling. Alex didn't know what rules govern demons, but what if they'd set their sights on him too? She glanced back at Ilba Stone, watching the smoke rise off the building in soft clouds, a warning flame, a ritual fire. She trailed behind the others and laid a hand on the wall, as if she were placing her palm against the flank of an animal to soothe it. She thought of her mother's apartment, scarves thrown over the lamps, crystals and fairies in every corner. She thought of Ground Zero, its walls spattered in blood, of Black Elm rotting around Darlington like a tomb. Alex felt the stones hum. Turner would fight in his own way, with law and force, and all the power his badge afforded him. Dawes would use her books, her brains, her infinite capacity for order. And what tools did Alex have? A little magic? A talent for misfortune? The ability to take a beating? It would have to be enough. "This is my home," she vowed, "and nothing will take it from me." They all squeezed into Turner's Dodge like a gloomy, soot-covered carpool. Dawes up front, Tripp, Alex, and Mercy jammed into the back. No one was walking home alone tonight. They dropped Dawes at her div school apartment first. Turner and Alex escorted her to the door, and they warded the whole building with salt knots. "We'll meet up tomorrow," Alex said before Dawes shut the door on them. "Check in on the chat every hour." Tripp was next, and he leaned forward through the gap in the front seats to give Turner directions to a big block of apartments not far from the green. The building was nice, exposed brick, warm faux industrial lighting. Tripp's dad might have cut him off, but Tripp had to be drawing on some kind of trust fund. Hard times looked different to a Helmuth. They warded the exterior and then drew a salt knot atop Tripp's welcome mat for good measure. "You, want to come in?" Tripp asked. All of his excitement had ebbed away, the fear creeping back in. "You can crash with us," Alex offered. "We have a couch in the common room." "No, I'm cool. I've got my Seabird, right?" "Check in on the chat," said Turner, "and don't go out if you don't have to." Tripp nodded and offered up his knuckles for a fist bump. Even Turner obliged. On the way down the stairs, Turner said, "I'm going to Black Elm when we're done. I want to know Darlington is still corralled in his pen." Alex nearly stumbled. "Why?" "Don't act the fool with me. You saw Marjorie Stephen. She had the life drained right out of her. Nothing natural about it. That doesn't mean Darlington had something to do with it. No, but he might know if one of his kind did. If there's something running around out there wearing Marjorie Stephen's face." "He's not a demon," Alex said angrily. "Then call it a wellness check. I just want to know he's contained." They rode back to campus in silence, and Alex and Mercy said their goodbyes to the detective on York Street. "You sure you don't want help with the salt and all that?" he asked. "No," said Alex. "Our room is warded. We'll do our entryway too, but I'm leaving the courtyard open. I need access to graze." "You know the knot pattern?" "Yeah." Turner had said he could handle warding his place himself. Alex had the feeling he didn't want her at his house or apartment or wherever he lived. He didn't want Lethe and the uncanny bleeding into his real life. As if he could close the cover on this particular book when this ugly chapter was finished. "If Carmichael shows up, don't listen to him. Don't let him get in your head. Don't coach me, Stern. Don't get that fancy suit rumpled, Turner." He gunned his engine. "See you tomorrow night." They didn't wait to watch his taillights disappear. They didn't want to be outside longer than they had to be. The dorm felt strangely normal. Every bedroom lit gold, music and talk filtering down to the courtyard. "How is life still just rolling along?" Mercy asked as they passed people bundled up in their scarves, cups of hot tea or coffee in their gloved hands. The trees seemed to have lost their summer green overnight, the yellow leaves curling like bright scraps of rind from a peeled moon. Usually, Alex liked the feeling of the normal world, the sense that there was something to return to, that there was more than Lethe and magic and ghosts, that she might have a life waiting for her when this strange work was done. But tonight, all she could think was that these people were easy prey. There was danger everywhere, and they couldn't see it. They didn't have any idea what might be stalking them as they laughed and argued and made plans for a world they barely understood. Lauren was in the common room, tucked into the recliner with a problem set, Joy Division on the record player. "Where have you guys been?" she asked. "And why do you smell like a forest fire?" Alex's tired brain searched for a lie, but it was Mercy who answered. "We had to help finish up the candy exchange, and some house caught fire on Orange." "The church again? Are you guys going all Jesus-y on me?" "I do like the free wine," said Alex. "Are we out of Pop-Tarts?" "There's tasty cakes on top of the fridge. My mom sent them." "You guys really scared me, okay? You need to tell me if you're just going to disappear. There was a murder on campus, and you're just walking around in the middle of the night like nothing happened." "Sorry," said Mercy. "We lost track of time and we were together, so we didn't think about it." Lauren sipped from the big bottle of water she took everywhere. "We should start thinking about where we want to live next year." "Now?" asked Alex, stuffing a crimpet into her mouth. She wasn't ready to stare down the barrel of her lack of a future just yet. Even so, she didn't have many friends, and knowing Lauren actually wanted to spend another year with her felt good. Like maybe she didn't have to wear her damage like a warning sign. "Do we want to live on campus or off campus?" Lauren asked. "We can butter up some seniors, find out which apartments look good." "I might do a semester abroad," said Mercy. "Since when?" Alex wondered. Or was Mercy just looking for an excuse to get away from her and Leigh? "Where?" Lauren demanded. "France," Mercy said unconvincingly. "Oh my gosh, forget France. Everyone there has an STD." "No, they don't, Lauren." Alex took another crimpet and sat next to Mercy on the couch. "You're telling me you wouldn't choose Paris over New Haven?" "Nope," Lauren said, "and that is called loyalty." It wasn't until they were settling in for the night that Alex had the chance to ask Mercy about France. "Are you really going abroad, now that I know magic is real?" Mercy had put on a vintage pajama set and slathered her face with cream. No way. "But wouldn't it be easier to come and go with all of this Leigh stuff if we didn't have to worry about Lauren asking questions?" "I'm not in Leigh anymore," Alex reminded her. "Neither are you. And we're being hunted by demons." "I know, but I can't just go back to not knowing. It isn't up to us anymore." Alex didn't say it, but she lay awake for a long time, staring into the dark. She'd lived with magic her whole life, even if she'd never called it that. She hadn't had a say in the matter. The one choice she'd gotten to make was agreeing to take Dean Sando up on his offer when he'd appeared beside her hospital bed, when she'd been invited into Leigh. And now that choice was being taken away too. How long could she keep running from men like Aton, from demons like Linus Rider, from the monsters in her past who had become so very present? She didn't remember falling asleep, but she must have, because she bolted awake to the sound of her phone ringing. "Dawes, you okay?" Alex asked, trying to get her bearings. She'd overslept again. It was after 9 a.m. "The praetor just called. He wants to meet with you today." Was this it? The official dismissal? The formal rejection? "What did he say?" Alex pressed. "Just that, in light of last night's events, the praetor requires Virgil's presence at his office hours, not at Il Bastone or the Hutch." "He still called me Virgil?" "He did," Dawes said on a tired sigh. "And he called me Oculus. Maybe there's some kind of process we have to go through before we're, I don't know, stripped of our offices." Alex looked out the window into the courtyard. The morning sky was dark, the pavement damp. Slate-colored clouds promised more rain. It was too cold to be sitting outside, but there was a girl slouched on a bench below in just a t-shirt and jeans. Not Helly? Looked up at Alex and grinned, her smile crooked, her teeth too long. Like the wolves they'd fought in hell. As if the longer she went hungry, the harder it was for her to pretend to be human. But it was the man beside her that sent a bolt of fear through Alex. His hair was long and blonde, his suit white, his fine-boned face made nearly gentle by the gray autumn light. Linus Rider gazed up at her, his expression bemused, as if someone had told a joke he didn't really find funny. Alex yanked the curtains closed. Forget having access to Grays. She needed to ward the courtyard, maybe the whole campus. "Alex?" Dawes was still on the phone. "He's here," Alex managed, the words emerging in a strangled whisper. "He's... who?" Alex slumped down next to the bed, knees drawn up, her heart pounding. She couldn't quite take a full breath. "Linus Rider," she gasped. "The vampire. In the courtyard. I can't." She could hear the blood rushing in her ears. "I think I'm going to pass out." "Alex, tell me 5 things you see in your room." "What?" "Just do it." My desk, a chair, the blue tool on Mercy's bed, my flaming June poster, those sticky stars someone put up on the ceiling." "Okay, now 4 things you can touch." "Dawes, do it. We have to warn the others. Just do it, Virgil." Dawes had never called her that. Alex managed a shaking breath. "Okay, the bed frame. It's smooth, cold wood. The rug, kind of soft and nubbly. There's glitter in it, maybe from Halloween. What else? My tank top. Cotton, I think." She reached up and touched the dried roses on Mercy's bedside table. Dry flowers, like tissue paper. "Now 3 things you hear." "I know what you're doing." "Then do it." Alex drew another long breath in through her nose. "The flowers rustle when I touch them. Someone's singing down the hall. My own, really heart-pounding in my chest." She rubbed a hand over her face, feeling some of her terror recede. "Thanks, Dawes. I'm going to text the group to warn them about Ryder. Remember, your salt spirit should work against him too." "How can you sound so calm? I wasn't attacked by a vampire. It's daytime." "I'm assuming he's not in direct sunlight. He'll keep to the shadows, and he certainly won't be able to hunt until dusk falls." That wasn't reassuring. "Alex," Dawes insisted, "you have to stay calm. He's just another demon, and he can't change shape or get in your head. He's fast, Dawes, and so strong." She'd been no match for him, even with the strength of a gray inside her. She'd barely escaped him once, and she wasn't sure she'd be that lucky again. "Okay, but all of the reading I've done says he won't stay away from his nest for long. He can't. His precious nest full of priceless objects and white flowers that Alex had set fire to." Alex made herself get up and pull back the curtain. Not Helly was gone. She saw Ryder moving across the courtyard toward the gates that would take him out of JE and hopefully away from campus. Someone in dark clothes and a hooded jacket walked beside him, keeping a white umbrella above Ryder's head. "What if Ryder gets peckish on the way home?" Alex said. "I brought him here. I put all these people in his sights." "Stop it. Ryder knew about Yale long before you. I think he's here to frighten you, and maybe because we used the Gauntlet." Now Dawes's voice wavered. If Alex's theory, really Rudolph Kitcher's theory, was correct, then Ryder was actually a demon who had followed the real Lionel Ryder out of hell and taken on his form and identity. He'd fed on Ryder's soul, and now he sustained himself with blood. Had the demons that followed them through the portal to hell called to him somehow? Did he care that the Gauntlet had been awakened, or did he just want payback for Alex wrecking his fancy things? It didn't matter. There was only one way to deal with him. Add him to the list, Dawes. We get rid of the demons, and we get rid of Ryder too. "It's not going to be easy," Dawes said. Now that the task of taking care of Alex was done, she seemed less sure. "The things they know." Alex looked down at the empty bench. "Do you want to tell me what Blake said?" There was a long pause. "He was outside of my window this morning, in the snow, whispering." Alex waited. "He said he was innocent, that he never hurt anyone, that his mother cried herself to sleep every night. He said—" Dawes's voice wobbled. Alex knew Dawes didn't want to go on. But demons ate shame, fruit grown from seeds cultivated in the dark. "Helly told me I stole her life," Alex said. "That I should have been the one to die, not her. That isn't true. Does it matter? Maybe not. Not if it feels true. Blake said, I killed him because I'm the kind of girl he would never bother to be intimate with. He said he could tell what my body looked like, that I was ugly." God, that really does sound like Blake. What were these demons made of? Helly's sadness, Blake's cruelty, Alex's shame, Dawes' guilt. But what else? What was the difference between ambition and appetite? These creatures wanted to survive. They wanted to be fed. Alex understood hunger and what it could drive you to do. It isn't true, Dawes. We have to keep saying it until we believe it. It was just too easy to let those words take hold. Is he there now? Alex asked. The loris bit him. Dawes giggled. It climbed right through the window and bit him on the cheek. He just started screaming, "My face! My face!" Alex laughed, but she remembered the snakes lunging for Helly's cheek. As if the salt spirits didn't like the lie of the demons, the pretense of the human masks they wore. Her phone pinged, a call me text from Turner. Why didn't he ever just call her? When she hung up with Dawes, she checked the group chat. Everyone had checked in, and Dawes issued her warnings regarding Ryder. They were all armed with salt, and they would meet at Il Bastone before dark. They'd be safer when they were behind the wards together. Alex called Turner, expecting to hear he'd sighted Big Car lurking at the station. "You okay?" she asked. "What? Fine." Of course Turner was fine. He was the mighty oak. "We picked up Ed Lambton's son." It took Alex a beat to remember who Lambton was. The professor at the center of the double murder. I thought he was in Arizona. Andy Lambton is in New Haven. We apprehended him outside the apartment of one of his father's fellows. One of the people who falsified data? Exactly. We'd put a protective detail on the other faculty involved with his censure, and on the fellows who worked in the lab. So the Charles II lead had been right? The son avenging the father? But it all seemed so theatrical, so bizarre. He really killed 2 people because he thought his dad got the short end? It looks like it. I want you to meet him. Worst blind date ever. Stern.
Why, Turner? The detective had been willing to involve her on the periphery of the case, a look at the crime scene, a chat about theories, but meeting a suspect was a very different thing. And now that Alex might be out of Leith and Yale forever, she wasn't sure she had the heart or the will to dig into a murder mystery. You've never wanted me in your business before. There's something wrong here, and no one else seems to agree. He's got an alibi? His alibi didn't hold up. And he confessed. Then what's the problem? Do you want to meet this guy or not? She did. She liked that even after she'd fallen out of favor with Leith, Turner still gave a damn what she thought. Besides, if Turner believed something was off, there was. She'd been in his head, looked through his eyes. She'd seen the world as he did, the details of it, the signs and signals everyone else missed or ignored. She'd felt the prickle at the base of her skull. I have to meet with the praetor this afternoon, she said. I can go after that. But you'll have to give me a ride over to the jail. He's not at the jail, said Turner. He's at Yale, New Haven. The hospital? The psych ward. Alex wasn't sure how to respond. She'd spent enough time in and out of rehabs, scared straight programs, and 24-hour observation holds that she didn't ever want to set foot on one of those wards again. But she also wasn't going to tell Turner any of that. Maybe she didn't have to. He'd seen her life through Helly's eyes. I need to know what you told the cops and the praetor about the fire, she said. Vandalism, said Turner. No way to pass it off as an accident. They didn't find accelerant and the fire didn't build, it just went up. That's a mystery they aren't going to unravel. Hellfire? Something else? Which weapons did the demons have at their disposal? Maybe Turner could just arrest Linus Ryder and save them all a lot of trouble. As she dressed, she tried to think of anything but the praetor and what might come next. She wanted to go back to Il Bastone. She wanted Turner to post uniforms outside the house to keep it safe. She wanted some promise of protection for her mother, her friends, herself. She'd thought of Il Bastone as a kind of fortress, buttressed by magic and history and tradition. She wondered if not Helly knew just how much the fire had shaken her. She touched her wrist, where the salt snake had wound around her skin. She wasn't helpless anymore. At least next time she tussled with the thing that wasn't Helly, or the monster that wasn't truly Lionel or Linus Ryder, it might be closer to a fair fight. Alex muddled through her morning classes, trying to shake the dread that sat heavy in her gut. Was this the last lecture? The last hasty breakfast between classes? The last time she would sit in WLH and try to think of something clever to say in section? Professor Walsh-Whiteley held office hours from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Alex thought about waiting until the last possible moment to show up. But the worry was too much for her.
Better to get it over with, to know how far she'd fallen, so she could start dragging herself back to high ground. She popped into Blue State to get a coffee and a bagel to fortify herself. There was always a young gray outside the empty building next door, dressed in a plaid flannel, sometimes hovering behind the window near where there had once been a jukebox when it was a pizza place. Occasionally, she thought she heard him humming the sing-song strains of Hotel California. But today, he was sitting on the steps, as if he was waiting for the door to open so he could buy a slice. Alex let her eyes pass over him, then stumbled when someone gave her a shove from behind. She barely caught herself and spilled hot coffee down her coat. "The really?" she said, whirling around. For a long second she didn't recognize Zvi, couldn't reconcile the presence of Eitan's bodyguard here, in New Haven. But there was no mistaking his wiry body, the tidy beard, the stony expression. "Hello, Alex." Eitan stood just behind Zvi in an ugly leather coat, hair cut close and smelling of expensive aftershave. A golden chai glinted at his neck. Her first thought was run. Her second was kill them both. Neither was a reasonable option. If she ran, they'd find her. And murdering two people in broad daylight on the streets of New Haven did not seem like a strategic move. They stood staring at each other on the crowded sidewalk, people navigating past them on the way to classes or meetings. "Come on," she said. She didn't want to be seen with either of them. They stood out, the coats, the hair. It wasn't so much that they were criminals, but that they were Los Angeles criminals. Too slick and glossy for New Haven. She led them to the driveway that ran between the music school and the Elizabethan Club. "Here is good," said Eitan. And with a combination of frustration and pride, she realized he didn't want to be out of sight of the busy street. She didn't know if Eitan and Zvi were afraid of her, but they were being cautious. That was the problem with Eitan. He was very good at staying alive. "You've been to Elizabethan Club?" Alex shook her head. "You have to be member." "They have Shakespeare's First Folio," Alex said without thinking, "and a first edition of Paradise Lost. All kinds of literary treasures squirreled away in a vault. And, more importantly, they served a plush afternoon tea. Darlington was a member, but he'd never taken her there." "Yes, folios," said Eitan. "You're on your way to class?" Alex thought about lying. It would be easy enough to claim she worked in the dining halls. She'd told Eitan she was moving east with her imaginary boyfriend. He'd even offered to get her a gig at one of the casinos. She had hoped he would leave her alone, but instead the jobs on the East Coast had picked up right where the West left off. Eitan had business everywhere and friends who he was happy to grant favors. Even so, if Eitan was here, that meant he knew more than he should. He would have already had someone dig up everything he could on her, and if he'd been able to find her in the middle of a campus packed with students, he must have been watching her for a while. "No," she said, "I'm done for the day. I was going back to the dorms. We'll go with you." That was one step too far. No way was she bringing these jerks anywhere close to Mercy and Lauren. "What do you want, Eitan?" "Let's be nice, Alex. Be polite." "You almost got me killed. That does something to my manners." "I'm sorry. You know this. I like you. You do good work for me. Ryder has been difficult." He did sound genuinely sorry, the way someone would be sorry for eating the last slice of cake or being late to a dinner party. "Do you have any idea what he really is?" Alex asked. "I don't need to know," said Eitan. "He is problem. You are solution. You want me to go back there? Not a chance." It had been bad enough seeing Ryder lurking in the courtyard, but if Dawes was right, he was weaker when he had to hide from daylight and when he was away from his nest. In his lair, he had the advantage. Even the thought of that big white house made her lungs tighten, caught her breath, wound it fast on a spool. What had the gray teacher said? He'd killed hundreds, maybe more. "You're happy here," Eitan said. Alex wasn't sure what happy looked like. She was pretty confident it didn't involve being hounded by demons or losing her scholarship. Happy enough. "Fix Ryder for me, we can be done. You can have new life. You don't have to worry about Zvi showing up at your door." "That's why you came here? To send me to die?" "I had business in the city, and this is a good market. Lots of young people, lots of pressure. Everyone trying to have fun." That felt like a threat. Was Eitan going to push her to deal on campus? There had to be a line somewhere. There had to be an end to this. Alex felt too aware of the people around her, their vulnerability, their weakness. Easy prey, for demons and for men like Aton.
He didn't belong here, and neither did she. They were serpents in the garden. Alex weighed her choices. I take care of Ryder, we're done. That's the deal. No more jobs, no more bargains. Eton smiled and patted her shoulder. Yes. And if I don't come back... Alex dug her nails into her palm, remembering the feeling of Ryder's fangs entering her body. If I don't come back, you throw some money my mom's way. Make sure she's okay. Don't talk like this, Alex. You will be fine. I see what you can do. Alex held his gaze. You have no idea what I can do. He didn't flinch. Eton wasn't going to let her get him alone, but he wasn't scared of her. She might have sway with the dead, but he ruled the living. Again he patted her shoulder, as if he was offering encouragement to a child. Finish this job and we say goodbye, yes? Yes, said Alex. This is fair. You make amends. Everyone is happy. She doubted he was right about that, but all she said was, sure. Good girl, said Eton. He wasn't right about that either. Alex waited for Eton and Svi to disappear into the big black Suburban idling by the curb. She should have noticed it, but she'd been focused on the wrong threats. She pressed her back against the wall in the alley and slid down, rested her head in her hands. She needed to get back to the dorms, to someplace with cover where she could be alone to think, but her legs were shaking. Eton had been here at Yale. He knew where to find her. And she wasn't stupid enough to believe that if she somehow survived another encounter with Linus Ryder, Eton was going to be done with her. He wasn't going to give up a weapon in his arsenal, not when he was so sure he had her under his thumb. How much did he know about her? What other leverage could he find? He couldn't have discovered the secrets of Lethe, but had he followed her to Ile Boston? Black Elm? A shadow fell over her, and she looked up to see a girl with dark hair. It's all over, she said. It's all slipping away. How long did you think you could keep pretending? Alex had the eerie sense that she was looking into a mirror. Not Helly's hair was black and parted in the middle, her eyes black as oil. She's feeding on me. Alex's hopelessness had called to her like a dinner bell. Alex knew it, but the sadness in her made it hard to think. She felt like she was at the bottom of a well. She was supposed to fight. She was supposed to protect herself. But when she thought about moving, about taking any kind of action, it was like she was scrabbling at the well's stone walls, wet with moss. It was impossible to find a grip. She was just too tired to try. Not Helly's tattoos had begun to emerge. Peonies and skeletons. The wheel. 2 snakes meeting at her collarbones. Rattlers. Got a little viper in you, ready to strike? That was what the real Helly had told her. The Helly who had loved her, who had protected her to the very end and beyond. And this real imposter was wearing her face. Those don't belong to you, Alex growled. She forced herself to drag her arm to her mouth, push her tongue over her knuckles. Her salt spirit lunged, the snake snapping at Not Helly. The demon backed away, but slower than the last time. Leave her alone! Alex looked up to see Tripp striding down the alley. She wanted to shout at him to keep his voice down, but she was so very glad to see him bustling to her rescue, she couldn't be bothered to worry about a scene. She was thankful for the shadows of the alley, when she saw him lick his arm, and his albatross screeched forward, slamming into Not Helly. The demon cringed away with a high-pitched whimper, but she was smiling as she scuttled back to the crowded street. And why not? Her belly was full. Alex wasn't sure what anyone walking past had seen. Maybe they simply hadn't noticed the snakes, the seabird, a girl scurrying off in a way that was not quite human. Or maybe their minds skipped right over it, filling in an explanation that would allow them to keep on with their daily lives. The memory of anything odd or uncanny, gratefully forgotten. She could have died in the shadows of that alley, and they would have walked on by. "You okay?" Tripp asked. He was jumpy, crackling with energy and nerves. No, she didn't actually feel like she could stand. "You look awful." Not helpful, Tripp. But the albatross worked. It had. Alex wanted to believe that her snakes would have come through, but it seemed like they were tied to her own state of mind.
"Thanks," she said, dragging herself to her feet. She was shaky and weak, and when Tripp offered her his arm, she was embarrassed to have to take it. "It feels so bad," he said, as they walked back to Blue State and took refuge at one of the tables. "Spencer been after you?" "As soon as I left my apartment. I had to go to work. My trusty seabird helped." Maybe so, but Tripp didn't look great. He was pale and his cheeks had a sunken look, as if he hadn't been eating, even though she'd seen him only a day before. Alex bobbed her head toward the chalk menu behind the counter. "Any chance that chili is made from scratch?" "Yeah, but I think it's vegan." Beggars can't be choosers. When Tripp went up to the counter, Alex called Dawes. "We need to check the cameras at Black Elm." "What am I looking for?" "A black Suburban in the driveway. I would have gotten an alert if anyone was there." "Okay, just keep an eye out. Who are you expecting?" Alex hesitated. The full moon was only 2 nights away, but that felt like a distance she didn't know how to cross. "I'm just being careful," she said. "Since you mentioned Black Elm," Dawes began. "I need—" "Late for the Praetor," Alex said hurriedly and hung up. She didn't feel good about it, but Dawes was going to ask if she could go to Black Elm to check on Darlington, feed Cosmo, pick up the mail. She should. It was her turn, and Dawes had done plenty. But right now, she couldn't think about that. She needed to meet with the Praetor, to deal with Eton. She needed to find her escape hatch. Her failures were stacking up too high, and the thought of facing Darlington behind that golden circle, still trapped between worlds, still not whole, made her feel hopeless all over again. She texted the group chat with a warning. "Keep your mood up. They know when we're low." "You think that's true?" Tripp asked when he returned with 2 bowls of chili and a chocolate chip muffin. "I do." Tripp took a bite of chili and wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his sweatshirt. "I don't know if I can take much more of this. Spencer." "It's not Spencer. You keep saying that, but what difference does it make? We have to remember what they are. They're not the people we loved or hated. They're just hungry." Tripp took another bite, then pushed the bowl away. "It's Spencer. I can't explain it. I know what you're saying, but it's not just the ghost," she says. "It's that he's enjoying it." Alex thought of what she'd read in Kitcher's Daemonology. If Rudolph Kitcher was right, then demons had been getting by on the emotions of the dead for a very long time, and that was nothing compared to feasting on the pain and pleasure of the living. Why wouldn't they be enjoying themselves now that they were in the mortal realm? The buffet was open. "Listen, Tripp, I'm sorry I got you into this. I totally get it. You were just doing your job." Alex hesitated. You know this wasn't sanctioned by Leigh, right? We were never going to make trouble for you with Skull and Bones." "Oh, I know. And you helped us anyway?" "Well, yeah. I needed the cash, and I don't really know where I am, you know? My friends are all working in the city. I still don't have my degree. I don't even know if I want it anymore. I like Darlington, and I don't know. I like being one of the good guys. Is that who we are? There was no greater good here, no fight for a better world. But what had Mercy said? You rescue me, I rescue you. That's how this works. To pay your debts, you had to know who you owed.
You had to decide who you were willing to go to war for and who you trusted to jump into the fray for you. That was all there was in this world. No heroes or villains, just the people you'd brave the waves for and the ones you'd let drown. Alex and Tripp said their goodbyes at the green. She felt better than she had an hour before, but the double nightmare of Iton and not Helly had left her roughed up. She wasn't in any condition to meet with the Praetor, but there was no way around it. "My God," he said when she tapped on his office door, "you look terrible." "It's been a rough few days. Come in, sit down. Can I offer you tea?" Alex shook her head. She wanted to get this over with, but she felt so rotten she let herself slouch in the chair as he set an electric kettle to boil. She just didn't have it in her to put on a performance, and there was no reason to anymore. "Well," said the Praetor as he sorted through a selection of teas, "where shall we start?" "The fire last night." He gave a dismissive wave. "New Haven." So Walsh Whiteley had believed Turner's claims of vandalism. Maybe he hadn't gone inside. Maybe after being summoned from his warm bed, he'd been only too happy to go home. "It was far worse in the 80s, the Praetor continued. New Haven was quite the punchline.
Biscuit? He held out a blue tin to her. Alex was baffled, but she didn't say no to food. She took two. There was an upside, of course. We threw some marvelous parties at the old clock factory, and there was simply no one around to care. The murals are still there, you know. Some of the students from the architecture school painted them. Beautiful, really, in a crumbling into the tarn kind of way. Why was the Praetor reminiscing about his graduate party days instead of lecturing her about the Gauntlet, or her crimes against Leigh and the university, or the process for ousting her in Dawes were? Better yet, some plan to rehabilitate them. If Alex didn't know better, she'd think he was trying to build some kind of camaraderie with her. Was he just savoring the lead-up to a grand send-off? "Now," said Walsh Whiteley, settling himself behind his desk with a mug of tea, "let's begin. Is there something I'm supposed to sign? For the Wolf Run?" "No. They all know the risks they're taking. It's why they'll do the mass transformation on land. I believe," he consulted his notes, "condors for the air run next semester." Alex tried to make sense of what the Praetor was saying. She knew he was referring to the Wolf's Head ritual scheduled for tomorrow night. They would transform as a pack and have the full run of Sleeping Giant State Park. They weren't allowed to attempt flight this early in the school year because there had been so many injuries and accidents in the past. But Alex had assumed the ritual would be put on hold until, well, she hadn't thought about what Leigh would do with no Dante and no Virgil. She assumed Michelle Alamedin would be asked to come back. So why was the Praetor looking at her like he expected her to bust out a bunch of index cards and start talking about spiritual safety procedures? "I'm sorry," she said. "Do you still want me overseeing the Wolf Run?" Walsh Whiteley raised a brow. "I certainly hope you don't expect me to drag my old bones out to Sleeping Giant in the dead of night. Come now, Miss Stern. Your report on manuscript was very solid. I expect you to maintain that standard." What the heck was going on? Was the board waiting to make a decision on expelling her in Dawes? Alex felt a skittering sense of worry. There was another possibility. She hadn't seen or heard from Anselm since he'd interrupted their trip to hell. What if Anselm had never made it back to New York? What if he'd never had the chance to speak to Walsh Whiteley or the board? "Sir, I apologize," she said, trying to get her bearings. "I haven't had time to prepare." The corners of Walsh Whiteley's mouth turned down. "I recognize you have a gift, Miss Stern, and perhaps I should not have asked you to demonstrate it on my behalf. But you should understand that I will not be making allowances for shoddy work just because you were born with an unusual talent. Again, I apologize. I've been under the weather." "You certainly don't look well," the Praetor conceded. He settled the cover on the tin of biscuits. Apparently, cookies were for closers. "But we have an obligation to the societies, and there's a full moon on Thursday. Focus, Miss Stern. There will be consequences." "If I'll be there," Alex said. She could start the evening with a mass transformation of 16 undergrads and finish up with a quick trip to the underworld. "And I'll be ready." Walsh Whiteley didn't look convinced. "Email me your notes, and we can arrange to meet at the hutch until the repairs are done at Il Bastone. I've petitioned the board." "You've been in touch with the board?" "Of course I have. And you can be certain that, should you not live up to your obligations—" "Right, yes, understood." Alex got to her feet and was backing out of the door before Walsh Whiteley could settle into his rant. She knew she should try to stay and appease the Praetor, but she needed to talk to Dawes. They had somehow managed to dodge a bullet, and that meant they still had access to all Leith's resources. Maybe they'd gotten lucky, or maybe Michael Anselm's luck had run out. "Something's wrong," she told Dawes as she hurried across campus to meet Turner. "The Praetor didn't say anything about the Gauntlet. Maybe Anselm changed his mind? He was furious, Dawes. There's no way he decided to give us another chance." "You think one of the demons? See if you can find out if he's been home." "How am I supposed to do that? Call his house, pretend you work with him." "Alex, gosh darn it, Dawes, do I have to do all of this myself? If this is unethical, then yes." Alex hung up. She felt frantic, exposed, like not Helly could be around any corner, or Iton, or Linus Ryder. "Demons aren't smart," Dawes had once told her. "They're cunning." Alex had to wonder how many people had said the same thing about her. "Okay, so what would I do?" she muttered to herself, watching her breath plume in the cold air as she hurried towards Chapel Street. Hang back and watch. Look for an opportunity. Find a way to shift the odds in her favor. If something had happened to Anselm, well, that would take care of one of their problems. But Leigh wasn't just going to shrug off his disappearance, not when 2 faculty members were dead too. Alex stopped in front of the University Art Gallery. Marjorie Stephen, Dean Beekman. Could Anselm be a victim as well? Not if Turner had the right suspect in custody. Ed Lampton's son had no reason to go after someone barely associated with Yale anymore, unless they'd been making the wrong connections from the start. A few minutes later, Turner pulled up in his Dodge, and Alex slid into the passenger seat, grateful for the heat. "Gosh," she said, "did you sleep at all?" He shook his head, a muscle ticking in his jaw. He was sharply dressed as always, navy wool suit with the subtlest pinstripe, slate-colored tie, Burberry overcoat laid neatly over the back seat. But he had dark smudges under his eyes, and his skin looked ashen. Turner was a handsome man, but a few more nights playing tag with his personal demons, and he might not be. "What line did it use?" Alex asked. Turner navigated the Dodge back into traffic. It didn't show up as Carmichael this time. Thought it would be cute to wait for me in the parking lot dressed up like my grandfather. Bad? He gave a single terse nod. For a second I thought, I don't know, you believed it was him? The dead stay dead, right? But it looked like him, sounded like him. I felt happy when I saw him, like it was some kind of miracle, a gift, a reward for all the pain. Exactly the way Alex had felt when she'd held Helly. Losing that again had almost broken her. That was why Turner looked terrible. Not because he hadn't slept, but because the demon had fed on him. "I don't know how much longer I can handle this," Turner said. "How did you get free?" "He told me we were both in danger, that I had to go with him, and I was halfway down the block when I realized how fast he was moving, how light on his feet. My grandfather had arthritis. He couldn't take a step without hurting. I said, maybe some part of me knew he wasn't right. I said, 'Heal me, Lord, and I will be healed.' Did he burst into flames?" Turner barked a laugh. "No, but he looked at me with this soft little smile, like I'd said something about the weather. My grandfather loved scripture. He had a pocket Bible, carried it everywhere with him, kept it over his heart. If I quoted God's word to him, his face should have lit up like a sunrise. Cunning, but not smart. Then things got ugly," said Turner. "Even though I knew it wasn't him, I didn't want to use the oak on him, to push him away. He seemed—" Turner's voice tightened, and Alex realized he was fighting back tears. She'd seen him angry, frustrated, but never grieving, never lost. He was so old and frail. When I turned on him, he looked scared and confused. It wasn't him," Alex said. "That thing was feeding on you." They pulled into a parking lot. "I know, but it still feels really bad. It really does." He stared straight ahead at the chain-link fence and the big brick building beyond. "You know they call the devil the father of lies? I don't think I ever really understood what that could mean until now." Alex tried not to squirm in her seat. Every time Turner got biblical, she felt uneasy, as if he was telling her about some grand hallucination, and it was her job to nod sagely and pretend she saw miracles too. Then again, she'd spent her whole life seeing things no one else did. Maybe she could extend him the benefit of the doubt. For a moment, she felt that pull to tell him everything, what Eton had asked of her, the job she'd done for him, the fact that he had been here in New Haven. Turner knew what it was like to be backed into a corner, to do the wrong thing because all the right things just got you in deeper. Instead, she got out of the car. "I think something may have happened to Michael Anselm. Because he didn't show up at Il Bastone? I figured he went back to New York, but I met with the new praetor just now, and he didn't say a word about the Gauntlet or all of us getting kicked out of Leigh. Could be Anselm wanted to talk to the board in person. Could be," Alex said. They hustled across the street to the entrance and passed through a revolving door into a big anonymous lobby. It didn't really look like a hospital. They might have been anywhere. Or maybe something got to him before he made it back to the city. Turner flashed his badge and ID at the desk, and they headed for a bank of elevators. I thought the demons were tied to us. Why would they seek out Anselm? He sounded worried, and Alex understood why. None of them wanted these things going after their friends and family. The ram? Alex asked. Andy's eyelids fluttered rapidly. He was kind. Yeah? Alex pushed. Easy to talk to. He knew so much. About what? Again, Andy looked over his shoulder. This town, the people here. He knew so many stories. He had all of the answers. But he didn't lord it over me, you know? He just wanted to help, to make things right. He was polite. A real gentleman, Alex finished for him. Cold sweat had broken out over her body, and she struggled not to shiver. The ram told me, Alex thought of Darlington's horns, curled back from his forehead, glowing behind the protection of the golden circle, his prison. But maybe the circle had been an illusion. Maybe Darlington had let them believe it kept him at bay when it had been nothing more than fairy dust. She had known there was something off about the crime scenes, elaborate stage sets steeped in New Haven lore. A game a demon might like to play. Turner was watching her. Something you want to share with the class, Stern? No, I have to go. Stern, Turner began, but Alex was out the door, striding down the hall. She needed to get to Black Elm. Darlington, who knew everything about New Haven's history, who had recognized the quote from Davenport's sermon. What had he said that day? I always admired virtue, but I could never imitate it. Alex tapped the quote into her phone. The search results popped up immediately. Charles II. Darlington had said he was the hermit in the cave. And of course, he'd meant Judge's Cave. Anselm had warned her, whatever survived in hell wouldn't be the Darlington you know. Demons loved games, and he'd been playing with them from the start. So below November. We're not alone, the gray whispered, one finger held up to his lips like an actor in a play. Alex had taken a car to the gates of Black Elm. She had walked the gravel drive in long strides, her anger like an engine, a locomotive pushing her ahead of common sense. She had slotted her key in the door, tidied the mail, washed her hands. She had seen the basement door, a gaping wound, an open grave. There had been 1,000 moments to think, to reconsider. She had stood at the top of the basement stairs, gazing into the dark, a knife in her hand, and still she had believed she was being cautious. The fall had come swiftly, but it always did. In the cold dark of the basement, Alex took stock of her mistakes. She should have stayed with Turner and finished the interview with Andy Lampton. She shouldn't have come to Black Elm alone. She should have told Dawes her suspicions, or Turner, or anyone. She should never have trusted her gentleman demon. But she'd wanted to believe that Darlington would be okay, that whatever he'd endured in hell wouldn't leave a mark, that she could be forgiven and order restored. He would be made whole and she alongside him. But what if she was leaping to the wrong conclusions now? What if not Helly or one of the other demons had pushed her down the stairs, or some squatter who hadn't shown up on Dawes' cameras? What if Eaton and Svi had trailed her here, or Linus Ryder with his white umbrella? Too many shadows, too much history, too many bodies piling up, too many enemies. There was no way to fight them all. At least Alex would be visible on the cameras. Someone would know where she had gone, if she didn't come back. The pain in her ribs made it hard to take a deep breath. She looked at the Greys in front of her. Not just any Greys. Harper Arlington and Daniel Arlington IV. Darlington's parents. No one from Alex's long list of enemies had a motive to see them dead. No one but Darlington, little Daniel left alone again and again. Heaven, to keep its beauty, cast them out, but even hell would not receive them. How long have you been here? She asked. Daniel's eyes darted to the corner, as if he expected something to appear through the walls. I don't know. Harper nodded in agreement. You can't get out? Alex asked. Greys never stayed with their bodies for long, not unless they had a reason. Like Helly wanting to say goodbye. The real Helly who had loved her. He told us to stay. Who? They said nothing. Alex bent to look at the bodies. The cold had helped keep the corpses from rotting too badly, but they still smelled terrible. Gently she rolled them over. There were gaping trenches carved into both of their chests, claw marks, and they'd gone deep. Straight through the sternum, the ribs, leaving 2 dark, pulpy craters. He'd torn their hearts out. "Who did this to you?" Harper opened her mouth, closed it, like a marionette worked by a clumsy hand. "He was our son," she said, "but not our son." Again, Daniel's eyes slid to the corner. "He left that there. He said it could happen to us, too. He said he would eat our lives." Alex didn't want to know what was in the corner. The shadows seemed darker there, the cold deeper.
She swung the light from her phone in that direction, but she couldn't make sense of what she saw. A heap of wood curls? Scrap paper? It took her a moment to understand as she was looking at a body, the remnants of one. She was looking at someone who had been devoured, nothing left but a husk. Was that what Linus Rider would have left of her? Was that what Darlington had started to do to Marjorie Stephen, leaving her withered and aged but still recognizable? Alex knew it was pointless, but she tried calling Dawes. The screen hung on the number. Service at Black Elm was sketchy at best and non-existent underground. She cast the light from her screen up the steps again. What was waiting for her up there? Had Darlington tucked her away for a midnight snack? Was he still somehow tethered to Black Elm, or had he been creeping through New Haven to set his little murder scenes? It made a kind of sense. Darlington had survived in hell as both demon and man. Some part of both of them had returned to the mortal world to sit in that golden circle. And some part of that demon boy still loved New Haven and its peculiar lore, would have known the story of the 3 judges, would have liked building a macabre scavenger hunt for her and Turner. But did it really add up? Had his desperation all been an act? Was he more demon than man? Had he always been? Whatever he was, he didn't really know what she could do, that she might be weak and injured, but that the things he'd left to terrify her were going to be weapons in her hands. Her ribs ached every time she breathed, and her shoulder was throbbing where she'd connected with the stairs, but she'd had worse. Even so, the door up there was heavy enough that she wasn't going to be able to kick her way through on her own. She touched her wrist where the salt star marked the place the snake had entered her. She could only hope it was ready to strike. "Who wants to help get us out of here?" she asked the Greys. "You can bring us back to life?" Daniel asked. So the Arlington brains had skipped a generation? "No," she said, "but I can at least make sure you don't spend eternity in a basement." "I'll go," said Harper. "Don't leave me alone down here," Daniel cried. "Forget it," said Alex, though she had no idea if what she was about to do was even possible. "Everybody into the pool." She held out her hands, and Darlington's parents rushed into her. It felt like she was standing in a crowded party, 100 voices shouting, the noise unbearable. She tasted crisp champagne on her tongue, smelt clove, tuberose, amber. Carampois. The name of the scent arrived in her head, the vision of a bottle on a dressing table, a glass grenade. She saw her lean face in the mirror. A little boy was playing on the floor in the reflection, dark hair, serious eyes. He was always watching her, always needing something from her. The longing in him exhausted her. Then she was walking the grounds at Black Elm. They were tidier, green and lush in the heat of summer. She was watching an old man walk with that same little boy, a short distance up the path. He loved them both. He hated them both. He hated his own father, his own son. If he could just get a foothold, if he could just find his way to a little luck, he wouldn't have to feel like this, like a nobody, when he was in Arlington. Alex gave her head a shake. She felt like she was drowning in self-loathing. "The 2 of you really need to think about how you want to spend your afterlife. I recommend therapy." She glanced at the corpses on the ground. She remembered Darlington in the dream, human and heartbroken. I don't know how to not love them. Apparently, he'd figured it out. Then she was racing up the stairs. The sense of strength in her was almost too much, as if her body couldn't contain the force. She didn't feel the pain in her shoulder or her ribs anymore. Her heart beat loudly in her ears.
She took the stairs 2 at a time, threw her arms up to protect her face, and crashed through the bolted door. Alex heard someone scream and saw Michael Ansem crouching by the open back door, his face white, his eyes wide with terror. "Alex?" he squeaked. "What are you doing here?" Alex demanded. What are you doing here? Black Elm isn't Leigh property, and someone has to take care of Cosmo. That's why you just knocked the basement door off its hinges?" Alex was glad Ansem hadn't been turned into demon food, but that didn't mean she trusted him. "What do you want, and where have you been?" Ansem stood and dusted himself off. He straightened his cuffs, attempting to regain some dignity. "New York. Living my life, going to work, playing with my kids, and trying to forget about Leigh. I met with the board this morning. I came to talk to you about their ruling." "Here?" Dawes said this was where you were. "She's supposed to be here too. I don't want to make this speech twice." Dawes must have seen Alex on the security cameras. She might have even called to warn Alex that Ansem was on his way, but Alex had been stuck in the basement. The grays in her head were so very loud she couldn't think, but she wasn't willing to give up their strength yet. Could Ansem have shoved her down the stairs? What possible reason would he have? All she knew was she had to get rid of him. Darlington might be in a murdering kind of mood, but she didn't intend to let Ansem decide what happened to him. "Let's get out of here," she said. "It's cold and creepy." Ansem narrowed his eyes. "What is going on? There are 2 dead bodies in the basement, probably 3, and I'm juiced up on grays because I'm pretty sure the gentleman of Leigh thought it would be cute to commit multiple homicide and eat someone. A lot," she said, because even she couldn't sell nothing. "But you're out of the business of solving my problems, right? Not if those problems become Leigh's." He looked around and rubbed his arms. "But you're right, we'll find some other place to talk. This house should be knocked down." The sound shook the walls, as if someone had detonated a bomb on the 2nd floor. "What was that?" Ansem cried, gripping the kitchen island like a drowning man. Alex knew that sound. Something banging on a door that should never be opened, trying to get into the mortal world. Boom. Ansem was staring at her. "Why don't you look scared?" She was scared, but she wasn't surprised, and she'd made the mistake of letting it show. "What the gosh did you do, Alex?" He was angry now, and he stormed past her, stalking through the dining room, toward the staircase. "Stop," Alex said, catching up to him. "We have to go. You don't know what you're dealing with." "And you do? I have clearly underestimated your ignorance and arrogance. Ansem." She grabbed his arm and spun him around. It was easy with the grays inside her, and he blinked at her strength, staring at her fingers gripping his arm. Boom. Plaster gusted down from the living room ceiling. They were directly beneath the ballroom now, beneath the circle of protection. "Take your hands off me," he insisted, but he sounded frightened. "Ansem, if I have to drag you out of here, I will. It's not safe, and we have to go now." "You could do it, couldn't you?" Ansem said, his terrified eyes searching hers. "I outweigh you by what, nearly 100 pounds? You could haul me right out of here. What are you?" Boom. Alex was saved from answering by the ceiling caving in. Alex and Ansem fell backward as the ballroom floor collapsed from above in a cascade of plaster and wood. Darlington crouched in the wreckage, his horns glowing, his golden eyes like searchlights. He looked bigger than he had before, his back broader. He growled, and in the sound she heard a word, maybe a name, but she couldn't make sense of it. Alex put herself between Darlington and Ansem. "Darlington!" Darlington roared, the sound like the thunder of a subway train. He slashed at the floor, leaving deep trenches in the wood. She thought of the claw marks in his parents' chests. "Run!" she shouted at Ansem.
"I can hold him off." Ansem was pressed against the wall, plaster on his suit, his eyes big as moons. What Darlington stalked toward them. She licked at her wrist, and the salt snakes leapt from her body, hissing and snapping. Ansem screamed. Whatever Darlington had become halted as the snakes slithered across the floor toward him. Ansem whimpered, That's Daniel Arlington?" The rattlers lunged at Darlington, jaws closing on his legs and arms.
He howled and tried to shake them off, stumbling back toward the stairs. This is an abomination, Anselm gibbered. Stop him now. You have the advantage. Just get out of here, Alex shouted over her shoulder. You can't possibly think you're going to save him. He could bring down Leigh, all of us. Darlington slammed one of the salt serpents against the banister, then pinned it there with his horns. Look at him, Anselm demanded. For once in your life, think, Stern. Think, Stern. Don't let him get to the circle, Anselm cried. Send that monster back to a difficult place, and I'll find a way to get you back into Leigh. But why would Darlington want to go back to his prison? And how did Anselm know about the circle of protection? Think, Stern. To Anselm she'd always been Alex, Miss Stern when he was angry. It was Darlington who called her Stern. She hesitated, an impossible notion fighting its way through her muddled thoughts. She remembered when Anselm had told her the story of the 3 judges, how much had reminded her of Darlington. Darlington without magic, without Black Elm, without a soul. She remembered how surprised she'd been when he had asked about her mother. Does she embarrass you? The wave of shame that had overtaken her, how exhausted she'd felt after that meeting. She remembered Anselm stretching in the sunlight like a well-fed cat. I feel almost human. Alex knew she shouldn't turn her back on a wounded demon, but she had the feeling she'd already made that mistake. She moved slowly, cautiously, trying to keep both Darlington and Anselm in her sights. Anselm was pressed against the wall in his rumpled suit. Alex slid her tongue over her wrist. Her salt snakes uncoiled. They knew a demon when they saw one, even if he was dressed up in human skin and the authority of Leigh. They leapt. Anselm held up his hands and a ring of orange fire swept forward. The salt snakes seemed to pop and sizzle in the heat, exploding in a hail of sparks. Well, he said, dusting himself off for the 2nd time that day, I had hoped you'd do the killing. I wanted to watch you torment yourself over the murder of your beloved mentor for a while. Does she embarrass you? The question had hit her like a punch to the gut, left her shaken and tied up in guilt. He'd been feeding on her. She remembered him standing in Sterling, shaking his head like a beleaguered dad on a television show, like he was performing being human. You're his demon, Alex said, understanding coming on in a flood. You hitched a ride when we tried to bring Darlington out of a difficult place the first time, when Dawes and I botched the ritual at Scroll and Key. And you've been really with us ever since. He was our son, but not our son. You killed Darlington's parents. Anselm rolled his shoulders, his body seeming to shift beneath his skin. They showed up at Black Elm when I was trying to figure out how to get my lesser half out of that cursed circle. Whatever I am will be unleashed upon the world. Darlington hadn't just been using the force of his will to stay inside the circle, he'd called on the remainder of his humanity for restraint. It was that same humanity that had fought to give them clues, even to try to warn her. In the dream, there had been 2 of him, demon and man. There have to be, he said, the boy and the monster. But Anselm hadn't been able to feed on Darlington in the mortal realm because he was protected by the circle. So the demon had needed to take on another form. You killed Michael, Anselm, too, she said. That was the husk in the basement. The demon had fed on Anselm, stolen his life. When Alex had lunch with him by the water, she'd even noted how different he seemed. Young, at ease, handsome, like he was having a very fine time. Because he was. He was sated on human misery. She'd shaken his hand, made a deal for her mother's life. How he must have laughed at her desperation. On the stairs, Darlington snarled, still besieged by Alex's serpents, but she had no idea how to call them off. And why was Anselm so much better at fighting her salt spirits than not Helly or not Blake or the other demons? The murders, she said, all of that about the judges and Professor Lambton, they were just distractions. A game, Anselm corrected with a gentle smile. A puzzle. To keep them from finding and using the gauntlet and freeing Darlington's soul from a difficult place. 2 people died, and Andy Lambton is in a psych ward. It was a good game. The night of their disastrous ritual at Scroll and Key, it had been the real Michael Anselm at Ilbastoni Fussy, cold, determined to keep Leigh trouble-free. The first campus murder had happened later that very night. The demon had fed on Marjorie Steffen, aging her like a terrible poison. But he'd stopped before he'd made her a husk. He didn't want to assume her form. It was of no use to him. Besides, he'd just been there to construct a little tableau. He'd been more careful when he'd killed Dean Beekman, kept his demon hungers in check, used Andy Lambton to do the dirty work. I needed to sever Darlington's tie to the mortal world before you bumblers got his soul free and united it with his body, Anselm admitted. But while he was in the circle, he was protected. And yet the lure was right in front of me all along. I just had to put his damsel in distress. Of course he came running. Anselm raised his hand. And now? The task is simple. A blazing orange arc of fire burst forward. Alex felt it sizzle past her shoulder, singing the flesh. It struck Darlington dead on. "No!" she cried. She rushed at Anselm, letting the strength of the grays flood her. She slammed him against the wall and heard his neck snap. The grays shrieked in her head. Because Anselm was a demon. Because he was their killer. Because she was a killer too. Harper and Daniel Arlington shoved their way out of her body, leaving her weak and breathless. Anselm's head lolled on his broken neck, but he only grinned and raised his hand again, fire leaping forward. Alex dug in her pockets and hurled a cloud of salt at him, savoring his yowl as his flesh bubbled. At least he was susceptible to that. She unloaded the rest of her salt store on him, but she knew there was no way for her to actually destroy Anselm. Not without a stake or a salt sword, and maybe even that wouldn't do the trick. This demon was not like the others. Alex's serpents leapt forward and piled onto the quivering, bubbling mass of Anselm's body. "Hold him," she begged, though she had no idea if they understood. She ran toward Darlington. He lay naked on the stairs, the glow from his markings dimming, the jeweled yoke bright against his neck. The burn was black and cut across his chest. Her snakes lay in charred, wriggling heaps, scorched by Anselm's fire. Alex slid to her knees on the stairs. "Darlington?" His skin was hot to the touch, but she could feel it cooling beneath her fingertips. "Come on, Danny, stay with me. Tell me how to fix this mess." Darlington's golden eyes opened. Their glow was fading, turning milky. "Stern." His voice sounded distant, a bare echo. "The box." For a second, Alex didn't know what he was talking about, but then she nodded. The Arlington rubber boots box was in her coat pocket. She kept it with her always. "I'll hold on as long as I can. Get to hell. Bring my soul back. The gauntlet. Listen, Wheelwalker, the circle is a doorway. But you are a doorway." Helly had described Alex the same way, the night of her death.
Why wait? That was what Darlington had asked her when she told him they were going to attempt the gauntlet. What if he'd been trying to explain she didn't need to walk the path, that there was a portal right in front of her, a crack between worlds that only she could slip through? "As you like, Wheelwalker. You choose the steps in this dance." "Stay alive," she said, and forced her body up the stairs. She was slow without the graze, the pain making her clumsy. But she had the keepsake box in her coat pocket, and it felt like a second heart, a living organ beating against her chest. She didn't know if Anselm was following. He had no reason to. He had no idea what she intended, and his focus would be on Darlington, on destroying him. If she didn't hurry, he would burn Darlington's body alive before she ever had a chance to retrieve his soul. If she even could. If this wasn't another mistake that would get them both killed. She lurched down the hall and saw the shimmer of the circle, dimmer now, broken in places. But where it was brightest, she glimpsed the other black elm, the one she'd seen in hell, a ruined heap of rocks. In this world, in her world, there was nothing but a gaping hole in the floor. If she fell, she would break her legs, maybe her back. There was no time to second guess. All worlds are open to us. I hope you're right about this, Darlington. Alex shoved off from the doorway. 1 step, 2 steps. She leapt. Heat flashed through her as she crossed the circle, but she never hit the floor. Instead, she found herself stumbling over dusty, rocky ground. She could still see the flicker of the circle around her, but now she was in the demon realm. "Darlington!" she shouted and yanked the box from her pocket. "Danny, it's me." She didn't need the old man's voice this time. He remembered her. He knew she'd tried to bring him home.
He looked up at her, a rock still in his hands. "Alex?" She held the box open. "Trust me. One last time. Trust me to get us out of here." But the look on his face was one of terror. Too late she realized it was a warning. Something slammed into her back. The box flew from her hands. It was like watching movement underwater. Time slowed. The box arced through the air and struck the ground. It shattered. Alex screamed. She was on the ground scrambling toward the broken pieces. She felt something grab the back of her shirt and flip her over, the force driving the breath from her body. A rabbit was standing over her, 6 feet tall and dressed in a suit, Anselm's suit. It placed one of its soft white feet on her chest and pushed. Alex shrieked as her broken ribs shifted. But none of it mattered. The box was broken. There was no way to bring Darlington back and reunite him with his body. He would die in the mortal world, and his soul would be trapped forever in hell. The rabbit leaned down, its red eyes twitching. "Thief," it sneered. She had let them die one after another. Babbitt, Rabbit, Helly, Darlington. And maybe now she was going to die too, crushed by a monster. If she died in hell, would she stay here forever? Move on to some other realm? The blue fire that crawled over her body caught on the rabbit's fur, but it didn't seem to care. "How did you cross the circle?" the thing demanded, shifting its weight, pressing down harder. Alex couldn't even draw breath to scream. She turned her head to the side and saw Darlington watching, his face sad, a rock in his hand. He wanted to help her, but he didn't know how any more than she did. She had no grays to call on here. "How did you cross the circle?" the rabbit demanded again. It flexed its paw, and Alex shuddered. "Not so tough now, Not so scary. What are you without your stolen strength? An empty little cipher." She thought of Darlington's burned body on the stairs, the old porcelain box lying in pieces, the demons they'd set free. Her ribs hurt, her shoulder throbbed. The thing crushing her beneath its foot was right. She did feel empty. She'd been hollowed out. A cipher, an empty cup, a shattered box. Except she wasn't broken, not where it counted. She was bruised and battered, and she had a bad feeling that rib was poking one of her lungs. But she was still here, still alive, and she had a gift Anselm didn't know about, in either realm. You cannot imagine the vitality of a living soul. That was what Bellbaum had told her. Alex had only ever claimed the dead. But what if she claimed the living? She remembered Darlington leading her up the stairs at the hutch, into the hall at Ilbastone, down haunted streets and through secret passages. He'd been her guide, her Virgil. How many times had he turned to her and said, "Come with me"? He'd promised her miracles and horrors too, and he'd delivered. She held out her hand, just as she once had to Helly, just as she had to countless spirits, just as Darlington had to her again and again. "Come on along," she whispered. Darlington dropped the rock. His soul flooded into her like golden light. New leaf green, morning bright, the sweet vibration of the cello's bow, the ringing, triumphant sound of steel on steel. Her body erupted into white flame, searing, blinding. The rabbit shrieked, high and helpless, as the fire burned through its body. Alex's pain was gone. She leapt to her feet, and before Anselm could recover, she was running toward the glimmer of the circle. She hurled her body through it. The world went white. She closed her eyes against the brightness, then gasped as she realized she was falling. The floor of Black Elm was rising up to meet her. But she had Darlington's spirit inside her, and it was nothing like the power the Greys bestowed. If the strength of a Grey was a candle lit inside her, this was 1,000 searchlights, a bomb blast. She struck the ground on soft feet. She was light, graceful, and the world was ablaze with color. She felt the cold on her skin from a draft somewhere in the house. She saw every bit of broken wood and fallen plaster borne aloft on the air, lovely as a snowfall. She saw Darlington's body on the stairs, the yoke still gleaming against his neck, though the rest of him was scorched black. He was curled on his side, trying to hide from Anselm, who had followed Alex into hell and back out again. The monstrous rabbit was gone, and Anselm was a man once more, though he was singed where Alex's fire had burned him. He leapt over her toward Darlington, orange flame streaking from his fingertips, but fell into a crouch, hissing, held at bay. By Cosmo. The cat had come yowling down the stairs, his fur on end, aglow with white light. Darlington's protector. How long had that cat been watching over the owners of this house? Was he a salt spirit or something else entirely? Anselm shrieked, rocking back and forth on his heels and hands. He had never looked less human. Alex could hear that singing steel sound, could feel Darlington's spirit inside her. She knew now the pleasure that Bellbaum had felt when she'd consumed the spirits of the living. Greed is a sin in every language. Darlington's voice, chiding, bemused. She could hear him, the thoughts clear as if they were her own. She didn't want to relinquish this feeling of power, this elation. He tasted like honey. But she knew better than to get used to a drug like this. She could only hope she wasn't too late. Go, Alex made herself whisper. He coursed out of her, a river of gold. She could still taste his soul on her tongue, hot and sweet. He flowed into the body on the stairs. "Thief!" screamed Anselm, and Cosmo howled as the demon let loose a torrent of fire that engulfed Darlington. Alex ran at Anselm, not thinking, just desperate to get him to stop. She should have felt weak in the wake of all that power, but there was no pain. Her ribs weren't broken. Her chest didn't hurt. This was what the power of the living could do. She crashed into Anselm, knocking him to the ground, but he was on top of her in a breath, his hands clamped around her throat. "I'm going to burn the life out of you," he said happily.
"I'm going to eat you up." His teeth were growing in his mouth, long and yellowing. On the stairs beside them, Darlington's body was a charred hulk. He looked like the pictures of people in Pompeii, curled in on themselves as the world turned to ash. Too late. No one could come back from that. But then she realized the jeweled yoke was gone. His markings began to glow, light shining through the cracks of his burned flesh. Again, Alex tasted honey on her tongue. Anselm hissed, and she saw blue flame racing up his hands, his arms, engulfing him in fire. Her fire. Hell fire. How? It had only existed in the demon realm before. He shrieked and drew back, seeming to flicker before her, his shape shifting, and she knew she was glimpsing his true form, something clawed and strange, its bones set at odd angles. Golgorot! That growl from Darlington again, but this time she understood the demon name. The thing that towered over her on the stairs was both more and less like Darlington. His voice sounded right, the echo gone, but horns still curled back from his temples, and his body looked too big, not entirely human. His markings had changed too. The symbols were gone, but there were golden bands around his wrists and neck and ankles. "Murderer!" shouted Anselm as his body twitched and pulsed beneath his suit. "Liar! Matricide! You—" He didn't get another word out. Darlington seized Anselm in his massive hands and lifted him off his feet. With a single furious snarl, he tore Anselm in two. The demon's flesh gave way as if it were paper, dissolving into a mass of wriggling maggots. Alex sprang back. Darlington's body seemed to shift again, retracting. The horns vanished, the golden bands. He looked mortal. He stood there for a moment, gazing at Anselm's remains, then turned and started up the stairs. "Darlington?" Alex stammered. Where are you going?" "To get some clothes, Stern," he said, climbing the steps and leaving bloody footprints behind. A man can spend only so much time without trousers on before he begins to feel like a deviant. Alex stared up at him, one hand on the banister. The gentleman of Lethe had returned.
Darlington had been asleep, and in his dreams he'd been a monster, but now he was awake and brutally cold, and maybe a monster still. He made his way up the steps, dimly aware that he was leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him, his own blood. Anselm had no blood to leave. He'd broken in half as if he were filled with sawdust, a facsimile of a man. Each step made a drumbeat. Anger, desire, anger, desire. He wanted intimacy. He wanted to fight. He wanted to sleep for 1,000 years. Darlington knew that at some point he would have been embarrassed that he was naked, but maybe he'd spent so long in 2 places at once that his modesty had gotten lost somewhere in between. He didn't want to see the damage he'd done to the ballroom. In fact, after so long in captivity, he wasn't sure he ever wanted to see the ballroom again. Instead, he headed directly to his bedroom on the 3rd floor. He felt as if he were viewing it through thick glass, or one of those old Viewmasters, click the button, turn the slide. The colors seemed wrong, the books foreign. He had loved this room, he had loved this house, or someone had, but now it gave him no pleasure. I'm home. He should be glad. Why wasn't he? Maybe because Alex had freed his soul, but some part of him would forever be trapped in hell, carrying rock after rock, setting stone upon stone, begging to stop, to rest, but unable to. There'd been no boredom, no sense of repetition. He'd been desperate the whole time, a man trying to revive a corpse, trying to breathe life into a body gone cold, looking for some sign of hope, sure that every single stone was the one that would bring Black Elm back to glory. There was more, of course. He had been many things in hell, jailer and jailed, torturer and tortured, but he wasn't ready to think about that, and he was only relieved that there were some secrets he could still keep from Galaxy Stern. He could sense her standing at the bottom of the stairs, hesitant, and he was ashamed of the thoughts that entered his head. Could he blame the demon for these visions of carnality? Or was he just a man who'd been in jail for a year? His physical urges didn't much care about the debate, and he was glad he was alone. He pulled on jeans, a sweatshirt, his old coat, waited patiently for the tide of want to recede. He packed a small overnight bag, his grandfather's old leather satchel. It was only then that it hit him. His parents were dead, and in a way, he had killed them. Golgoroth had fed on his soul in hell, dined on his shame and hopelessness. He'd eaten Darlington's memories and the worst of his sadness and need. He had killed Michael Anselm for the sake of his plans, an expedient means to an end. But killing Darlington's parents would have delighted him, not just because Anselm drew satisfaction from pain, but because some shriveled, bitter part of Darlington wanted them to die and die badly, and Golgoroth knew it. The boy who had been abandoned to the stones of Black Elm had no care or clemency to give his mother and father, only violence. Darlington sat down on the edge of the bed, the knowledge of everything that had happened crashing into him. If he let his mind alight on any single thought for too long, he'd go mad. Or maybe he was already mad. How was he supposed to be human again after what he'd seen and done? Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. His bedroom looked just as he'd left it, and aside from the giant hole in the ballroom floor that he could never afford to repair, the house seemed to be intact. His parents were dead. He couldn't quite get the fact to take on weight and settle. So he would keep moving. Think about the bag, pick it up. Think about the door, open it. Think about each step he was taking down the hall. These were safe things to gather around him. Darlington descended the stairs. The patch of squirming maggots Anselm had left behind should have repelled him, but maybe it was his demon skin that refused to crawl. Alex was waiting in the kitchen, eating dry cereal from a box. She was the same, too skinny, sallow, ready to take a swing at anything that looked at her wrong. She's a killer. That had seemed important once, a dark revelation. He remembered her standing in the basement of Rosenfeld Hall, how still she'd been in the moment when he'd needed her to act, a silent girl with black glass eyes, her gaze as steady and as wary as it was now. "I have been crying out to you from the start." They watched each other in the quiet of the kitchen. They knew everything about each other. They knew nothing at all. He had a sense that they had entered into an uneasy truce, but he couldn't quite name the war. She was more beautiful than he remembered. No, that wasn't true. It wasn't that she had changed or that his vision had sharpened. He was just less afraid of her now. After a long moment, Alex held out the cereal box. An odd peace offering, but he took it, dipped his arm in, tossed a handful of puffs into his mouth. Immediately he regretted it. "Good God, Stern," he gasped as he spat into the kitchen sink and rinsed the remnants away. "Are you eating pure sugar?" Alex crammed another handful of garbage into her mouth. "Pretty sure there's some corn syrup, too, and real fruit flavoring. We can stock up on your nuts and twig stuff if you want to stay here." Darlington wasn't ready to make any decisions about the house, about anything. "I'll sleep at Il Bastone tonight." He didn't want to say what came next, but he made himself form the words. "I need to see their bodies." "Okay," Alex said. "Their car is in the garage. Golgorod must have put it there." The name felt wrong on his human tongue, as if he was speaking with a tourist's accent. "I only knew him as Anselm. The real Anselm's husk is down there too. You don't have to go with me." "Good." Darlington was tempted to laugh. Alex Stern had gone to hell twice for him, but the basement was a step too far. He dug in a drawer for a flashlight and headed down the steps. The smell struck him, but he'd known that was coming. He wasn't prepared for the way the bodies had been mutilated. He paused on the stairs. He'd meant to. He wasn't certain what he'd intended. To close their eyes gently? To speak some words of comfort? He'd spent 3 years studying death words, but he still had nothing to say. All he could think of were the words emblazoned on every piece of Leth House ephemera. "Mors vincit omnia," he whispered. It was all he had to offer. He'd been washed up on a familiar shore, but the sea had changed him. Grief would have to wait. He turned his flashlight on what had been the body of Michael Anselm, a man he'd met only briefly when he was a freshman being inducted into Leth as the new Dante. Exactly how were they going to explain a dead board member? That would have to wait too. He climbed the stairs. The basement door had come off its hinges, and he leaned it carefully against the jamb, the boulder at the door to the tomb. Alex had returned the cursed cereal to its cupboard and was leaning on the counter looking at her phone, her hair a black sheaf, a dark winter river. "I need to know what to tell Dawes," she said. Anselm avoided her cameras, but she knows I'm here, and she knows the ballroom camera is offline. "Are you ready to be back?" "I don't know that it matters. Perhaps it would be best to explain in person." He hesitated, but there was no reason not to ask. "Did you see them? My parents?" "After?" She nodded. "They helped get me out of the basement." "Do they think I killed them?" "Sort of. Are they here now?" Alex shook her head. Of course not. He knew better than that. Greys rarely returned to the scene of their deaths. Contrary to most popular fiction, ghosts didn't come back to haunt their murderers. They wanted to be reminded of places and people they loved, human pleasures. It took a vengeful and dedicated spirit to haunt someone, and neither of his parents had that kind of drive. And they would have wanted to be far from Golgorod. The dead feared demons because they promised pain when the pain should be over. They'd been very frightened of Darlington indeed. Alex drew her coat more tightly closed. "The old man is here. My grandfather? I can hear him. I can hear all of them now." Darlington tried not to show his surprise, his curiosity, his envy. How could this scrap of a girl have so much power? How could she see into the hidden world that had evaded him for so long? And after a year in hell, why did he still give a damn? "They never shut up," she added. "She's trusting me," he told himself. Alex was handing him knowledge that he knew, with complete certainty, Lef didn't have. Another offering. He found he was as greedy for her trust as her power. He pushed those thoughts away. What is he saying? Now Alex's eyes shifted uneasily to the toes of her boots. He says to be free, that you've given up enough blood to this place. It's yours to take or leave. It always should have been. Darlington snorted. You're lying. What did he really say? Alex shrugged and met his eyes. That black elm needs you more than ever, that this is your home by right of blood and treasure, and a lot of rambling about the Arlington legacy. That sounds much more like him. He paused, studying her. You know what happened here, don't you? What I did? Why I survived the hell beast? Alex didn't look away. I know. I always wondered if I'd done the right thing. If it makes you feel any better, I'd smother him right now if I could. Darlington was startled by his own abrupt laugh. Maybe Alex could have stopped him from being eaten that night in Rosenfeld Hall. Maybe she'd wanted his discovery of her crimes to die with him in that basement. She supposed she had betrayed him. But in the end, it had taken this monstrous girl to drag him back from the underworld. There was nothing he could say that would shock her, and that was powerful comfort. I'll be back, he said, in the hopes that his grandfather would understand what he was about to do. Better to flee from death than feel its grip, he quoted, letting the death words cast the old man out, a peace offering to Alex of his own. Thanks, she said. I don't know what to do about... He couldn't quite manage to say, their bodies. He bobbed his chin toward the basement instead. We have bigger problems, Alex said, rising from the counter. Come on, I called a car. Why don't we take the Mercedes? She winced. Stern, what happened to my car? Long story. She locked the kitchen door behind them, and they started down the gravel drive. But after only a few steps, he had to stop, put his hands on his knees, breathe deeply. You okay? She asked. No, he certainly wasn't. The sky was heavy, low, and gray, thick with clouds that promised snow. The air was mossy and sweet, blessedly cold. Some part of him had believed there was no world outside of Black Elm, no street at the end of the drive, no town beyond. He had forgotten how big things could feel, how crowded with life, how beautiful it could be to know the season, the month, the hour, to simply say, it is winter. I'm fine, he said. Good, she said, continuing on. Practical, merciless, a survivor who would keep walking, keep fighting no matter what God, the devil, or Yale threw at her. Was she a knight, a queen, a demon herself? Did it make any difference? I have good news and bad news, she said. Bad news first, please. We have to go back to hell. I see. And the good news? Dawes is making avgalamono. Well, he said as they reached the stone columns that marked the end of Arlington property, that's a relief. He did not look back. Dawes was standing on the front steps of Il Bastone when they arrived, her headphones around her neck, her hands twitching fretfully in her sweatshirt sleeves. Turner stood beside her, leaning on one of the smoke-stained columns. He was in jeans and a button-down, and the sight of him out of a suit was almost as distressing as watching a ceiling cave in. Who are these guests I don't recall inviting? Darlington asked, as the demons moved out of the shadows across the street. Slowly, Alex opened her door and climbed out, wondering what the driver thought about the odd group of people standing in the road at twilight. Demons, she said. We brought them back. As an exchange program. It was an accident, she said as their ride pulled away. They set fire to the house. Why am I not surprised? We were trying to rescue you, Darlington. There were bound to be hiccups. I'm not sure I've ever noted your gift for understatement, Stern. Demonic hiccups. Alex? Mija? Alex's grandmother was standing on the sidewalk. Her dark hair shot through with gray, dressed in a soft turtleneck and a long black skirt that brushed the ground. When Alex was small, she loved the sound of the fabric trailing over the floor. But doesn't it get dirty, Abuela? Her grandmother had winked and said, What's a little dirt when the devil can't find me? Alex knew this was not her grandmother, but her heart twisted anyway. Estrella Stern had been afraid of nothing, determined to protect her strange granddaughter from her flighty daughter, to shelter her with prayers and lullabies and good food. "Who is feeding you, mija?" Estrella asked, her eyes warm, her arms open. "Alex!" Dawes shouted, but her voice seemed far away when home was so close. Darlington leapt in front of her and snarled. His shape altered before Alex's eyes, his golden horns curling back from his forehead. Alex tasted honey. Her body burst into blue flame, and the grandmother demon squealed, losing its shape, seeming to slide back into the form of a young woman, a hybrid of Helly and Alex, and something unnatural. One shoulder lifted too high, head lowered as if to hide its leering mouth, its many teeth. Darlington charged forward like a bull, slamming into the demon and pinning it to the sidewalk. He rammed his horns against it as it shrieked. The other demons cringed back into the shadows between the houses. "Darlington," Alex said. It was almost dark, and people were coming home from work. If they drew a crowd, they were going to have even more problems. But he wasn't listening, or the monster in him didn't care. He rammed into the demon with a snarl, severing its torso. Its legs dissolved into wriggling maggots, but it just kept on screaming. "Darlington, enough!" Her flame unfurled in a crackling blue wire, snapping around the glowing golden band that had appeared on his neck where the yoke had been. It snaked around Darlington's throat and yanked him away from Not Helly. The rest of the demon's torso dissolved into squirming grubs. Darlington fell back on his haunches with a growl, like a hound brought to heel. "Gosh," Alex said, batting at the blue flame leash, watching it recede. "I'm sorry, But Darlington's horns had faded with the fire. He was human again, kneeling on the sidewalk. "I'm sorry," she repeated. His gaze was dark and assessing, like he was studying a new text. He rose and brushed the dust from his coat. "Best we get inside, I think." Alex nodded. She felt nauseated and tired, all the gleam of carrying Darlington's soul within her siphoned away. She'd let the demon feed on her like some kind of amateur. And what the hell had just happened? "Is it really dead?" she asked, stepping over the maggots and trying not to gag. "No," said Darlington. "Its body will reform and try to feed on you again." "And Ansem?" "Gulgarot too." Alex wondered what that meant for a creature like Linus Rider. In the doorway of Ilbastalin, Mercy released a nervous laugh. "The demons don't like him, do they?" "Not one bit," said Turner. The leaves of the oak clustered around him. He'd called to his salt spirit. To help Darlington, or to put him down? Maybe Turner was having doubts about the whole soldier for good thing after seeing those horns come out. How was Spain? Darlington cleared his throat. He was human again, but the shape of the demon seemed to linger over him, a memory, a threat. "Hotter than expected. Anyone want to explain how he got here?" Turner asked. "And why Alex just caught fire?" But whatever spell had bound Dawes frozen on the steps had broken. She descended the stairs slowly, then stopped. It's not a trick, is it?" she said quietly. She was wise to ask, when friends and parents and grandparents and members of the Lethe board might all be monsters in disguise, when Darlington had just crushed a demon against the pavement. But this time the magic was kind. "It's him," Alex said. Dawes sobbed and lunged forward. She threw her arms around Darlington. "Hey, Pammy," he said gently. Alex stood awkwardly to the side as Dawes wept, and Darlington let her. Maybe that was what she should have done, what someone without so much blood on her hands did. "Welcome home. Welcome back. We missed you. I missed you more than I should have, more than I wanted to. I went to hell for you. I'd do it again." "Come on," Darlington said, his arm over Dawes' shoulders, ushering them all back inside, slipping into the role of Virgil as if he'd never left. "Let's get behind the wards." But when he set foot on the steps of Ilba Stone, the stones trembled, the scorched columns shook, the lantern above the doorway rattled on its chain. Beneath the porch, Alex could hear the jackals whimpering. Darlington hesitated. Alex knew this feeling, the fear of being banished from a place you'd called home. What had Ansem said? "Are you so eager to be cast out of Eden?" Another little joke for the demon, another puzzle she'd failed to solve. The door creaked softly on its hinges, a high whine of anxiety, as if it was deciding whether there was danger on its doorstep or not. Then the house made up its mind. The steps went still and solid, the door sprang wide, every window came ablaze with light. Even the house could say what Alex could not. Welcome back. You were missed. You are needed. Part demon or not, the golden boy of Lethe was back, and human enough to pass through the wards. "Where's Tripp?" she asked. "He's not answering his phone," said Dawes. Alex's stomach turned. When did he last check in? 3 hours ago, said Turner as they shuffled into the dining room where someone had set the table. I went by his apartment, but no answer. Darlington looked skeptical. I suppose this is a reasonable time to ask why you brought Tripp Helmuth, of all people, to hell. Alex threw up her hands in annoyance. You try putting together team murder on short notice. She had left Tripp on the New Haven Green. She'd seen him set off toward downtown. Could he be late? Scared of returning to hell? He knew another descent was the only way to be rid of their demons. They were the bait, their misery, their hopelessness. We never should have left him alone, she said. He had the seabird, Turner noted, but the salt spirits can only do so much. I don't know about you, but I could tell Not Helly was adapting. She was less scared of those snakes the last time I used them. She wasn't frightened out on the sidewalk a minute ago. You're all forgetting he could just be a coward, Mercy said as they settled around the table. That isn't fair, Dawes called from the kitchen. What? Mercy demanded. You saw how freaked out he was. He didn't want to make the descent a second time. None of us do, said Turner, and you wouldn't either. I'll go, Mercy said, her chin lifting. You're down a pilgrim. You need someone to fill the gap. You're not a killer, said Alex. Yet. Maybe I'm a late bloomer. Dawes returned to the dining room with a big tureen of steaming soup. This isn't a joke. Let's try to remember that not being a murderer is actually a good thing, Darlington said. I'll take Tripp's place. I'll be the fourth. Dawes set the tureen on the table with a loud, disapproving thud. You will not. Alex didn't like the idea either. The gauntlet wasn't meant to be used as a revolving door. I'm not giving up on Tripp. We don't know that not Spencer got him. We don't know anything yet. We know the math, said Turner. 4 pilgrims to open the door, 4 to make the journey, and 4 to close it all up at the end. The full moon is tomorrow night, and unless Tripp suddenly slinks out into the open, the prodigal demon is our only option. We'll find another way, Dawes insisted, ladling soup into bowls aggressively. Sure, Turner replied. Should we just have Mercy stab someone? Of course not, Dawes snapped, though Mercy looked scarily game. But a faint, sad smile touched Darlington's lips. Go on. Now Dawes hesitated. Look at you, she said quietly. You aren't completely human anymore. You're bound to that place. She glanced uneasily at Alex. You both are. Alex crossed her arms. What do I have to do with it? You were on fire, said Dawes, the same way you were in the underworld. Dawes dipped her spoon into her bowl, then set it down. We can't send Darlington back, and if Tripp's demon, if something happened to him, it's our fault. No one could disagree. Dawes had said that Alex and Darlington were tied to the underworld, but the truth was that they were all bound together now. They had seen the very worst of each other, felt every ugly, shameful, frightening thing. 4 pilgrims, 4 children trembling in the dark, 4 fools who had attempted what should never be dared. 4 shoddy heroes on a quest who were meant to survive this reckless endeavor together. But Tripp wasn't here. I'll go back to his place tomorrow, Turner said. Reach out at his job. But we agree right now, no matter what, we make the descent tomorrow night. Sure, Turner replied. Should we just have Mercy stab someone? Of course not, Dawes snapped, though Mercy looked scarily game. But a faint, sad smile touched Darlington's lips. Go on. Now Dawes hesitated. Look at you, she said quietly. You aren't completely human anymore. You're bound to that place. She glanced uneasily at Alex. You both are. Alex crossed her arms. What do I have to do with it? You were on fire, said Dawes, the same way you were in the underworld. Dawes dipped her spoon into her bowl, then set it down. We can't send Darlington back, and if Tripp's demon, if something happened to him, it's our fault. No one could disagree. Dawes had said that Alex and Darlington were tied to the underworld, but the truth was that they were all bound together now. They had seen the very worst of each other, felt every ugly, shameful, frightening thing. 4 pilgrims, 4 children trembling in the dark, 4 fools who had attempted what should never be dared, 4 shoddy heroes on a quest who were meant to survive this reckless endeavor together. But Tripp wasn't here. "I'll go back to his place tomorrow," Turner said. "Reach out at his job. But we agree right now, no matter what, we make the descent tomorrow night."
We can't let those things keep feeding on us. I have seen some gauche in this life and been through it too, but I won't make it to the next full moon. No one was going to argue with that either. Alex didn't want Darlington back in hell, but they were out of options. If what he had just done to Not Helly couldn't stop these things, nothing in the mortal realm would. "All right," said Alex. Dawes gave a short nod. "How exactly did you get Darlington out?" Turner asked, a little too casually. Alex was tempted to ask if he wanted her to write up a statement, but Dawes and Mercy and Turner were owed an explanation, or whatever answers they could patch together. So they ate, and they talked about Anselm, who was no longer Anselm, the bodies they'd left at Black Elm, the murders of Professor Stephen and Dean Beekman, and the third murder that would have been committed if Turner hadn't arrested Andy Lampton. When they were done, Turner pushed his empty bowl away and scrubbed his hands over his face. "You're telling me Lampton is innocent?" "He was there," said Alex, "at least for Beekman, maybe for Marjorie Stephen. I think Anselm enjoyed making him an accomplice." "That's not his name," Darlington said. "Well, whatever you want to call him. Golgorot, the Demon King?" "He's a prince, not a king, and it would be unwise to underestimate him." "I don't understand," said Mercy. "The Demon Prince, or whoever, he ate Anselm. Shouldn't he be a vampire now? Why is he messing around with getting some guy to commit random murders?" "They weren't random," said Darlington. His voice was bleak, cold, something left at the bottom of a lake. "They were a puzzle, steeped in New Haven history, a custom lure for my mind, for Alex, for Detective Turner, a perfect distraction. He was having fun." "But not drinking blood?" Alex asked. She'd tussled with Not Anselm, and aside from being able to create fire out of thin air, he'd been physically weak, nothing like Linus Ryder. "Golgorot is not like your demons, or the demon that devoured Lionel Ryder. He tortured me in hell. He had already fed on my misery, and when I tried to come through the portal you opened at Scroll and Key, he was able to follow. When the circle bound you to Black Elm," Dawes said, "but not Golgorot. He hadn't fed enough on me to be trapped by Sando's spell." "And the horns?" Turner asked. "You were all travelers, moving between this world and the demon realm while your bodies remained here. That wasn't true for me. I walked right into the mouth of a hell beast, and when I entered the demon realm, I split." He kept his words steady, but his gaze was far away. "I became a demon, bound in service to Golgorot, a creature of appetites. I became a man who fed his keeper with his own suffering." "Right down the middle, huh?" Darlington's smile was small. "No, Detective, I think you well know that one can be both a murderer and a good man, or at least a man who tries to be good. If only the evil did terrible things, what a simple world it would be." Both demon and man remained in hell. Both demon and man were bound by the circle of protection. "Anselm followed me into hell," Alex said, "when I crossed the circle. He had to in order to fight you. Golgorot is both more and less powerful than your demons. As long as I was bound to the circle, he could move freely, consume victims as he chose, but he remained weak. He couldn't enter this realm completely, not without killing me or pushing me back into hell forever." But he's dead now, right?" Mercy asked. Darlington shook his head. "I destroyed his mortal body, the one he'd constructed, but hell will be waiting for me in hell. For all of us." Dawes frowned. "Did he know we'd found the gauntlet?" "No," said Darlington. "He knew you were searching, but he had no idea you'd found it or that you were trying the ritual to free me on Halloween night." "He said he came to Il Bastone and saw our notes," said Mercy. "He told us that," Alex said. "But it's impossible. He's a demon. He couldn't get past the wards." "It's why he didn't take us to the hutch the night he banished us from Leith." Darlington nodded. "He'd set up an early warning system. Hell is vast. He couldn't guard every entry.
But he knew where you were headed, and once the alarm was tripped, he knew you'd found me." Turner drew in a breath. The wolves. That's right. He'd set them to watch over Black Elm. "They were demons," said Alex, the realization like a slap. "They became our demons. 4 wolves for 4 pilgrims. They'd all drawn blood when they'd attacked, all gotten the taste of their human terror." Alex remembered the wolves burning like comets as they'd fled hell. The demons had followed them into the mortal realm. "Golgorot stopped the ritual," Mercy said. "He made me turn off the metronome." But he didn't step into the courtyard. Alex remembered him hovering beneath Durer's magic square. Maybe he hadn't wanted to risk seeing it or getting caught up in the puzzle. "He wasn't going to let you take me out of hell," Darlington said. "He intended to strand you there with me." "But Alex got us out," Turner said. Alex shifted in her seat. "And left the door open for our demons to follow us through." "I don't understand," Dawes said. "Why are there no warnings about the Gauntlet in the Leith Library? Why are there no records of its construction, of what happened to the first pilgrims who walked it, of Lionel Ryder?" "I don't know," Darlington admitted. "It wouldn't be the first cover-up in Leith history." Alex met Dawes's gaze. They knew that well enough. Leith's members, its board, the few in the Yale administration who knew the true occupation of the secret societies, had a long history of sweeping all kinds of atrocities under the rug. Magical casualties, mysterious power outages, strange disappearances, the map in the Peabody basement. Everyone had believed Daniel Arlington was in Spain for most of last semester, and almost no one knew Elliot Sando had turned out to be a murderer. There were no consequences, not if you just kept finding new places to bury your mistakes. Mercy had set her red notebook next to her soup bowl, and she was drawing a series of concentric circles in it. So they covered it up. But Lionel Ryder became a vampire. We don't even know what happened to the other pilgrims or their sentinel. Why leave the gauntlet intact if they knew how dangerous it was? There was silence then, because no one had the answer. But they all knew the truth couldn't be good. Something had gone wrong on that first journey, something bad enough that the gauntlet had been wiped from the books and Rudolph Kitcher's diary had been hidden or destroyed. It might just be that Ryder had been followed by a demon, that Leith was responsible for creating a vampire. But then why not hunt him? Why leave him to prey on innocent people for nearly 100 years? "Could I go alone?" Alex asked. She didn't want to say it. She didn't want to do it. But they might be down one pilgrim, and the longer they waited, the worse it was going to get. "I don't need the gauntlet. Why can't I just walk back through that circle and find some way to drag our demons with me?" "That's awfully self-sacrificing," said Turner. He glanced at Darlington. "She fall on her head?" "I'm not doing it to play hero," Alex said sourly. "But I already got Tripp killed." "You don't know that," protested Dawes. "I can make an educated guess." She hoped it wasn't true. She hoped Tripp was safely tucked away in his fancy loft apartment, eating bowls of vegan chili, but she doubted that was the case. "I roped him into this, and there's a good chance he's not coming back from it." "You can't just walk in by yourself," said Darlington. "You might pull your own demon with you, but you'll all have to go through to get rid of the others." "What about Spencer?" Mercy asked. Not Spencer, Tripp's demon?" "If the demon consumed Tripp's soul," Darlington began. "We don't know that happened," Dawes insisted. "But if it did, then the demon would be able to remain in the mortal world and feed on the living." "They weren't random," said Darlington. His voice was bleak, cold, something left at the bottom of a lake. "They were a puzzle, steeped in New Haven history. A custom lure for my mind, for Alex, for Detective Turner. A perfect distraction. He was having fun." "But not drinking blood?" Alex asked. She'd tussled with Not Anselm, and aside from being able to create fire out of thin air, he'd been physically weak, nothing like Linus Ryder. "Golgorot is not like your demons, or the demon that devoured Lionel Ryder. He tortured me in hell. He had already fed on my misery, and when I tried to come through the portal you opened at Scroll and Key, he was able to follow. When the circle bound you to Black Elm," Dawes said, "but not Golgorot. He hadn't fed enough on me to be trapped by Sando's spell." "And the horns?" Turner asked. "You were all travelers, moving between this world and the demon realm while your bodies remained here. That wasn't true for me. I walked right into the mouth of a hell beast, and when I entered the demon realm, I split." He kept his words steady, but his gaze was far away. "I became a demon, bound in service to Golgoroth, a creature of appetites. I became a man who fed his keeper with his own suffering." "Right down the middle, huh?" Darlington's smile was small. "No, detective. I think you well know that one can be both a murderer and a good man, or at least a man who tries to be good. If only the evil did terrible things, what a simple world it would be. Both demon and man remained in hell. Both demon and man were bound by the circle of protection. Anselm followed me into hell," Alex said, "when I crossed the circle. He had to in order to fight you. Golgoroth is both more and less powerful than your demons. As long as I was bound to the circle, he could move freely, consume victims as he chose, but he remained weak. He couldn't enter this realm completely, not without killing me or pushing me back into hell forever." But he's dead now, right?" Mercy asked. Darlington shook his head. "I destroyed his mortal body, the one he'd constructed, but hell will be waiting for me in hell. For all of us." Dawes frowned. "Did he know we'd found the gauntlet?" "No," said Darlington.
A new vampire could be preying on people in New Haven right now. Another bit of misery Alex had helped to create. Mercy had every right not to trust Tripp, to suspect he was a coward. But Alex liked Tripp. He was a jerk, but he'd tried to do his best for them. "I like being one of the good guys." "We're going to have to create a tether," Dawes said. "Open the doorway and pull them back through." "The vampire too?" asked Mercy. "No," said Darlington. "If Tripp's demon really did become a vampire, it will have to be hunted on its own. Mercy and I have been searching the armory and the library for a way to lure our demons," said Dawes. "But there's only so much we can do if we need to be in the right position to open the gauntlet." "They're drawn to us when things are bad," said Alex. Turner shot her a look. "So, every hour of the day?" "There's the Doom Sparrow," Mercy said, consulting her notes. "If you release it in a room, it sows discord and creates a general sense of malaise. It was used to disrupt meetings of union organizers in the 70s. "Have you heard that silence where the birds are dead, yet something pippeth like a bird?" Darlington quoted. "I really missed having no idea what you're talking about," Alex said. And she meant it. "But I'm not sure we want to start a trip into hell feeling completely miserable and defeated." "There's the Voynich," said Dawes, "but I don't know how to get hold of it." "Why the Voynich, of all things?" Mercy asked. Even Alex had heard of the Voynich manuscript. Aside from the original Gutenberg Bible, it was probably the most famous book at the Benique, and it was certainly harder to get a look at. The Bible was always on display in a glass case in the lobby, and one page was turned daily. But the Voynich was very much under lock and key. "Because it's a puzzle," said Darlington, "an unparsable language, an unsolvable code. It's what it was created for." Mercy shut the cover of her notebook with a loud snap. "Wait a minute. You're saying the Voynich manuscript was created to trap demons? Scholars have been speculating on it for centuries." Darlington lifted his shoulders. "I suppose it traps academics, too." "But Dawes is right. Accessing anything other than a digital copy is nearly impossible, and taking it out of Benique? Forget it." "What about Pierre the Weaver?" asked Mercy. Turner leaned back and crossed his arms. "This ought to be good." But Dawes was tapping her pen against her lips. "That's an interesting idea." "It's brilliant, actually," said Darlington. Mercy smiled. "Does anyone want to tell me and Turner who Pierre is and what he weaves?" asked Alex. "The Weaver was acquired by manuscript," Dawes said. "It was used by a series of cult leaders and false gurus to lure followers. Pierre Bernard was the last, and the name stuck. The trick is making sure the Weaver spins the right emotional web." "And it will trap the demons?" Turner asked. "Only for a short time," said Dawes. "It's all very risky." "Not as risky as doing nothing." Alex didn't want to talk anymore. "They couldn't wait until the next full moon. I'm not going to let those things chase us around and eat at our hearts until they pick us off one by one." "They're only going to get stronger and more savvy," Darlington said. "Personally, I would prefer not to see you all eaten and then have to deal with a bunch of vampires wearing your faces." "Okay," said Turner. "We use Pierre the whatever.
We trap them and drag them down with us. I still have a murder suspect who was encouraged, if not coerced, into helping to commit 2 horrific crimes and planning another. I can't get them to ease up on his sentence because demons were involved." "He was driven mad," Darlington said. "That's how you'll get him leniency. Whether his monsters were real or imagined, the result was the same." "Let's say I let that slide," Turner continued. "There are the remains of 3 missing persons in the Black Elm basement, and someone is going to come looking for those people eventually. I have to believe Anselm's wife is wondering why he hasn't come home, even if that demon was out and about, wearing his suits and using his credit card. Bag the bodies, switch the plates on the rental to transport them, cremate them in the crucible after hours of El Bastone, wipe the car, dump it." Alex knew what they should do. So did Turner. But she also knew he wasn't going to talk about it. He might have killed Carmichael in cold blood, but he was still police, and he wasn't going to be involved in covering up a crime. "We'll take care of it," said Alex. "I won't clean up your mess." "You won't have to." Turner didn't look convinced. "I'm going to take you at your word. Now, for all your talk, you haven't explained what happened out there on the sidewalk in front of this house. I saw a demon tear another demon in half. I saw you covered in fire that shouldn't exist in our realm, and I saw you use it to keep him in check. Anyone want to explain all that?" Darlington shrugged and reached for seconds of soup. "If we could, we would." Alex could tell from Turner's look that he thought Darlington was lying. Alex did too. The house was big enough that there was room for everyone to sleep behind the wards. Darlington was back in the Virgil bedroom on the 3rd floor. Dawes would sleep on the couch in the parlor, and Turner had claimed the floor of the armory. Alex and Mercy set up camp in the Dante bedroom. But before Alex turned out the light, she tried texting Tripp once more. It wasn't safe to go looking for him at night, but she and Turner would try in the morning. "I wasn't very nice to him," said Mercy. "That's not what got him in trouble. And you don't owe everyone nice." She lay back on her pillow. "I need you to be ready tomorrow. Dawes said the descent could be different this time. I don't know what that means for you on the surface, but there's at least one vampire running around out there. I don't like putting you in danger again." Mercy wriggled under the covers. "But we're always in danger. Go to a party, meet up with the wrong person, walk down the wrong street. I think sometimes it's easier if, instead of waiting for trouble, you go to meet it. Like a bad date," Mercy laughed. "Yeah, but if anything terrible happens to me, it won't. But if it does, Mercy, if anyone really messes with you, I will teach them a new word for violence." Mercy laughed, the sound brittle. "I know." She sat up, punched her pillow, leaned back on it. Alex could practically see the wheels turning. "To be a pilgrim? You all killed someone?" Alex had known this conversation was coming. "Yep, I know. I know Dawes killed Blake. I'm not sure I want to know about everyone else, but why am I qualified to be on team murder?" Yeah, Alex had told Mercy about Lethe, about magic, even about the Greys, and that she could see them and use them. But she'd left her past good and buried. As far as Mercy knew, she was a kid from California with some gaps in her education. There were plenty of lies Alex could tell now. It was self-defense. It was an accident. But the truth was that she'd contemplated killing Eton that very morning, and if she'd been able to get away with it and find a place to stash the bodies, she would have done it and never looked back. And she'd promised she wasn't going to lie to Mercy again. "I killed a lot of people." Mercy rolled over on her side and looked at her. "How many?" "Enough. For now. How do you live with that?" What truth was she supposed to offer up? Because it wasn't the people she'd killed who haunted her. It was the people she'd let die, the ones she couldn't save. Alex knew she should say something comforting, that she'd prayed or cried or ran laps to forget. She hadn't had many friends, and she didn't want to lose this one. But she was tired of pretending. "I'm just not made right, Mercy. I don't know if it's remorse or conscience that I'm missing, or if the angel on my shoulder decided to take a long vacation. But I don't lose sleep over the bodies on my scorecard. I guess that doesn't make me a great roommate."
"Maybe not," Mercy said, and turned off the light. "But I'm glad you're on my side."
Alex waited until Mercy was snoring, then slipped out of bed and padded upstairs to the 3rd floor. The door to the Virgil bedroom was open, and there was a fire blazing in the hearth beneath the stained glass windows depicting a hemlock wood. Darlington was sprawled in a chair by the fire. He'd changed into Leaf House sweatpants and an old robe, or maybe it was called a dressing gown. She wasn't sure. She just knew that she'd been looking at him without a stitch of clothes for weeks, but that something about seeing him this way, feet propped on the ottoman, robe open, bare-chested, a book in his hand made her feel like a peeping Tom. "Something you want, Stern?" he asked, without glancing up from his reading. That was a complicated question. "You lied to Turner," she said. "I imagine you've done the same when necessary." He looked up at last. "Are you going to hover in that doorway all night, or come in?" Alex made herself enter. Why the hell was she so nervous? This was Darlington, scholar, snob, and a difficult person. No mystery there. But she'd held his soul inside her. She felt a profound connection to him. "What are you drinking?" she asked, picking up the tiny glass of amber liquid from the table beside his chair. "Armagnac. You're welcome to try it, but well aware my Armagnac was sacrificed for a worthy cause, perhaps along with my grandfather's Mercedes. This bottle is far cheaper and less rare. But not actually cheap, of course not." She set down the glass and settled herself in the chair across from him, letting the fire warm her feet, acutely conscious of the hole forming in her right sock. "You sure this is a good idea?" she asked. "Going back to hell?" His eyes returned to the book he was reading, Michel Alamidine's Leith Day's Diary. Was he wondering why she hadn't been the one to stand sentinel? Find anything interesting in there? Yes, actually, a pattern I hadn't seen before. But a demon loves a puzzle. "She did help," Alex said. "She told us you believed the Gauntlet was on campus. She doesn't owe me anything. I told myself I would never look at her diary, that I wouldn't go hunting for her opinions on her Dante and give in to that particular vanity. But here I am. What did she say?" His smile was rueful. "Very little. I am described as fastidious, thorough, and, no less than, 5 times, eager. The overall portrait is vague in its details, but far from flattering." He closed the book, setting it aside. "And to answer your question, returning to hell is an abominable idea, but I don't have any others. In my more futile moments, I'm tempted to blame Sandow for all of this. It was his greed that put this series of tragedies in motion. He summoned the hell beast to devour me. I suppose he thought it would be a quick death." "Or a clean one," Alex said without thinking. "Fair point. No body to dispose of. No questions to be asked. You weren't meant to survive." "No," he mused. "I suppose you and I have that in common." Was that almost a smile, Stern? Too early to tell. She shifted in her seat, watching him. He had always been indecently appealing. The dark hair, the lean build, the air of some deposed royal who had wandered into their mundane world from a far-off castle. It was hard not to stare at him, to keep reminding herself that he was truly there, truly alive, and that somehow he seemed to have forgiven her. But she couldn't say any of that. "Tell me what you wouldn't talk about in front of the others. Why do you still have horns?" "Occasional horns." "Fine. Why did I light up like a blowtorch when you used them?" Darlington was quiet for a long time. "There are no words for what we've done, for what we may yet do. Think of the Gauntlet as a series of doors, all meant to keep the unwary from strolling into hell. You don't need those doors, Stern. Bellbaum. Before she died? Before you killed her. It was a group effort. She said that all worlds were open to wheelwalkers. I saw a circle of blue fire around me. I saw it too, he said, on Halloween, a year ago. The wheel. I don't think it was coincidence, and I don't think this either." He rose and crossed the room to his desk and removed a book of New York landmarks. He moved with the same easy confidence he always had, but now there was something sinister in those long strides. She saw the demon. She saw a predator. He flipped through the book and held it open to her. "Atlas," he said, "at Rockefeller Center." The black and white photo showed a muscular figure wrought in bronze and poised on one knee, bent beneath the weight of 3 interlocked rings resting on his colossal shoulders. "The celestial spheres," Darlington continued, "the heavens in their movements.
Or Alex traced her finger around one of the circles emblazoned with the signs of the zodiac. The wheel. This sculpture was designed by Leigh Lowry. He's also responsible for the stonework in Sterling. Darlington took the book from her hands, returned it to the desk. He kept his back to her when he said, "That night at Manuscript, it wasn't just a wheel I saw. It was a crown." A crown? What does that mean? What does any of it mean? I don't know. But when you crossed into hell through the circle of protection, you broke every rule there is. And when you carried me out again, you found another one to break. He settled himself back in the chair across from her. You stole me from underworld. That was bound to leave a mark. Alex could hear Ansem Golgorot screaming, "Thief!" She saw the wolf's lips pull back to form the same word. "Is that what those things are?" she asked. "Around your wrists and neck? Marks? These?" He leaned forward, and the change in him was instant. The glowing eyes, the curling horns, the broadening of the shoulders. Without meaning to, Alex found herself scooting back in her chair. He was man and then monster in the space of a breath. The golden bands glowed at his wrists and throat. "Yeah," she said, trying not to show her fear. These marks mean I am bound in service. Forever. To hell? To Golgorot?" He laughed then, the sound deep and cold, the thing at the bottom of the lake. "I'm bound to you, Stern, to the woman who brought me out of hell. I will serve you till the end of days." Her face went very still. Darlington had learned that this was what Alex Stern did when faced with uncertainty. Fight or flight? A survivor's move was sometimes no move at all. He could see her in the basement on that night so long ago, a girl wrought in stone. She raised a brow. "So are you going to do my laundry?" Fight, flight, or sarcasm. "What a horrid girl you are." "Ma'am." "What a horrid girl you are, ma'am." Now he laughed. But Alex's brows had drawn together. Her jaw was set. She looked like she was squaring up for a fight. "There are too many mysteries. I don't like the way they're adding up." "I'm not certain I do either," he said, and he wasn't lying this time. "You can see the dead, hear them, use them for your own ends, and, unless I'm very much mistaken, were it not for certain scruples that Marguerite Belbaum lacked, you could use the living in much the same way." All he got for that assessment was a short, sharp nod. As for me, he wasn't sure how to finish that sentence. As a man, he had suffered in hell, but as a demon, he had doled out suffering with ease and ingenuity. Sandow had come to them, murdered by Belbaum, his soul already consumed by her. He would never pass beyond the veil, but hell was happy to claim him. "It's my price to pay," he warned her. "It's Sandow's price. You didn't end up in hell because you did something wrong, but I did." Alex took stock of the contents of the duffel. Salt, silver rings, and a silver dagger for good measure. "We can debate this when we're done. Dawes will take notes. We can bind them up and put them in the Leith Library. Stern's demonology, Arlington's demonology. Aren't you going to valiantly offer to stay in hell in my place?" "Really off. I did miss you, Stern."
"Did you?" She hadn't meant to ask, but the words were out before she could stop them. As much as an unholy fiend without human feeling could. That almost made her laugh. No, Alex wasn't about to volunteer for an eternity of anguish. She didn't have the makings of a hero. But she wasn't leaving Darlington down there again. Hell's price must be paid. All that meant was hell was no different from any other place. There was always a price, and someone to pay it, and someone was always on the take. When they left Il-Boston to meet with the Wolf's Head delegation at Sleeping Giant, she felt a kind of ease, as if the thread that bound them now had drawn tight, as if no demon would dare to face them together. "I will serve you till the end of days." Had that been a dream or some kind of prediction? Had Alex, like her grandmother, somehow looked into the future to this moment? Even if she had, that gave her no greater insight into what it meant, or those golden shackles at Darlington's wrists, or the disturbing comfort it brought her to know she could call and he would come running. Gentleman demon, a creature even the dead had feared. By 1 a.m., Alex and Darlington were back on campus, shivering with cold, their ears still ringing with howls.
They waited for the others by the women's table. The shadows seemed too thick, as if they had weight and form. She was nearly faint with hunger, and the terrible possibilities of all she'd set in motion were gnawing at her thoughts. Alex made sure her phone was on and sent a last text to her mom, just in case. "I love you. Stay safe." Absurd. A ridiculous message from a girl who had crashed through life like she was charging through a series of plate glass windows. She'd cut herself to ribbons, then patched herself up, only to do it again and again and again. "You too, little star." The reply came fast, as if her mother had been waiting. But Mira had been waiting by the phone a very long time, for a call from the hospital, the cops, the morgue. Alex knew they needed to get started, but when Dawes let them into the library, she went to check on Mercy in the courtyard first. The air seemed colder by the basin, as if they'd truly left a door open and a draft was blowing through. There were no stars visible in the gray November sky, but Alex found herself drinking in the feel of the weather, the winter chill on her skin, the dim yellow light from the library windows, the textured gray of the stone. Hell had been like a vacuum, dead and empty, all color and life leached away, as if some demon had fed on the world as much as the souls that inhabited it. If this was her last look at anything real, she wanted to remember it. She helped Mercy into her salt armor, and they talked through the plan. They still didn't know what might be waiting for them in this world or below. Mercy was armed with death words, bone dust, and a salt sword, but Alex had retrieved another item from the armory. She handed the jar to Mercy. "I wouldn't open." But Mercy had already lifted the lid. She gagged and hastily shut the jar. "Alex," she coughed, "you have to be kidding me." "Afraid not." Alex hesitated. Vampires hate strong smells. It's where the garlic myth came from. It's not too late to back out of this. She needed to offer this chance at escape, at safety. Mercy had walked this path without hesitation, but did she really know what she was moving toward with such happy momentum? "Pretty sure it is." "It's never too late to make a run for it, Mercy. Trust me on that." Mercy looked down at the sword in her hands. "But I like this life better." "Better than what?" "Better than what I was living before. Better than a world without magic. I think I've been waiting my whole life for the moment someone would see something in me that wasn't ordinary. We all are." Alex couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. "That's how they get you." Mercy's eyes glinted. "Not if we get them first." Maybe because Mercy was so sweet, so smart, so kind, Alex forgot how much fight she had in her. She couldn't help but think of Helly, what it had cost her to fall into Alex's orbit. What might it cost Mercy to be Alex's friend? But it was too late for that calculation. She needed Mercy in this courtyard tonight. "The phone is on," she said, handing over her cell. "Leave it that way." Mercy gave a rapid nod. "Got it. Stay close to the basin. Don't forget the balm. And if this turns ugly, you run. Find a room in the library to lock yourself in and stay there until daylight." "Understood." Now Mercy hesitated. "You're coming back, right?" Alex made herself smile. One way or another. Once the metronome had been set ticking in the courtyard, they waited for quiet on cross campus. Then, in front of the library's main entrance, they made their cuts, each to the left arm. Alex looked at Darlington in his dark coat, at Dawes in her sweats, at Turner standing at attention, ready for battle, even if he wasn't quite sure the war could be won. "Okay," she said, "let's go to hell." One by one, they daubed their blood on the entry columns. Alex felt a sudden nausea, like a hook had lodged in her gut and was pulling her forward, like the force that had drawn her across the city on bare feet to Black Elm. They entered, passing beneath the Egyptian scribe, and through that cold darkness, the door that was no longer a door. All of them had taken on the same titles, in the same order, all but Tripp. Alex entered first as the soldier, followed by Dawes as the scholar, then Turner as the priest, and finally Darlington, the prince. Alex couldn't help thinking the title took on a different meaning with him in the role instead of Tripp, and that made her feel guilty. She wondered which part Lionel Ryder had taken when he'd made the descent nearly a century ago. They continued in single file to Alma Mater, then onto the arches beneath the Tree of Knowledge that they once again marked with blood. Down the corridor, past the soldier's door, past the stone student unaware of death at his shoulder, and into the vestibule full of those odd windows that looked like they belonged in a country pub. Just a man, Darlington murmured, and Alex knew he was remembering his fight to give them clues to the Gauntlet, his demon wiles at war with his human hope. But she saw delight in his face as they made their way through Stirling, wonder and bemusement. Despite all that had happened, he couldn't help but thrill at the secrets lurking beneath the stone, left behind for them to discover. There was something reassuring in the way his eyes shone, the eager muttering over quotations and symbols. It's still him. Lethe's golden boy might not look quite the same to her, might have seen and done things no man should, but he was still Darlington. "Here," Dawes said softly, "your doorway." Darlington nodded, then frowned. "What's wrong?" asked. He bobbed his head toward the stonework. Lux et Veritas? Did they run out of ideas? Leave it to Darlington to be a snob about a hidden gateway to hell. They anointed the stone with their blood, and that black pit appeared. An icy wind ruffled Darlington's dark hair. Alex wanted to tell him that he didn't have to do this, that everything would be okay. But there were some lies even she couldn't sell. Dawes began, but sputtered out, a candle guttering. "Do you know the story of the Phantom Ship?" Darlington asked in the quiet. "Back when the New Haven colony was struggling, the townspeople got together and packed a ship with their best wares, samples of all this brave new world had to offer, and their leading citizens set off to try to convince people back in England that it was worth investing in and maybe coming over themselves." "Why do I think this story doesn't have a happy ending?" Turner asked. "I don't think they manufacture those in New Haven." "The Honorable Reverend John Davenport hide the outcasts?" John Davenport asked. "One and the same."
He says, "Lord, if it be thy pleasure to bury these our friends in the bottom of the sea, they are thine. Save them. Go ahead and drown them?" Turner said, "Quite the pep talk." "The ship never made it to England," Darlington continued. "The whole colony was left in limbo, with no idea of what had happened to their loved ones and all the wealth they'd stuffed into the hold. Then, a year to the day after the ship set out, a strange fog rolls in off the sea, and the good citizens of New Haven all walk down to the harbor, where they see a ship emerging from the mist." He sounded like Anselm that day by the water, telling the tale of the three judges. Had Anselm been imitating Darlington, or had it simply come naturally, Darlington's demon, fed on his suffering, speaking with his voice? "They made it back?" asked Dawes. Darlington shook his head. "It was an illusion, a shared hallucination. Everyone on the docks saw the phantom shipwreck before their very eyes. The masts broke, men went overboard." "Nonsense," said Turner. "It's well documented," said Darlington, unfazed. "And the town took it as gospel. Wives who had been waiting for their husbands were now widows, free to marry. Wills were read and property dispersed. There's still no explanation for it, but the meaning has always been clear to me." "Oh yeah?" said Turner. "Yeah," said Alex. "This town has been really difficult from the start." Darlington actually smiled. "You'll be listening for the signal." They moved on to the next door and the librarian's office. When Alex looked back, Darlington stood framed by darkness, his head bowed, as if in prayer. Turner took up his post by the sundial door. "Keep your head straight," he said, the same words he'd used on their first descent, "and don't drown." Alex thought of Tripp clinging to the railing of the boat, of the phantom ship sinking to the bottom of the sea. She met Turner's gaze. "Don't drown." She followed Dawes through the secret door to the Linonia and Brothers reading room. It was quieter in this part of the library, and Alex could hear every scuffle of their shoes on the carpeted floor. "Darlington thinks he's not coming back," Dawes said.
Alex could feel her eyes on her back. I won't let that happen. They stopped in front of the original entrance to the courtyard, emblazoned with Semlin's name in gold letters. "What about you?" Dawes asked. "Who's looking out for you, Alex?" "I'll be fine," Alex said, surprised by the wobble in her voice. She'd known Dawes couldn't bear the thought of losing Darlington again, but it hadn't occurred to her that Dawes might give a damn if Alex came back too. "I'm not leaving you down there," Dawes said fiercely. Alex had said the same thing to Darlington. Promises were easy in this world, so why not make another? "We're all coming back," she vowed. Alex slapped her bloody palm on the archway, and Dawes daubed her blood over it. The door dissolved, and the gold letters of Semlin's name unraveled, replaced by that mysterious alphabet. Dawes was staring at the writing. I can read it now. The Scholar. What knowledge had Dawes brought with her from the first descent? What new horrors might she learn when they walked the road to hell this time around? "What does it say?" asked Alex. Dawes pressed her lips together, her face pale. "None go free." Alex tried to ignore the tremor that passed through her at those words. She had heard them before, during the first descent, when she'd seen Darlington's demon half, the torturer in his element. Alex hesitated. "Dawes, if this doesn't go the way we planned, thanks for taking care of me. I'm fairly sure you've almost died several times since we met. It's the almost that counts." "I don't like this," Dawes said, her eyes darting again to those golden letters. "It feels like goodbye." Was I ever here? Alex wondered. Had she died alongside Helly? Had she ever been more than a ghost passing through this place? "Don't drown," she said, and made herself walk on, back down the nave, where she studiously avoided looking at the alma mater mural, then to the right where the circuit had begun. It was time to close the loop. She studied the stained glass image of Daniel in the lion's den. Was she the martyr this time, or the wounded beast with a thorn in its paw, or just a soldier after all? She couldn't get her cut to well, so she slashed her arm again and smeared blood onto the glass. It vanished, as if the library was happy to be fed. She was staring into the empty. She waited, and in the silence, Alex felt as if she could sense something racing toward them. A moment later, she heard the soft hum of the pitch pipe. She took her first step into the courtyard. This time, she was ready for the way the building shook, the shuddering of the stones beneath her feet, the hiss and bubble of the water overflowing the basin, the stink of sulfur. Straight ahead, she could see Turner marching toward her, Dawes to her right, Darlington to her left. They met at the courtyard center, and Dawes held up her hand for them to stop. But they didn't grasp the basin. Instead, Darlington nodded at Mercy, and she came forward, holding up a slender silver spindle. Pierre the Weaver. She pricked her finger on the tip, like a girl in a fairy tale ready to fall into 100 years of dreaming. Instead, the silver cracked, revealing a sticky white mass inside, an egg sac. "Have I ever mentioned how much I hate spiders?" Turner asked. A slender leg poked through the cocoon of webbing, then another, so tiny they almost looked like hairs. Alex heard a soft snuffling sound, and then Mercy gasped as the egg sac gave way, a wave of tiny baby spiders cascading over her hands. She shrieked and dropped the spindle. "Get in there," Darlington said, crouching down. He sounded calm, but it took all of Alex's will to stay still as the spiders flowed over the ground like a spreading stain. Darlington placed his palm on the paving stone and let them course over his fingers. "Let them bite you." Turner cast his eyes skyward and muttered something under his breath. He dropped into a crouch and dipped his hand in. Dawes followed, and Alex forced herself to do the same. She wanted to scream at the feel of all those slender legs whispering over her skin. The bites didn't hurt, but she could see her skin swelling in places. Thankfully, the spiders moved on quickly, pouring up the trunks of the trees, casting silk strands into the air, letting them catch on the wind. The previous night, they'd all taken turns weaving with the spindle, the skein of spider silk falling in a lumpen mass. It wasn't beautiful, but it was the act of the weave that mattered, pouring their focus into it, a single phrase again and again. Make a trap of sorrow. In the past, the spindle had been used to create charisma and love spells, to bind groups together, to make them loyal, to steal their will. This was a different kind of bond. High above them, the spiders had begun to weave, seemingly in rhythm with the metronome. It was like watching mist form, a soft, soundless blur spreading from the gutters and corners atop the roof, until they stood beneath a wide canopy of spider silk, the web like spangled frost, turning the night sky into a kind of mosaic. Alex could feel sadness radiating from it, as if the strands were weighted with it, making the web bow at the center. A sense of hopelessness filled her. "Just ride it out," said Turner. But he had his hands pressed to the sides of his head, as if he could squeeze the misery out of it. Somewhere in the library, Alex heard glass breaking. Mercy drew her salt sword. "They're coming," said Dawes. "They wouldn't." She was interrupted by the sound of breaking glass. "No!" Dawes cried. "The stained glass," said Darlington. But the demons didn't care. They'd been drawn by a beacon of utter hopelessness, and their only thought was to feed. "Hands on the basin!" Alex yelled. "On 3!" Alex saw the demons racing toward them. There would be no time for last words or fond goodbyes. She counted down fast.
As one, they seized the edges of the fountain. Alex had tried to prepare herself for the fall, the fingers clawing at her, choking her, dragging her down, but this time she splashed backward into water. The sea was warm around her, and when the reaching hands never came, she made herself open her eyes. She saw bubbles rushing past, and saw the others. Darlington's dark coat behind him, Turner with his arms tight to his body, Dawes, red hair like a banner of war. She glimpsed light ahead and tried to kick toward it, felt herself rising. Her head broke the surface and she gasped for air. The sky above was flat and bright, that murky shade of nothing. Ahead, she saw a swath of what might have been a beach. Behind her, a wall of dark clouds blanketed the horizon. Where were the others? The sea was almost unpleasantly hot, and the water smelled wrong, metallic. She was afraid to put her head back under. She didn't want to see something with scales and snapping jaws undulating toward her. She swam for shore, her limbs moving gracelessly. She'd never been a strong swimmer, but the current was nudging her toward land. It was only when her feet touched bottom, when she was able to stand, that she really looked at the water. It had left her skin stained red. She'd been swimming in a sea of blood. Alex's stomach seized. She bent double and retched. How much of it had she swallowed? But when she looked down, the blood was gone, and her clothes were dry. She turned back to look at the horizon, and the sea was gone too. She was standing on the sidewalk outside of her old apartment building, Ground Zero. She had plastic grocery bags in her hands. Alex felt that horrible sense of vertigo, real life sliding away, coming apart like a dream. Darlington, Dawes, all of it, just a daydream. Her mind had been wandering, spinning out stories, but already the details were fading. This was real life. The pebbled texture of the stairs, the thump of bass coming from someone's apartment, the crash and gunfire of Halo from their own place. Alex didn't want to go home. She never wanted to go home. She liked to linger at the supermarket, sailing down the clean aisles on one of the big carts, even though she never filled it, listening to whatever awful music they were playing, skin pimpling in the air conditioning. But inevitably, she had to go back out into the parking lot, heat steaming up off the asphalt, and wriggle into the cramped little Civic if she was lucky. If Len wanted to be a jerk about it that day, she'd have to go wait for the bus. Now she climbed the steps with her bags of Doritos and lunch meat and the big boxes of cereal she had found on sale, and pushed open the front door. It was better when Helly came with her, but Helly had been in a mood today, tired and cranky, giving Alex one-word answers, her head someplace else, someplace better. Helly came from a different life from the rest of them, real parents, real schools, a real house with a backyard and a pool. Helly was vacationing here. She'd gotten on the wrong train, ended up on a terrible field trip, and she was making the best of it. But Alex understood that one day she would wake up and Helly would be gone. She'd be done. Alex even wished it for Helly on her more generous days. But it wasn't easy to know that maybe Helly thought she was too good for the flimsy balsa wood life Alex had managed to stick together. Shelter, food, weed, friends who didn't always feel like friends. It was the best she could do, but that wasn't true for Helly.
Alex bumped her hip through the door and entered the apartment, the smell of pot heavy, the air hazy with smoke. The noise from the TV was overwhelming, the ceaseless pound of Halo, Len and Betcha and Cam shouting at each other on the couch, Betcha's pit bull, Loki, asleep at his feet. A bag of Cheetos was open on the table beside a blue glass bong, an empty baggie, Len's vape pen. Helly was curled in the big papasan chair with the taped-together cushion, wearing a long t-shirt and underwear, as if she hadn't bothered to get dressed, just rolled right out of bed. She was staring at the TV listlessly and didn't even glance at Alex when she started unloading groceries in their tiny kitchen. Alex was unpacking a jar of ragu when she saw the bloody mass of fur near the sliding glass doors that led to the balcony. The jar slid from her hand and shattered on the linoleum. "What really is wrong with you?" Len said over the noise from the game. This couldn't be right. She was seeing things. She was misunderstanding. Alex knew she should get down the hall and check the cage, but she couldn't quite make her legs work. There was a piece of glass lodged in the side of her foot, tomato sauce on her flip-flops. She slipped them off, brushed the glass away, made herself take one step, then another, felt the wiry spring of the carpet beneath her feet. No one's head turned as she passed, and she had the eerie sense that she hadn't walked into the apartment at all. The hallway was quiet. They'd never hung art or photos on the walls, except for a Green Day poster they'd taped up after someone put a fist through the drywall during a party. Their bedroom looked the way it always did. The battered old TV stand she'd stuffed with paperbacks, mostly sci-fi and fantasy. Anne McCaffrey, Heinlein, Asimov. The futon mattress on the floor, the old blue and red bedspread crumpled up. Sometimes it was her and Len in the bed, sometimes all three of them, sometimes just her and Helly. Those were the best times. And by the windowsill, Babbitt's cage. It was empty. The door was open. Alex stood with her back pressed against the wall. It felt like she had cracked down the middle. She and Helly had gotten the little flop-eared bunny at a pet adoption outside of Ralph's. They'd lied on the application about where they lived, how much money they made, everything. Because once Alex held that soft white body in her hands, she'd wanted it more than anything. When they'd brought him home, Len had just rolled his eyes and said, "I don't want to smell that thing. I don't like living in a mess." Alex had been tempted to say she had bad news for him, but she was so grateful he hadn't gone into some kind of tantrum, she and Helly just scurried down the hall and shut the door. They'd spent the whole day playing with the rabbit. It didn't do much, but there was something about being near it, about feeling its heart rate slow in her hands, knowing that this living thing trusted her, that made Alex feel better about everything. They'd started calling him Babbitt Rabbit because they didn't have a name for him, and then it just stuck. "That thing looks like bait," Betcha had laughed once. "Cheapest way to keep a difficult person happy," Len had replied. He got annoyed when they talked about Babbitt Rabbit or crooned at him. Better than getting one of them knocked up. Bait. Alex walked back down the hall. Nothing had changed. No one had moved. She had become a phantom. The heap of fur and blood lay unmoving on the carpet. It was unmistakable now that she made herself look, really look, a little dead body. There was blood on Loki's muzzle. "What happened?" she asked. No one seemed to hear her. "Helly?" Helly turned her head slowly, as if the effort cost her something. She lifted her golden shoulders. Always she looked like a sun-burnished bit of treasure, something precious. Even now, slack and dead-eyed, her voice flat when she said, "We wanted to see if he and Loki would play." Alex knelt by the little body. He had been torn open, and there was almost nothing left inside him. His fur was still soft in the places it wasn't sticky with blood. Alex had loved to stroke his ears with her thumb. They were mangled now, the cartilage exposed in stringy lines. His one remaining pink eye stared at nothing. "Don't be gosh about it," Len said. "It was an accident." Betcha looked guilty and said, "We didn't think Loki would get so excited." "He's a dog," Alex said.
What really did you think he was going to do? He couldn't help it. I know, said Alex. I know he couldn't. She didn't blame Loki. Alex scooped up Babbitt Rabbit's remains and went to the kitchen. She cleaned off her flip-flops and shoveled the sauce and glass into a corner. "Oh, come on," said Len. "Rabbits are basically vermin. You're crying over a rat." But Alex wasn't crying. Not yet. She didn't want to cry here. She took Len's keys off the counter without asking. She could pay that tab later.
She tucked what was left of the rabbit's body into a Ziploc bag and went out to the Civic. She hoped Helly would follow. All the way down the steps, across the patch of dry lawn, the sidewalk, the street, she hoped. She sat in the driver's seat a long time, still hoping. Then, at last, she turned the key and drove. She took the 405 through the valley, past the Galleria and Castle Park with its batting cages, climbing the hill. That was what they'd always called it, the hill. Alex didn't even know the name of the mountain range she was crossing, only that it was the great divider between the San Fernando Valley and the west side. You could stand on Mulholland and look west to the dream of the ocean, museums, mansions, or east to the valley and the consolation prize of smoggy days and cheap condos, the California dream for people who couldn't afford Beverly Hills or Bel Air or Malibu. She got off at Skirball and took the winding road up to the crest of Mulholland Drive. She didn't really know where she was going. She just wanted to be up somewhere high. It wasn't until she was parked in a big lot next to a church, gazing down at the hazy basin of the city with that little plastic-wrapped body in her hands, that she cried. Big, bawling sobs that no one but the oaks and the greasewood bushes could hear. She wasn't going to bury Babbitt Rabbit here. She was afraid some coyote would dig him up and have a last go at him. But she needed to be someplace beautiful, someplace clean, where there was no history for her to stumble over. Alex couldn't name what she felt. She only knew she never should have brought Babbitt Rabbit home. When Helly pointed him out in the cages, she never should have picked him up, never should have held his small body against her heart. He should have belonged to some kid who lived in Encino, who would have given him a real name and brought him to class for show and tell, who would have kept him safe. Alex had stolen from her mother. She'd lied and cheated and broken a lot of laws. But she knew that bringing Babbitt Rabbit home was the worst, most selfish thing she'd ever done. Nothing good belonged with her. She watched the sun set and the lights spread across the valley. You could go anywhere, she said to the night air. But she wouldn't. She never did. She wiped her eyes and crossed the road and buried Babbitt Rabbit in the pretty landscaped yard beside the gate that belonged to some private school. She shook him out of his plastic bag so that his body could decompose and feed the roots of the Eugenia hedges. Alex thought about lying down in the middle of Mulholland, right across the white dashes that split the road like a spine. She thought about some mother driving home with her kids in the back of the car, what she would see in her headlights in the moment before impact. She found herself floating, up over the pavement, the empty grid of the parking lot, the Civic idling with its driver's side door still open. She was drifting over the chaparral, the white sage and ancient oaks, over the houses built into the mountain, fearless on their stilts, their swimming pools glowing in the dusk, then higher still, as the lights grew smaller, a garden of bright flowers, laid out neatly in their beds. How long did she remain there, untethered and safe from feeling? At some point, the sun began to rise, blotting out the stars in a wash of pink light. But the city below was not one she knew, not one she understood. She smelled autumn leaves and rain, the mineral smudge of wet concrete. She saw a wide-open park, paths crossing it in star-shaped patterns, 3 churches, their spires like lightning rods in search of a storm. The grass was green, the sky gray and gentle with clouds. The leaves rustled red and gold in their branches. A breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the scent of apples and fresh bread, of any good thing you could want. Every surface, every stone, seemed to gleam with soft light. She saw figures approaching from the corners of the park. No, the green. She did know this place. Was she dreaming again, or had she woken? She knew those people, found their names in her memories. Dawes, Turner, Darlington. Tripp hadn't made it. That was her fault. She remembered that, too. As they drew closer, Alex could see something had changed in their pilgrim raiment. Dawes still wore the scholar's robes, but now they gleamed golden like the loris's eyes. Turner's cloak of feathers was woven with coppery oak leaves. The prince's white armor suited Darlington better than it had Tripp, but now he wore a horned helm. And Alex? She held out her arms. Her steel bracers were emblazoned with snakes. She knew where they were meant to go. Back to the orchard. back to the library. Slowly, they made their way down the street that would have been Elm, past Hopper and Berkeley. There was no sense of the sinister now, no Yale scraped clean of beauty. Instead, it was as if the university had been rendered by some hack painter, a scene from a snow globe, a dream of a college. She could see people eating and chatting and laughing in the amber warmth behind the thick leaded windows of the dining halls. She knew that, should she choose to enter, she would be made welcome. The library didn't look like a library anymore, or a cathedral, or an orchard. It rose in gleaming silver spires, an impossible castle, a palace of air and light. She met Darlington's eyes. These were the places they'd been promised, the university of peace and plenty, the magic of fairy tales that demanded only wishes, not blood or sacrifice. The women's table shone bright as a mirror, and Alex saw mercy in it, pacing back and forth. Are we in heaven?" Dawes whispered. Turner shook his head. "No heaven I know about." "Don't forget," warned Darlington, "demons feed on joy, right alongside pain and sorrow." The doors to the palace opened, and a creature emerged. It had to be 8 feet tall, and it had the head of a white rabbit, but the body of a man. Between its ears, a crown of fire blazed red. It was as naked as Darlington had been in the Golden Circle, but the symbols on its body glowed ruddy like banked embers. "Anselm," Alex said. The rabbit laughed. "Call me by my true name, Wheelwalker." "Jerk?" Alex ventured. The creature shifted, and he was Anselm again, human in appearance, clothed. He wasn't in a suit this time, but his casual weekend best, jeans, a cashmere sweater, an expensive watch on his wrist, a picture of effortless wealth. Darlington without Black Elm. Darlington without a soul. "I liked watching Darlington kill you," Anselm grinned. "That was a mortal body, weak and impermanent. I cannot be killed because I do not live. But I will." Alex saw there was a leash in his hands, and when he tugged on it, 3 creatures crawled forward on hands and knees. Their pale bodies were emaciated, a clattering of bones barely held together by sinew. Alex couldn't quite tell if they were human, and then the wretched details locked into place. One older, flesh sagging, hair cut in a gray crew cut. One young and frail, his curls patchy in places, his gaunt features haunted by the memory of beauty. And one woman, breasts shrunken, sores around her mouth, her yellow hair matted and clumped. Carmichael, Blake, and Helly. Around their throats, they each wore a golden yoke, like the one that had circled Darlington's neck, each attached to a golden chain held by Anselm. How harmless they looked, how frightened, but they were demons just the same.
"Such sorry hounds," Anselm said. "They will starve until they feed on the suffering of the dead, or until they pass back through the portal to pursue you once more. Then they will eat until they are full, and feed upon your friends and companions. This is the demon's dream, a land of plenty. I would be glad to grant it to them." He paused and smiled, the expression tender, beatific, Jesus on a birthday card. "Unless hell's price is paid." Daniel Arlington's soul was rightfully claimed by this place. He is one of us and must serve his eternity here. "I'm willing," said Darlington. "For really's sake, at least try to negotiate," said Turner. "There's nothing to negotiate," said Dawes. "He doesn't belong here." Anselm dipped his head in agreement. "That's true. He stinks of goodness. But not all of you do." "You don't need to be cute about it," said Alex. "They all know you mean me." Anselm's teeth were white and even. "You've heard their hearts. You've seen through their eyes. They're all riddled with guilt and shame, but not you, Wheelwalker. Your only regret is for the girl you couldn't save, not for the men you murdered." It was true. Alex had known that from the start. She'd said as much to Mercy the night before. "No," said Dawes. She cut her hand through the air. "No to all of it. You can't have Alex.
or Darlington. No one stays. None go free. Alex felt an ache in her throat. Courageous Dawes, who only wanted her family whole. And Alex was glad to be part of that family, even if it couldn't last. "You've been brave enough," Alex said. "This isn't your battle to fight. You don't belong here either, no matter what that thing says." "You're so very certain, Scholar," Anselm said. "But the Gauntlet was built to bring her here, a bloody beacon, a signal fire." Alex kept her face impassive, but risked a glance at Mercy in the reflection. What was Anselm talking about? Some new trick to delay them? Some new strategy? "You fought to keep me out of hell," Alex said. "All of us." He had done everything he could to prevent them from discovering the Gauntlet and rescuing Darlington. "I didn't understand what you were, Wheelwalker." "Oh, I understood your appeal. An interesting plaything, a collection of parlor tricks, an infinite capacity for pain. But I didn't see the truth of you. I couldn't understand how you escaped my wolves. Not until you took his soul into your body." "He's lying," said Dawes. Turner shook his head. He could always tell the difference, even in the underworld. "He isn't." "You know you aren't the first pilgrims to walk this path," said Anselm. That was when Alex understood why the Gauntlet and those who had dared walk it had been scrubbed from the books, why they'd made sure no one knew about the extraordinary gateway built into the library's walls. For the first time since Darlington had returned, Alex felt real fear creeping in. "They made a deal, didn't they?" she asked. Anselm winked. "The only thing a demon loves more than a puzzle is a bargain." Anselm's pets mewled, as if sensing his pleasure. The thing with Blake's haggard face pressed its head against his leg. "What is this?" Turner demanded. Anselm let his fingers trail through not Blake's hair. "The men of Yale built a gauntlet and called their journey one of exploration. But exploration is just another word for conquest, and like all adventurers, once they had seen the riches they could attain, they had no reason to return empty-handed." "It's Faust all over again," said Darlington. "Except Faust paid for his sins himself. Not so your pilgrims. They claimed money, fame, talent, influence, for themselves and for their societies. They just left someone else to pick up the bill. Skull and bones, book and snake, scroll and key." Alex thought of all the money that had flowed through their coffers, the gifts given to the university, all bought at the expense of a future generation's suffering. And Lethe had allowed it. They could have investigated the provenance of the table tucked away in the Peabody basement. They could have at least lobbied to shut down manuscript after what happened to Mercy, or gone after scroll and key after what happened to Tara. But they didn't. It was too important to keep the alumni appeased, to keep the magic alive, no matter who got caught in its workings. "Oh, God," said Dawes. That was why they erased the journey, to hide the deal they'd made. "The Gauntlet wasn't a game," said Darlington. "It wasn't an experiment. It was an offering. A very fine one," said Anselm. "They walked away with wealth and power, stores of ancient knowledge and good fortune, and they left the Gauntlet in place, marked with their blood, a beacon." "The tower," Dawes whispered. "A beacon for what?" asked Turner, his face grim. "For a wheelwalker," Darlington said quietly. "I didn't really understand what you were, Galaxy Stern. Not until you passed through the circle of protection at Black Elm. Not until you stole what was rightfully ours. We had no idea the wait would be so long for one of your kind." Now Alex laughed, a joyless sound. "Daisy got in your way. Daisy Whitlock was a wheelwalker, and she'd stayed alive, disguised as Professor Marguerite Bellbaum, by eating the souls of young women. Her preferred prey was her own kind,
Wheelwalkers like herself, inexplicably drawn to New Haven, drawn to the Gauntlet. It didn't matter that you'd built your beacon, Alex said, because every time a wheelwalker showed up, Daisy ate her. But not you, Galaxy Stern. You survived, and you came to us, as you were always meant to. It is your presence in hell that will keep the door open, and you will remain here. One killer is owed to us. Hell's price must be paid. No, said Darlington, it's my sentence to serve. It has to be Darlington, said Turner. I didn't come here to make a deal with the devil, but if Alex stays, he said the door to hell remains open. That means demons coming and going, feeding on the living instead of the dead. We aren't letting that happen. Anselm was still smiling. Stay, he said to Alex. Stay, and your demon consort returns to the mortal realm untainted. Stay, and your friends go free. Your mother will be protected by the very armies of hell. He turned to the others. Do you understand what I can do? What a demon's favor means? All you want will be yours. All you've lost will be restored. Alex swallowed a wave of nausea as her vision shifted. She was sitting at the head of the table at a dinner party, candlelight gleaming off the dishes, the music of a cello playing softly beneath murmured conversation. The man at the end of the table lifted his glass. His eyes shone. To the professor. It took her a second to understand it was Darlington seated there. To tenure, said the woman to her right, and everyone laughed. Alex, older now, maybe wiser. She was smiling. Pam turned and saw her face in the mirror. She was herself, but not herself. Confident and relaxed, red hair loose down her back. Everything was easy now. Getting up in the morning, showering, choosing what to wear, what to tackle next. She moved through the world with grace. She had cooked this meal for her guests. She had published. She could teach. Every day would be like this one, a series of tasks accomplished instead of an endless loop of indecision. The possibilities had been ruthlessly pruned, leaving a single, obvious path to follow. She drank deep from her glass. All is well. You did good, said Esau. Turner threw an arm around his brother. We did good, and we're going to do more. They were standing in Jocelyn Square Park, gazing out at a cheering crowd, cheering for him, for the jobs he'd brought to their city, for the possibility of a different future. He lifted his arm above his head, pumped his fist. His mother was weeping with joy. His father was alive beside her. His people were around him. He wasn't the hall monitor anymore. He was a hero, a king, a very senator.
He was allowed to love them and be loved by them in return. His wife stood to his left, her smile radiant. She caught his eye, and the look they shared said it all. Better than anyone she knew how hard he had worked, how much they'd sacrificed to get to this moment. There were no mysteries anymore, no monsters but the ones you had to have lunch with in D.C. He would take a little rest. They would go down to Miami, or they'd treat themselves to a trip to the Caribbean. He would make up for every moment he'd been absent or distracted in pursuit of this goal. We did it, she whispered in his ear. He drew her close. All is well. Darlington sat in his office at Black Elm, looking out at the borders lush with flowers, the neatly trimmed hedge maze. As always, the house was full of people, friends who had come to visit, scholars staying to make use of his extensive library or give seminars. He heard laughter floating through the halls, lively conversation from somewhere in the kitchen. He knew everything he wished to know. He need only touch his hand to a book, and he grasped its contents. He could pick up a teacup and know the history of anyone who had ever held it. He visited travelers and mystics on their deathbeds, held their hands, eased their pain. He saw the scope of their lives, absorbed their knowledge through his touch. The mysteries of this world and the next had been revealed to him. Not because he'd undergone some ritual, not even through rigorous study of the arcane, but because magic was in his blood.
He'd almost given up hope, abandoned childish wishes. But it had been there all along, a secret power, just waiting to awaken. He saw Alex in the garden, a black-winged bird. Night gathered around her like a silken shroud shot through with stars. His monstrous queen, his gentle ruler. He knew what she was now, too. He returned to his writings. All is well. Alex stood outside of a freshly painted bungalow white, adobe, trimmed in blue. Wind chimes hung from the porch. A stone Buddha held court in the garden, lush with lavender and sage. Her mother sat sipping tea on a daybed heaped with colorful cushions. This was her house, a real house, not a lonely apartment with a balcony that faced the wall of another lonely apartment. Mira rose and stretched and went inside, leaving the door open behind her. Alex drifted after her. The house was tidy, cozy. Crystals crowded the fireplace mantel. Her mother rinsed her cup in the sink. A knock sounded. A blonde woman stood at the door, a rolled yoga mat slung over her shoulder. She looked familiar, but Alex wasn't sure how. "Ready?" the woman asked. "Just about," Mira said. They couldn't see her. "Do you mind if my daughter joins us? She's home from school." Helly stood behind the woman in the door, but not a Helly Alex had ever known. She looked brave, utterly confident, her arms lean and muscled, her bright hair in a neat ponytail. "This place is so cute," she said with a smile. Alex watched as Helly and her mother idled in the living room, waiting for Mira to change and get her mat. "That's her daughter," Helly's mother said, gesturing to the photograph Helly was peering at. A photo of Alex in a denim jacket, leaning against their old Corolla, barely smiling. "She's pretty," Helly said. She wasn't a very happy girl. She passed a few years back, only 17. A drug overdose. She passed. Incense had been set before the photo, a white feather tipped in black. Another photo stood in a frame tucked behind the picture of Alex. A young man with curly black hair that tumbled over his tan face. He was standing on the beach, arm around the surfboard propped beside him. There was a pendant around his neck, but Alex couldn't make out what it was. "That's so sad," Helly said. She'd moved on to a deck of cards set out on the coffee table. "Ooh, does Mira read tarot?" She plucked a card off the top deck and held it up. The Wheel. For the first time, Alex felt something other than love and regret well up in her at the sight of Helly, perfect Helly with her ocean eyes. "You shouldn't have let them kill Babbitt Rabbit," she said. "I wouldn't have let him die." Alex watched the wheel spin, a light with blue fire that consumed first the card, then Helly's hand, then Helly, her mother, the room, the house, the world swallowed by blue flame. All is well. She was standing on the steps of Sterling, surrounded by fire, and the others were looking at her with pity in their eyes. Alex wiped her tears away, her gut twisting with shame. She'd felt no sorrow at her own death, only relief to see the world wiped clean. She knew her mother had wept over her, but how many more tears had she wasted on a living girl? And Helly? Well, that was the worst of it. If Alex hadn't been with Len that day on the Venice boardwalk, maybe Helly never would have gone home with them. Maybe she wouldn't have stayed as long. She would have made the trip back from hell and returned to the world of softball games and college transcripts and yoga on Saturday morning. She never would have died. "I'm going to make it easy for you," Anselm said gently. "Take your place here, Galaxy Stern. Live in splendor and comfort, never want for anything, and see all the damage you've done in the world erased. Everyone gets what they want. All will be well." What would it mean to become a ghost? Darlington grabbed her arm. "It isn't real. It's just another kind of torture, living with something that isn't real." He wasn't wrong. She'd known Len's love wasn't real. She'd known her mother's protection wasn't real. That knowledge ate at you every day. You lived on a tightrope, waiting for the moment the rope would vanish. It was its own kind of hell. "I can make it easier still," said Anselm. "Stay, or your lovely friend dies." In the shimmer of the fountain that would have been the women's table, Alex caught a flicker of movement. She recognized the man approaching Mercy in the courtyard, Eton Harrell. As if from a great distance, she heard him ask, "Where is that difficult person? You think this is a joke?" He'd found her. He's going to hurt her, Anselm said. You know that, but you can stop it. Wouldn't you like to save her? Or will she be one more girl you failed, one more life taken because you're so determined to survive? Another Helly, another Tripp. Alex met Dawes's eyes and said, "Find a way to shut the door behind me. I know you can." Turner stepped in front of her. "I can't let you do that. I'm not unleashing a tide of demons to feed on our misery. I'll kill you before I let you doom our world for the sake of one girl." He wasn't much of an actor, but he didn't have to be. "Stand down, priest," Anselm said with a laugh. "The wheel walker has my protection. You have no authority here." Darlington gripped Alex's arm. "This was your plan, to give yourself up? This isn't meant to be your sacrifice, Stern." Alex almost smiled. "I'm not sure that's true." Her life had been built on lies and stolen chances, a series of tricks and evasions and sleight of hand. She already knew the language of demons. She'd been speaking it her whole life. A little magic. The stones to take a beating. "Come forward and meet the punishment you deserve," Anselm said. He held up the yoke. It was different from the one Darlington had been forced to wear, inlaid with garnets and black onyx. It was beautiful, but there was no mistaking what it meant. "Alex," Darlington said, "I won't let you do this." She let fire bloom over her body, and Darlington yanked his hand back, his horns emerging. "It's not your call to make." "I liked our game," Anselm crooned. "There are so many more to come." But Alex was only half listening. She was watching the reflection in the mirrored fountain. Zvi stood behind Eton. He had taken Mercy's salt sword. Eton had a gun in his hands, and Mercy had a bottle in hers. Datura. She hurled it at Eton. The bottle of oil smashed against him, and before he could recover, Mercy shoved him toward the basin.
Alex seized the yoke from Anselm and leapt toward the water, jamming her other hand beneath the surface. She heard shouting around her. Anselm was lunging at her, and he wasn't in his human form anymore. She didn't know what he was. A goat with spiked horns? A red-eyed rabbit? A hairy-legged spider? He was every horror all at once. But Dawes and Darlington and Turner had arrayed themselves around her. "Protect her!" Turner shouted. "No one gets through." His feathered cape looked less like a costume than actual wings, spreading wide. Dawes had raised her hands, and words had appeared on her scholar's robes. Symbols, scrawl, 1,000 languages, maybe every language ever known. Darlington's horns glowed golden, and he drew his sword. They had enacted their little play for Anselm's benefit, and now they were ready to defend. She had baited Eton, telling him she was going to work for Linus Rider, that she knew his secrets, that she would share every one in return for the vampire's protection. She'd had Turner call him up with all of the authority of the NHPD to question Eton's connection to her, to make it clear she was talking, becoming a liability. Alex knew Eton would move to deal with her himself. After all, he knew exactly how to locate her. She'd realized that when he'd sidled up to her outside of Blue State Coffee. She'd made sure her phone was on and left it with Mercy in the courtyard so that he could find her tonight. Now she could feel his soul fighting her, slippery and screaming, scared for the first time in a long time, struggling to remain in the mortal realm. She thought of Babbitt Rabbit's heart pounding against her palm. She pulled his spirit to her, just as she drew Gray's, just as she had drawn Darlington's soul to her to bring him home. He fought, but Alex had hold of him. Eton's spirit rushed into her. She saw a city of skyscrapers and sun-bleached stone, tasted bitter coffee on her tongue, heard the roar of the 405 in the valley below. She spat him out. "You want a murderer?" Alex said as Eton emerged, gasping, his clothes wet, his body ablaze with her blue flame. "Here." "It's not for you to decide who breaches the doors of hell," Anselm sneered. "You cannot." "I'm the wheel walker," Alex said. "You have no idea what I can do." "What is this?" sputtered Eton. The chai around his neck disintegrated to ash. Alex yanked the golden yoke over his head and watched the jeweled clasps fasten.
The emaciated demons leashed to Anselm shrieked and whimpered. "Heretic," Anselm seethed. "Whore." Now Alex laughed. "I've been called worse in line at Rite Aid." Anselm had dealt too long with the genteel, blundering boys of Yale. He didn't know how to recognize one of his own kind. "Go!" Alex shouted, keeping her hand in the water. One after another they leapt into the fountain, passing through her to the mortal realm. Dawes, Turner, Darlington last. She was the wheel walker, the conduit. She felt them all, bright, terrified, furious, alive. Dawes like the cool, dark hallways of a library. Turner sharp and glittering as a city at night. Darlington gleaming and triumphant, ringing with the sound of steel on steel. "What is this?" cried Aton. "You try to— Really? With— You get to take your own beatings now," Alex said. "Hell's price must be paid." She leapt into the water, but Anselm seized her arm. "You are destined for hell, Galaxy Stern. You are destined for me." He bit down on her wrist, and Alex screamed as pain lanced through her. Blue flame erupted over her, over him, but he didn't burn. "You are destined for hell." He was drinking from her in great gulps, his cheeks hollowing with every draw. She could feel her blood being pulled out of her, feel her strength lagging. "You are destined for me." "Okay," she gasped, "then come with me." She tightened her own grip on his arm. "Let's see how you fare against us in the mortal realm." She reached out to him with her power, drawing his spirit into her. It was like sludge, a river of misery oozing into her, a profound agony coupled with obscene pleasure, but she didn't stop. Alex saw fear in his eyes, and it was like a drug to her. "All is well." Anselm released her wrist with a furious roar. She could see her blood coating his chin. Alex thrust the dreck of his spirit out of her and plunged into the water, terrified that at any minute she would feel his grip on her ankle, dragging her back. Her lungs ached for air, but she kept kicking, kept swimming, desperate to see light ahead. There, a spark, then another. She was soaring upward through a sea of stars. She burst through the surface and breathed in the cold air of a winter night. Alex tried to get her bearings. They were in the courtyard at Stirling. Zvi was gone, probably chased away by the sight of Darlington in full-horned demon glory, and Aton's body lay face down in the mud. She heard the ticking of the metronome come to an abrupt stop. Something was blurring her vision, flurries of white. It had started to snow. She counted her friends, Mercy, Turner, Dawes, and Darlington, her gentleman demon. Their ramshackle army, all of them soaked and shivering, all of them safe and whole. Above them, the weaver's web glimmered still, fragile in its architecture, weighted with frost and sorrow. Dunbar dragged a tramp in from the railway station last night, sire's protection. She'd had Turner call him up with all of the authority of the NHPD to question Aton's connection to her, to make it clear she was talking, becoming a liability. Alex knew Aton would move to deal with her himself. After all, he knew exactly how to locate her. She'd realized that when he'd sidled up to her outside of Blue State Coffee. She'd made sure her phone was on and left it with Mercy in the courtyard so that he could find her tonight. Now she could feel his soul fighting her, slippery and screaming, scared for the first time in a long time, struggling to remain in the mortal realm. She thought of Babbitt, Rabbit's heart pounding against her palm. She pulled his spirit to her, just as she drew Gray's, just as she had drawn Darlington's soul.
It was easy enough to return the spiders to the spindle with another prick of Mercy's finger, but the web above the courtyard still hung thick with melancholy. It took them the better part of an hour to pull it down with a broom they borrowed from the janitor's closet and transfer it into the waters of the basin, where they watched it dissolve. They were all weeping uncontrollably by the time they were rid of the damned thing. They had left the body for last. Aton Harrell lay face down in the mud and melting snow. Turner retrieved his dodge and waited for them by the York Street entrance. The tempest Dawes had brewed was still hot enough to manage the cameras, but there was nothing magical or arcane about the act of putting a corpse in a trunk. It was a cold act,
ugly in its transformation. The body made cargo. Mercy hung back, clutching her salt sword, as if it might ward against the truth of what they'd done. "You said you weren't going to help clean up our messes," Alex noted when the work was finished, and they piled into the Dodge, damp and weary, dawn still hours away. Turner only shrugged and gunned the engine. "This is my mess, too." The door to Ilbostone sprang open before they reached the top of the steps. The lights were on, the old radiators pumping heat through every room. In the kitchen, Dawes had lined up thermoses of leftover avgolemono that they drank in greedy swallows. There were plates of tomato sandwiches and hot tea spiked with brandy. They stood at the kitchen counter, eating in silence, too tired and battered to talk. Darlington couldn't help but think of how rarely the dining room at Ilbostone had been used, of how few meals he'd shared with Michelle Alamedadine or Dean Sandow, of how few conversations he'd had with Detective Abel Turner. They'd let Lethe atrophy, let its secrecy and ritual make them strangers to each other. Or maybe that was the way Lethe had always been intended to function, toothless and powerless, bumbling along with a sense of their own importance, a sop to the university while the societies did as they pleased. At last, Mercy set her mug down and said, "Is it done?" The girl was brave, but tonight had been too much for her. The magic, the spells, the strange objects had all been a kind of play. Now she had helped to kill a man, and the weight of that was no easy thing to carry, no matter the justification. Darlington knew that well. Alex had warned them that there would be a moment when she needed their defense, when she would ask them to fight for her without question. They'd done it because they were desperate, and because for all their noble protestations, none of them wanted to suffer for eternity. Mercy had been eager to go along with the plan, to wear her salt armor, to face a very human monster. Maybe she regretted that now. But this was not the time to be gentle. "It's not over," he said. "There are more demons left to kill. Maybe there always would be." Alex was weak from all the bloodshed lost, so Dawes applied balm to the wound Anselm had left at her wrist, then took her upstairs to drop her into a bath of goat milk in the crucible. They had a kind of easy routine of caretaking that Darlington didn't quite understand, and that made him feel like a child left out of a game. So he would make himself useful instead. He went with Turner back to Black Elm. "I can't believe I'm a wheelman for a demon," Turner muttered as he pulled out of the Ilbostone lot. "Part demon," Darlington corrected. They drove without talking for a while, but eventually he asked, "How did Alex get you to go along with this anyway?" "She came to see me last night," said Turner. "I didn't want to do it. She was asking me to use my badge to set up a murder. Then I took a look at Eitan Harrell's record." "That convinced you?" He shook his head. "No, I'm actually very fond of due process. But you know Alex. She sees an opening, she's going to wiggle through it like a window." An apt description. We do what we have to. That's the only job of a survivor. She told me Eitan was a soldier for evil. Darlington cast Turner a disbelieving glance. "That doesn't sound like Alex Stern." She was quoting me. "Soldiers for good, soldiers for evil. I know you won't agree, but as far as I'm concerned, this was always about keeping the devil down. She kept telling me it was bullshit, until last night. And then? Then she said, 'But what if I'm wrong?'" Now Darlington laughed. "That's Alex Stern." Turner tapped the steering wheel as he navigated the near-empty streets. "I'm going to be honest with you. That's not really what changed my mind either." Darlington waited. He didn't know Turner well, but it was easy to see he wasn't a man who liked to be rushed. "I picked her up in Darien," Turner went on at last, "the night Harrell sent her to take on Linus Ryder. I've seen her trade punches with a guy twice her size. I've seen her nearly get her skull split by a frat boy looking for revenge. But I've never seen her scared like that." When they reached Black Elm, Darlington unlocked the kitchen door, and they rolled Eitan's body down the stairs into the basement. The home he loved had become a tomb. He wondered what his grandfather made out of the carnage, or the fact that his grandson had abandoned this noble pile of rock. For the time being, at least. He wasn't sure what they were going to do with all of those corpses, or what kind of burial he owed his parents. What would it mean if they just disappeared? And what about Anselm's family? It was too easy to vanish. He'd done it himself. And who had there been to seek him out? Dawes and Alex, Turner and Tripp. What life could he put together from what was left? Darlington called to Cosmo, hoping the cat would make an appearance and he could offer some gift of gratitude, tribute in the form of tuna fish. But it seemed he would just have to be patient. Like all cats, Cosmo would arrive when he wanted to and not a moment before. Turner helped Darlington lean the basement door against the jamb once more. Then there was nothing to do but turn their backs on the dead. Darlington slept for the first time since he had been restored to this world, for the first time in over a year. He had never been allowed to sleep in hell or to dream. No rest for the wicked had turned out to be a very literal proposition. He dreamed he was back in hell, a demon once more, a creature of appetite and nothing else. He knelt again at Golgorot's throne, but this time, when he raised his head, it was Alex who gazed down at him, her form bathed in blue flames, a crown of silver fire at her brow. "I will serve you till the end of days," he promised. In the dream, she laughed. "And love me too." Her eyes were black and full of stars. He woke at noon, his body aching. Sluggish and miserable, he showered and dressed in the jeans and sweater he'd packed in his grandfather's old leather bag. He couldn't seem to get warm. "Hell hangover," Alex explained when she saw him. She was sitting in the parlor, one leg curled beneath her, still in Lethe sweats, a book of Hart Crane's poetry open in her lap, reading for one of her classes, he presumed. It pleased him too much to see her there, easy on the velvet couch, hair tucked behind her ears. Dawes made breakfast, scratch of course, the perfect cure. He ate 2 bowls of changwa with fresh cilantro, little toasts topped with poached egg floating in the milky broth. His mind was beginning to clear enough to think of something other than survival. He supposed he'd have to re-enroll. Lethe would help him, assuming he was still considered a member of Lethe. "Where's Mercy?" he asked. Alex kept her eyes on her book. "I walked her back to J.E. this morning. Is she okay?" "She wanted to talk to her pastor and have lunch with Lauren. She needs a little normal." Unfortunately, normal was in very short supply. After breakfast, he went to the armory and spent an hour digging through the drawers and cabinets. They needed to deal with the bodies in the Black Elm basement. He considered trying the library, but he couldn't quite bear to find the right phrase for the Albemarle book how to dispose of a body, how to dispose of your mother's remains. It was all too bleak. What he really needed to know was how to grieve for people he had done his best to stop loving years ago. His parents had come and gone from his life like unexpected gaps in the clouds, and if he had spent his days waiting for those brief hours of sunlight, he would have withered and died. Briefly, he considered the Tayara, a magic carpet that really could take you anywhere by simply opening a portal beneath it. But the destination had to be woven into the design, and anyone who had the skill for such things was long gone, so the weave had remained unchanged, and the carpet could take you only one place, a catacomb beneath Vijayanagar. For several hundred years, it had served as a kind of unofficial dumping ground for unwanted objects and people. He didn't know if what he felt for his parents was duty or love or the memory of love, but he couldn't toss them on some ancient garbage pile. Alex and Dawes found him sitting on the floor of the armory, surrounded by glittering artifacts and bits of ephemera, stuck. The boy with the rock in his hand, forever trying to build something that had long ago been lost. They helped him put everything back in its proper place, and then they drove to Black Elm. The whole house was beginning to smell. Or maybe he just knew what was waiting for them as they shuffled the door to the basement aside and stared down into the dark. "Do you want to say anything?" Alex asked. He wasn't sure. "Is my grandfather here?" "He's in the kitchen with Dawes." Darlington glanced over his shoulder, the kitchen empty to his eyes except for Dawes clutching a wooden spoon like a weapon. Golgorot had offered him a life of revelation, of knowledge, the unseen made seen. That would never be. "You can talk to him, you know," said Alex. "I know you liked Stevenson's Requiem," he said, hoping his grandfather was listening, feeling foolish all the same. "But I'm afraid it doesn't suit." If Darlington was honest, his grandfather wouldn't like any of it. A eulogy was nothing but death words. "Go on," he told Alex. She took a step down the stairs, then another. Darlington followed. The smell was worse here. "That's enough," he said, and he saw her shoulders slump in relief. The heaps of his parents' bodies were visible now, the scraps that had been Anselm. Eton Harrel slumped against the wall. How could this be his life, his home? What had he allowed for want of skill or knowledge or grit? I am struck by the profound depth of my failure. Alex looked back at him from her place on the stairs. You didn't let the demon in the door. Sando did. The societies did. When the time came, you stood between the living and the dead. Hoplite, hussar, dragoon, remember? You've been paying attention. I'm both delighted and unnerved. There was nothing for this but to see it done. He laid his hand on Alex's shoulder and reached for the demon. It was an easy thing, like flexing a muscle, like taking a deep breath. He felt his body change, a rush of strength. All fear dropped away, his grief and confusion faded. He felt the curve of Alex's shoulder beneath his palm. If he curled his fingers, his claws would sink deeper. He would hear her gasp. He restrained himself. Blue flame had blossomed over her body. She glanced back again, looking for a signal from him. He saw the will in her gaze, the way she had shoved her fear down. I will serve you till the end of days. He nodded once, and she lifted her arm. Blue fire spun from her hands, an arc of flame that became a river, coursing down the stairs and over the bodies. He'd been prepared to speak, a quote from... His demon mind couldn't manage it. He remembered Alex with her book of poems, Heart Crane. He grasped at the words. And if they take away your sleep, sometimes they give it back again. It was the best he could do. He watched the bodies burn. Part of him wanted to tell Alex not to stop there, to let the whole house burn down to nothing, to let them burn with it too. Instead, they stood together in the dark shadows of Black Elm, until there was nothing left but ashes and the old stones that might stand forever but would never mourn. The Mercedes was parked in the Black Elm driveway. For a long minute, Alex couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. She was still back on the basement stairs, looking down into a crowded grave. When the fire had finished, the walls had been charred black, and there was nothing left. No boxes or old clutter, no bodies, no bones. Anything that burned that hot should have consumed them too. But this was no ordinary fire. When Darlington had spoken for his parents, Alex wondered if she should say something for Eton. She knew the right prayer from her grandmother, Zichrono Livracha, let his memory be a blessing. But, as Darlington would say, that didn't quite suit. Mors irrumat omnia, she had whispered to the flames. It was all she could offer, a man who had been willing to send her to her death for the sake of a little more profit. The car shouldn't be there. It looked freshly washed, its burgundy paint gleaming in the late afternoon light. Writer. Alex's heart stumbled into a gallop. You left it in Old Greenwich? Whispered Dawes. It's daytime, Alex managed. The sun is out. How did he bring it here? And why now? Had he been watching them? Following them? He has a familiar, Darlington said. Maybe more than one. Alex remembered the person walking beside Ryder in the J.E. courtyard, holding his white umbrella, keeping him safe. She scanned the trees, the cloudless sky, grateful for the harsh winter sun. We should get somewhere warded, said Dawes. Regroup. Alex wanted nothing more than to do just that. Her body had broken out in a cold sweat, and she was struggling to breathe. But they weren't done here. She made herself walk toward the car. Alex, don't, Dawes said, grabbing her arm. It could be a trap. Alex shook her off. The driver's side door was unlocked, and the interior was spotless. He'd left the keys tucked in the glove compartment. They were heavy in Alex's hand. Give them to me, Darlington said. Alex wished she had the courage to argue, but she was too scared. She dropped them into his palm. They gathered around the trunk, and Darlington slid the key into the lock. The trunk popped open with a sigh. He nudged it upward. Dawes released a high, helpless cry. Michelle Alameddine lay curled on her side, her hands tucked under her chin, as if she'd fallen asleep praying. Alex took a step backward, another death to lay at her feet. Michelle, who had warned them not to use the gauntlet, who had fought her way back from death for this. "I'm so really sorry," she said, gasping for air. She lost her footing, sat down hard on the gravel. "I'm sorry." She'd said the same to Mercy when she'd left her at the gates to J.E. early that morning. Mercy had been eager to wash away the sulfur stink of the night, to slip back into her crochet and corduroy. She hadn't mentioned Thanksgiving plans again. "You're okay?" Alex asked at the gate, and when Mercy had just looked down at her boots, she added, "You saved my life last night. You rescue me." "I rescue you," Mercy said. But she didn't meet her gaze. Mercy had wanted adventure, a chance to see beyond the ordinary world, and Alex had turned her into a killer. "I thought it would be different," Mercy said, and Alex could see she was fighting tears. "I'm sorry." "Are you?" "No," Alex admitted. She had needed a way out, and she'd taken it. "But I'm grateful." "Thanks," said Alex as she passed through the gate. "For what?" "For not lying to me." Mercy had a conscience. She believed in a just God. She wouldn't be able to walk away from death without it leaving a stain on her heart. But that hadn't stopped Alex from using her. It never did. And now Michelle Alameddine was dead. Alex felt Darlington's hand on her shoulder.
"Put your head between your knees. Try to breathe." Alex pressed her palms against her eyes. "I brought him here." "Ryder was here already," Darlington said. "Michelle was his familiar." "What?" Dawes exclaimed. Alex stared up at him. "What are you talking about?" "I think he recruited her while she was an undergraduate. I put it together when I was reading her Lethe Days diary. There were probably others before her." "She knew where the Gauntlet was?" Dawes asked. "I don't know," Darlington said. "I don't know what he shared with her. Ryder knew about the societies. He'd stolen the life of a bonesman. He knew about Lethe. But he couldn't enter warded spaces, so he had to find someone to keep an eye on the Gauntlet." Alex thought of Michelle sitting in the parlor, always on her phone, keeping removed from their research but never stepping away completely. She remembered Michelle's shock when Alex had told her they'd found the Gauntlet, her insistence that Alex shouldn't use it. Had she been warning Alex or speaking for Ryder? Michelle, who had lied about why she was on campus, who had followed Alex and Mercy to class. Michelle with the jaunty scarf at her throat, the turtleneck sweater. Had he been feeding on her? She wouldn't do that, Dawes said. She wouldn't work for a demon. But she might, for the right price. Michelle had been to the other side when she'd tried to take her own life. She told Alex clearly enough, "I am never going back." Alex understood that kind of vow. He promised her immortality. "That doesn't make any sense," Dawes was almost shouting now, tears on her cheeks. "He's a demon. He would have to eat her soul." Darlington said gently. She wanted to believe she could live forever, and that's what he told her. "Sometimes the story is what matters." "We aren't putting her in the basement," Alex said as she pushed to her feet, "or in the ground. She wasn't going to bury Michelle Alameddine the way that Ryder buried his other victims. The way he would have buried Alex if she hadn't run far and fast enough that terrible night." Alex forced herself to walk back to the trunk, to look at that body, at the puncture marks at her neck, the tattoo at her wrist. She hoped Michelle had found some kind of peace beyond the veil, that her soul was safe and whole. "He made a mistake," Alex said. She could feel her fear changing shape, forming claws and teeth, becoming anger. A welcome alchemy. If he'd been smart, he would have kept Michelle alive to spy for him. "Pride," Darlington said. "Ryder was too eager to hurt us, to make us feel his power." "Cunning, not smart," Alex said, and Dawes nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes. Darlington gazed down at Michelle's body. "You deserved better," he said softly. "So had Mercy, and Helly, and Tripp. So had Babbitt Rabbit, and every other sorry creature who had made the mistake of crossing Alex's path. It hurt to know that Ryder hadn't just fed on Michelle's blood, but on her pain. He would have sated himself on her desperation, her sorrow, her longing for a life that would never end. "I'm going to punish him," Alex promised, as they laid Michelle between the elm trees, as Darlington spoke the words of an old poem over her body, as she called the fire once more. "I'm going to hurt him the way he hurt you." "This is the forest primeval,"
Darlington recited. The murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss, and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld, with voices sad and prophetic. She would teach Ryder what real pain tasted like. It was all she could offer this girl she'd barely known. Vengeance that came too late, and prayers spoken in fire. It had taken Alex a few tries to remember exactly where Tripp's apartment was. Turner could have helped, but he was back at work, trying to figure out where his conscience lay on the matter of a man who had helped to commit 2 murders under demonic influence. No more favors, he'd warned her the last time I saw him at Elbastone. They're not really favors, are they? Alex asked as they sat on the front steps in the cold, breath plumbing in the air. The snow had melted away, a false start to true winter, and the sky above them looked hard and bright, as blue enamel, as if you could reach up and knock on it. The leaves still clung to their branches in trembling clouds of red and orange. Not anymore. You don't get to go back to not returning my calls. Why not? Because I think Mercy may have changed her mind about rooming with me next year. Because I don't have many friends left, and I need to know you're one of them. Because you're a part of this now. You've seen through the veil, past it. You can't go back to pretending. Turner rested his elbows on his knees, clasped his hands. I don't want to be a part of it. Nonsense. You like this fight. Maybe I do. But I can't be a part of Lethe. That really map, everything, this place and these societies stand for. You do realize you're a cop, right? He shot her a glance. Don't start with that, gosh, Stern. I know who I am, and I know who my people are. Do you? Turner was trying to rile her. He couldn't help it. She was the same way, poking and prodding, looking for the angle. But nothing like a couple of trips to hell to get your priorities in order. My people are right here, she said. You, Dawes, Darlington, Mercy, if I didn't scare her away. You're the ones who fought for me. You're the ones I want to fight for. Lethe has nothing to do with it. It isn't that simple. Probably not. But she'd been in Turner's head. When the moment came to choose a path, he'd made his own, with a bullet. That was something she understood. Turner rose, and Alex did the same. No aches and pains, thanks to the magic of Lethe. What do you want at the end of all of this, Alex? He asked. Freedom? Money? A week-long nap? I just want to be allowed to live. Maybe I want to see this whole place undone. I don't know yet. But you can't go back to the way things were. No matter how much you might want that. You can't walk through hell unchanged. We'll see, he said, heading down the steps. He paused on the walkway and looked back at her. It changed you too, Stern. You may not care about good and evil, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. You stole a man out of hell. You beat a demon at his own game. You'd better think about what that means. And what's that? The devil knows your name now, Galaxy Stern. Alex had expected Turner to try to vanish back into his own life, to put distance between himself and Lethe. But when they finally arrived at Tripp's place, there he was, bundled up in an Armani overcoat, leaning against the Dodge. He was reading a newspaper that he folded neatly away when he saw Alex, Dawes, and Darlington. Surprised to see you, Alex murmured as they headed into the lobby. Not as surprised as me. Do you think he's alive? Dawes asked as they crowded into the elevator and Turner punched the button for the top floor. No, she admitted. Alex wanted to believe Tripp had simply been too scared to return to hell and that they'd find him watching TV and eating ice cream. But she didn't really believe that, and they were taking no chances. Dawes and Darlington had laid down fresh barriers of blooded salt in knot patterns at the entry to the building, the elevator, and now the door to the stairs. Alex had Mercy's salt sword. If Tripp's demon was still here, they'd have to find a way to contain and destroy it. If it had fled, they'd have to find a way to hunt it. More work, more trouble, more enemies to fight. Why did that excite her? She should be spending her nights studying and writing papers. If only those things came as naturally as violence. Do you smell that? Darlington asked as they approached Tripp's door. There was no mistaking it. The stink of something left to rot. That's new, Turner said. He rested his hand on his gun. The door was unlocked. It creaked on its hinges as Alex gently pushed it open. The loft had a huge wall of windows that had been blacked out with blankets and duct tape.
In the gloom, Alex saw the galley kitchen was littered with dirty dishes and a couple of old pizza boxes. There wasn't much furniture, a massive flat screen with a gaming system, a couch, and a recliner. A second later, she realized someone was in the chair, huddled in the dark. Alex raised the salt sword, but the thing moved quickly, with the same horrible speed she'd seen in Linus Rider. Vampire. Her fear rose up to choke her. The monster hissed and knocked the sword from her hands. But then the vampire was on the floor. Darlington towered over it, horns out, the bands at his neck and wrists glowing. Alex was alight with flame. Turner had his gun drawn. Darlington seized the salt sword, then hissed as it burned his palm. "Darlington?" said the monster. "That you, man?" Darlington hesitated. Alex yanked one of the blankets down from the window. The thing shrieked and shrank back. "Tripp? Alex! Gods, oh God, don't look at me, I'm so gross." Tripp was in the same dirty polo shirt and blazer he'd worn to their first descent, a backward Yale sailing cap on his head. He was shockingly pale, but other than that, he looked like Tripp. Well, that and the fangs. Alex stood back, still wary. "Is that Tripp?" Dawes asked, "or is it his demon?" Turner kept his weapon raised. "He's definitely not human." "Gosh," said Tripp, taking off his cap and running a hand through his dirty hair in a gesture Alex had seen countless times. "I knew something was wrong. I haven't used the restroom in I don't even know how long, and every time I try to eat, I have some kind of seizure." And he looked up guiltily. "I think he wants to drink our blood," said Dawes. "No!" Tripp cried, but then he licked his lips. "Okay, yes, I'm so hungry. Can we get him some rats or something?" Dawes suggested. "I'm not going to eat rats," Alex peered at him. "If this is the demon, Tripp's body has to be somewhere, or what's left of it. Not Tripp's." Eyes darted guiltily to the corner of the kitchen to what looked like a pile of rolled-up pieces of paper. A husk, just like the one she'd seen in the Black Elm basement, the husk of the real Tripp Helmuth's body. Darlington's demon form hadn't receded. He was still on high alert, his eyes glowing gold. That thing sucked Tripp dry. That's all that's left. Tripp, or the demon, backed away, baring its fangs. "I couldn't help it." "You're a killer," Turner said. "We're all killers." "I'm not arguing semantics with a vampire," Darlington snarled. "You know what we have to do." He was right. Alex had tangled with one vampire, and that was more than enough. But this demon didn't seem like a threat. It seemed feral, weak, and a little dopey. Her eyes scanned the apartment. Aside from the husk of the body in the corner, it looked messy but ordinary. Laundry on the floor, dishes in the sink. The only part of the loft that appeared clean or well-organized was the big chair and gaming setup. Photos of Tripp's family and friends had been arranged carefully around it, some figurines from games she didn't recognize. She thought of Linus Rider's vases and bottles of liquor and bouquets of hyacinths. Did all vampires like to nest? "Darlington's right," said Turner. "This thing is a menace, and we're responsible for its presence here. We need to put it down. It's dangerous." "I don't think he is," Alex said slowly. "What have you been doing for the last week, Tripp? Just playing video games, watching old episodes of Ridiculousness, sleeping a lot." "What have you been eating?" Dawes asked, her voice strained. "Bugs, mostly. But they're a delicacy in some countries, right?" "What if we didn't kill him?" Alex asked. "You have to be kidding," Turner exclaimed. "He's a loaded weapon. He's barely a squirt gun." "It could all be an act," Darlington growled. "Should I put on some tunes?" Tripp asked. "I have this amazing Red Hot Chili Peppers double album." "Maybe they should kill him?" Alex wasn't going to say harmless. He's Tripp. Maybe he got the personality right along with the life force. Darlington shook his horned head. "Or it's all an act, and he's contemplating killing us all." "Are you?" Dawes asked. Tripp winced. "A little bit?" But an idea had taken root in Alex's mind. "Tripp, call your seabird." Tripp licked his knuckles, and a silvery albatross rose from behind him, circling the room, with a bright, piercing cry.
It's still there, marveled Dawes. How can that be? The bird dove straight for Darlington. Alex slid in front of him, dragging her tongue over her wrist and letting her snake snap out. For a moment, the rattlers and the albatross seemed to face off, and then they receded. Tripp's salt spirit did what it was supposed to do, said Alex. It tried to protect his life, and when it couldn't do that, it stayed with him. It protected his soul. Darlington still didn't look convinced. Look, Alex said, we did this to him. We took him to hell. We put him in harm's way. He's our responsibility. Without him, we never would have gotten you back. Didn't you say he did it for cash? Well, said Tripp, I didn't want to mention it, but my rent is not the time, Tripp. Alex is right, Dawes said. He's still him, and he might be useful if we're going to go after Linus Rider. We could find a way to place him under some kind of prohibition if we're worried he's going to act out. After Michelle, after Anselm, after Darlington's parents, they needed this, a small victory to carry out of this nightmare. Darlington threw up his hands, claws receding, a handsome young man in a fine wool coat once more. Alex felt her own flames recede. Their powers were connected now, bound by hellfire. Turner holstered his gun. If he murders someone, I'm not taking the heat. Darlington jabbed a finger at Dawes. You've gone soft. Dawes only smiled. Come on, she said to Tripp. We'll get you to Il Bastone, and I'll see what I can find to feed you. Oh man, thank you, thank you. But you're going to have to change, Alex said. Of course, I know I haven't been the most responsible member of the team, but I believe in transformative growth. Clothes, Tripp. You're going to have to change your clothes. Gosh, man. Absolutely. What did I say? You're all right, Alex. He put up his hand for a fist bump. I just really want to eat you. Alex nudged her knuckles against his. I know, buddy. He disappeared into the bathroom with disturbing speed and returned in clean shorts and a fleece. As they walked out into the falling night, Alex felt wildly hopeful. Eton was dead. Anselm was banished. They would find a way to break the enchantments on the Gauntlet so no one would ever be able to use it again. The churches on the green shone like stars in their own constellation, and the Harkness bells began to ring. The tune was sweet and familiar, though her brain couldn't quite place it. Come on along, come on along. Fear, hard as a stone, settled in her gut. Let me take you by the hand, up to the man, up to the man. Who's the leader of the band? Alex peered up at Harkness. As she watched, a dark shape detached itself from the stonework high atop the tower. It spread its wings, a black shadow against the gathering dusk, its eyes glowing red. Oh, God, Tripp moaned. Is it Rider? Dawes rasped out. I don't think so, said Darlington. He can't shake his human form. Turner was staring up at Harkness, at those eyes gazing down at them. What else could it be? A demon, a monster under his command. No, said Dawes, that can't be. We trapped those demons back in hell. We closed the door. It is your presence in hell that will keep the door open. The wound at Alex's wrist throbbed. He bled her, Darlington said. Golgorot. He hadn't been trying to kill Alex, or even keep her in hell when he bit her. He used my blood to prop open the door. The thing perched atop Harkness launched itself into the night. We have to track it, said Dawes. Capture it or that thing is the first, Darlington said. It won't be the last. We have to find a way to shut the door for good, to seal the gauntlet before the demons figure out how to keep it open. Would that be so bad? Tripp asked innocently.
Demons feeding on the living? Turner snapped. Hell on earth? Yes, Tripp, that would be bad. Alex watched the creature circling above. She was done being used by Leith and men like Iton. You don't get to prey on us, she said to the thing in the sky, to Linus Rider and Golgorot, and to every hungry thing that might be hunting them. You don't get to use me to do it. She faced Turner. Find Mercy, warn her, make sure she's safe. Dawes, get Tripp to Il Bastone and don't let him eat you. Alex, Dawes said warningly, worry in her voice, what are you going to do? The only thing I'm good at. Alex set off across the green, daring the monster above to follow. She drew her salt sword and called to her hellfire, letting it bloom over her body. If Rider wanted a target, she'd give him one. Darlington had already fallen into step beside her, matching her stride, his horns glowing, a low growl rumbling in his chest. A little magic, a talent for taking a beating, a demon at her side. That was all she had, but maybe it was all she needed. "Come on, Darlington," she said. "Let's give them hell."